This is Audible.
There Will Be Thousands. Written by Alexander Robb, narrated by Nathan Ashcroft.
And Magga Weston.
To my mother, Lorraine, a woman of tremendous will who taught me that nothing in this world can keep me down as long as I have the courage to stand back up again. Chapter 1. I've kidnapped a lot of people. Some stick with you more than others. She was 16 or 17, the perfect age to sell to brothels. The best girls had a little experience, but not enough to be broken in. It made the transition easier, and it drove up the price. Men liked to pay for innocence they could ravage or defiance they could break. And this girl had a blazing fire in her eyes that would open wallets and set hearts aflutter. It was the first thing I noticed about her. A fire like that could keep someone going a long time. She would have more uses than normal. The heat bore down on us as the house burned. Embers wandered through the air and carried with them the stench of burning cedar. The girl, her mother, and her younger sister knelt with hands tied behind their backs. Tears fell, both for their home ablaze and the men of their family, a husband and 7 boys. Male slaves could be sold for great profit, but they were rowdy and difficult to transport, especially when they felt they had someone to protect. I didn't like cutting their throats, but it was that or deal with the hassle. Chief hated hassle. For that reason, we left the bodies to be consumed by the fire. It was standing there, watching the fire eat up the small wooden home, that I first noticed the girl. She cried like the rest of her family, but her tears were not of sorrow, but of rage. Her body trembled and her jaw shook with anger. I knew the feeling, but I kept my distance. Sympathy led to death in this business. "Sitter, get them up," Chief ordered. I forced the mother to stand first, then the daughters. We always burned the houses, and we always let the residents watch. That way, they knew there was nothing to return to. Their old lives were nothing but ashes and memories. It made them less likely to run. "Look out!" Chief barked. "We're clear." Lookout knelt with the side of his face practically buried in the dirt. He was an imperial elementalist with an affinity for earth and stone. He didn't need to stick his head so far into the mud, but he claimed it helped him listen better. I thought he was full of dung, but what I thought didn't matter much. He kept us out of trouble more often than not. "Move out!" Chief shouted. I took hold of the girl, and 2 others, Brimshaw and Rickabin, pushed the mother and the younger sister forward. None of them fought as we led them out of the small homestead toward the hills. Rain clouds thundered overhead. The others wouldn't like getting soaked, but it didn't bother me. Weather would help cover our tracks. After we rounded the 3rd hill, the downpour started. The girl tried to look back, but I forced her attention forward. The farm was nothing more than a glowing speck. "Don't let that be your last memory," I said to her. I don't know why I bothered. It wouldn't be long before we offloaded her, and all I got in response was a hateful glare. Not that I didn't deserve it. We all did. But really, it wasn't my fault. I hadn't made the world this way. I just played by the rules. That was all any of us could do, really. Home was a small cave nestled in the foot of the Casparian undulates. We'd chosen the area because of the lack of control by the duchy. If you didn't have a compass in your hand and a spare in your pocket, you would get lost by the end of the first hour. The hills went on for dozens of miles, with little variance in shape and size. I'd lived here for over a decade, and I still couldn't tell one hill from another, and I had the advantage of a perfect memory.
"Get them dry, and fill their bellies."
Chief had already removed his tunic at the entrance of the cave. He held it out in front of him and twisted the clothes to force the water from the seams. Scars ran up and down his chest and back. The girls blushed at the sight and reddened further when he started to take off his pants. Lookout noticed and grinned. He disrobed too, and he made a twirling motion with his waist. "Ever seen anything like it, girlies? Your mum sure has. She's not nearly as shocked as the two of you." "Lookout," I said. "Yeah?" "Shut up." I threw him a pair of dry pants and tried to keep the disgust off my face. "Cover yourself." "Just giving them a taste of what they can look forward to. That's all." Lookout muttered, but he did as I asked. As second in command, my word could only be superseded by Chief. He didn't take much interest in the actions of the group, as long as nothing they did jeopardized pay. That left me as the moral authority, and by the abyss and the chasm, getting grown men like this to behave in a halfway decent manner was like trying to turn a river aside with one finger. At least I'd gotten them all in the habit of bathing once a week. "Brimshaw, make sure Tasteless has something cooking. Daft, Rickabin, take them to holding." The others grumbled at my commands. A good leader did all he expected his underlings to do, but delegation was an important tool. It took know-how to use. "And no touching the younger ones." Daft grinned to reveal two solitary teeth, one on the bottom and one of the top, each at opposite sides of his mouth. He grabbed the mother and took a long sniff at her neck, to which she let out a horrified groan and shiver. My lower half churned with discomfort as the three were led away. But I'd learned long ago you had to know when to tighten the leash and when to loosen it. If you couldn't curb certain behaviors, you had to direct them in the least destructive way possible. Once they were out of sight, I disrobed and followed Chief to his desk. The caverns were extensive enough that each man had his own room with varying degrees of space, but Chief had chosen to make his spot in front of the entrance. I couldn't say why, but I suspected it was to keep anyone from deserting in the middle of the night. Anyone caught sneaking out would be whipped. He was a light sleeper, and he never ingested anything to inhibit the senses. Chief picked up a small notebook from his desk and flipped through the pages.
"Indo will be at the Golden Crossroads in 2 weeks. Can we make it?"
"Not with the weather. It would be difficult even with clear skies," I said as I hung my clothes near the entrance. Chief hummed in response. In the end, he made the choice whether to stay or go. I offered perspective and reality. He flipped through more of the pages.
"Ophelia? At Time Winders?"
I grabbed a spare pair of pants and wiggled into them. "I hate working with Ophelia."
"So do I. If we miss Indo, she's the only one available for another 2 months.
I grumbled a few curses at our luck. 2 months was too much time. We didn't have room for any more product, nor the resources to keep them healthy. Ophelia it is.
"Lucky wench."
Chief tossed his notebook back on the table and sat on the edge of his bed.
"Archmace will be happy."
"And insufferable. It's all he'll talk about on the way to Time Winders."
"Let him be. He's young."
"So am I."
"Then act like it. Be a fool. Fall in love."
Chief yawned.
don't waste the prime years of your life. We've more or less done what we've set out to do.
Between you and me, they're already wasted, and I don't think I can get them back. Even if I could have, did I deserve to? Conventional wisdom said no. My sins were as black as any man's here, perhaps worse. And we can never be too sure. Chief glanced at me with heavy eyes. I stared back. Words that we'd already spoken passed between us. They always ended the same. Finally, he sighed.
You're probably right.
He looked like he wanted to add more to our years-long conversation. I didn't want to hear it, so I left. I plucked one of the torches lined up on the wall and headed into the caves. They were supposed to be lit by runes, courtesy of Archmace, but you couldn't always count on him to refresh them. It was best to walk around with a torch in the event a rune lost its luster and left you trapped in the dark. I stopped in at the kitchen.
How's the food?
Brimshaw sat in the corner, sullenly cleaning plates. Tasteless didn't officially outrank him, but it was never a good idea to ignore his orders. He might as well have been third in command for how we all listened to him, including Chief and I.
Buffalo meat stew.
Tasteless proffered me a ladle. I declined. His food would put hair on anyone's chest, but his name stuck for a reason. The smell flipped my stomach, and I couldn't help but give Brimshaw a sympathetic look before leaving. The prison was next. It was another room with bars rammed into the ceiling and floor, and a makeshift gate between them. Lookout had used his Imperior to weld them tight, but if a determined prisoner wanted to rip them free, they could, especially if they were an Imperial amplifier. We were careful not to catch any of those. Lookout's older brother, made sure we didn't bring any back.
How are they doing?
I asked Looker. He leaned back in his chair, just outside the gate. He shrugged.
Same as any. It's getting full in there.
I peered inside. There were about 60 women within, including the ones we'd captured today. There would have been barely enough room for them all to lay on the ground shoulder to shoulder.
We're meeting with Ophelia to offload. Archmace will be happy.
Don't tell him. I don't want to hear about it.
He'll find out eventually. Better to get it over with.
I grimaced. At least spare me dinner. Looker grinned.
You got a fawn?
I rolled my eyes and stuck my hand in my pouch. I flipped the coin to him, and he grinned greedily as he snatched it from the air. If I had to bribe the others to get an extra night without listening to Archmace prattle on, I would. Are you going to let me in?
The others don't like it when I do. They say it spoils the fun.
I don't care.
Suit yourself.
Looker pulled the keys from his belt and stood to unlock the door. I stepped inside, and the gaggle of women fled to press themselves up against the wall furthest away. The prison was the largest room in the cavern complex, and it wasn't lit by torches. I could see the women in front. The ones in the back were shrouded by the dark.
New girls,
I called.
Front and center.
No one moved. I cleared my throat and called again. No results the second time either. I drew my sword, and the steel scraped loudly against its leather scabbard.
I'm going to give you until the count of 10 before I start carving scars.
The threat was empty. These women were precious cargo, and if I damaged them, they'd sell for a hefty fawn less than what we'd originally hoped. That, and I hated playing the role of torturer. I could do it, but it made my guts twist up something awful even after years of practice. These girls didn't know that, though, and that made my threat effective. Slowly, the three women emerged, huddled together. Their mother had her arms wrapped around her two daughters protectively, as if she could somehow shield them from me. I ignored the pity that plagued me at the sight. "Don't waste my time. Get over here."
Please, sir.
The mother trembled.
We don't want.
"Want is no longer a word in your vocabulary. You do as your masters order. Right now, I am your master. Am I understood?" The mother sobbed and shuffled forward with her two daughters. I grabbed the younger one by the arm first. I forced her to kneel in front of me and put my hands on her head. Tears streamed down her face, and the sobs became unbearable from the mother until a gold light flowed from my fingertips and into the girl's head.
What are you doing?
The mother asked, confused. I didn't respond. I could have if I wanted to, but when I used my Imperia, distractions could cause mistakes. Mistakes caused problems. I focused on the girl's memories and was bombarded with a flood of information. Her name was Rainflower, her older sister was Sundew, and their mother was Thistle. For a moment, our minds melded together as I poked about her recollection. I called to the front the death of her father and brother a few hours before. It stung like a hot iron on my senses.
Why that one?
Rainflower whispered. Shh. The memory was difficult to contain with all the emotions fluttering about around it. I'd expected that, and I unceremoniously pruned the more negative ones and purged them from Rainflower's mind.
Wow.
Rainflower sucked in a breath.
That's...
I'm not finished. Messing with memories, and the emotions associated with them, was a delicate thing. I could have removed the burning of her house and murder of her family entirely, but over the years I'd learned wiping the slate clean caused more harm than good. It was better to get rid of the extra fat than throw the cut out altogether. The process took 10 minutes in total. None of the other women dared accost me. They'd all been through the same process. Looker would be inside within half a moment if he heard the slightest altercation. I pulled away from Rainflower, and the golden light on my fingertips faded. There.
Why would you do that?
She asked. I didn't have an answer as I moved to Sundew. I'd never had one. At least, not one I wanted to address. Sundew recoiled when I reached toward her.
What did you do?
I helped ease your sister's pain.
That doesn't explain anything.
I gestured toward Rainflower. You are welcome to ask her if she feels it worked.
Son, No.
Sundew shook her head violently.
I don't care. You killed my father. You stole us from our home. Don't touch me.
I shrugged and moved to Thistle. I wasn't going to waste my time arguing with a slave.
Are you a memorist?
She asked as I forced her to kneel and placed my hands on her head. Yes.
Are you going to take them away from me?
No. I will take some of the heartache. Gold light flowed from my fingertips and enveloped her temple. She sighed as I picked through her mind. I noted the differences between her and her daughter. Rainflower's memories were bright and vivid, but that was because there were fewer. Thistle's were still colourful, but more subdued. The mind could only hold so much. I likened it to a painter's canvas. Everyone had so much paint with which to fill the blank space, but the older one became, the less paint there was to use. Detail had to be sacrificed to paint a proper picture, and eventually, things started to get a little fuzzy. Fortunately, that made tampering with older people's memories easier. It took half the time to clear Thistle's mind as it did Rainflower. Thistle shuddered as I pulled away. Thank you. I looked at Sundew. It's not too late to change your mind.
Eat pig batter.
I chuckled. That was a new one. Interlude. It took Munger far longer to find the valley than he anticipated. The journey should have taken, at most, 8 months there and back, but due to his lack of general sense regarding directions, a trait his men shared, and the unending similarity of the entirety of the Casparian undulates, they found themselves lost more often than they found themselves on the path. Sitter had even imparted a mental map of the area, and they still lost their way. A full year had passed. A full year. He mentally kicked himself. There were so many things he could do with little to no effort. Why did he struggle so much with travel? And why did he struggle so much to admit it until he was in the weeds? He should have hired at least one explorer to join him and his men when they traversed the undulates. On the other hand, his particular squad found Sitter because they lost their way so often. It had been happenstance, really. At the time, they'd been trying to return to the duchy after stumbling out of the undulates on the western side when the bandit had appeared, all alone in the rolling hills. Red had filled Munger's sight, and he nearly lost control of himself as he spurred his horse to action. At the last moment, he'd pulled back. Not because Sitter didn't deserve to have his head ripped from his shoulders, and not because of some grand moral reason welling up from within. Rather, he'd thought of his foster parents, Sunju's mother and father, looking on from the grave with disappointment. They hadn't raised him during the summers to be a man of irrational passion. They'd raised him to be controlled and clear-headed. He couldn't let them down. It was all that spared Sitter's life. Afterward, Munger would have been within his rights to kill the bandit, but he stayed his hand. There was something about the way Sitter looked at Munger that made Munger uncomfortable, as if the man could see straight through him. So he let Sitter live. Because of that mercy, Munger was now halfway across the continent in a valley surrounded by perpetual blizzards, looking for dead men. What would Sunju think of me now? He wondered, as he and his men descended into the valley. They were on foot, unfortunately, as their horses refused to travel into the mountains. Thankfully, the mental map of the path to the valley inside the mountains was far more clear than the map of the undulates. It took only a day to find the valley from the moment they'd walked into the range.
Captain,
Morrison, Munger's lieutenant, said,
I don't like this place.
I'm the same, Captain,
Frode said.
I've got goosebumps in places I didn't think I could get goosebumps. How is it so green here when the outside is so cold? And why is that old building there? How far back do you think that cave over there goes? Oh, and what about...
Munger tuned the young man out. Once he started speaking, he rarely stopped until there was no one left to listen, and sometimes not even then. It drove most of the men crazy, but Frode's skill with a sword and his unfailing optimism more than made up for his little quirks. In this instance, it worked in the squad's favour. All 23 men spread out into the valley to get away from Frode and looked for any signs of the dead Wanderlax.
The others are right, Captain.
Hellet followed close behind Munger as they walked across the valley to the dilapidated castle.
There's something wrong about this place. Stop that,
Munger said.
You're only worried because of the story Sitter shared. You're not?
Hellet asked in disbelief.
The Wanderlax avoided capture for a decade. If something wiped them out in a day, that's not a creature I want to meet.
Munger didn't either. If he was honest with himself, he felt just as odd and out of place as his men. The atmosphere made his skin crawl, and it was like there were eyes plastered everywhere, watching and waiting for something. He couldn't tell what. He intended to find proof of the Wanderlax's death and leave as soon as possible. If the beast Sitter spoke of was real, none of them were safe here. He and Hellet entered the castle. A foul stench wafted up to meet them. Hellet gagged, and Munger wrinkled his nose. He swallowed, hard, before descending into the stone depths. Each step rang out in the stairwell like the toll of a clock tower until he reached the bottom. Hellet followed a moment later with a torch he'd lit.
I'm going to be sick.
Hellet stopped just short of the bottom steps. The torch in his hand illuminated enough of the area that they didn't need to go further. Blood, tattered clothes, and a few bones filled the hallway. No flies or maggots or other carrion feeders gorged themselves on the carnage. If they'd ever been here, they'd already eaten their fill. Munger suspected, though, that no kind of insect or animal had wandered in to feast. This was beyond death. A temple to a time long past, now forbidden to mortal men. Animals, like their mounts waiting in the undulates, knew better than to enter places like this. The Wanderlacs had paid the price for staying too long. If Munger's horsemen didn't leave, they would meet the same fate.
Let's go,
Munger ordered. Hellet was happy to oblige, and the two ascended the stairs. Outside, Munger yelled the order for the men to form up. Without question, they began to walk toward him from their various places in the valley. Frode and Morrison were closest, having stopped at the lake, and they soon fell in beside Munger.
Did you find them?
Morrison asked.
Yes,
Munger said. He kept his eyes on the rim of the valley and the path they'd entered through.
I told you, Frode said. This place is bad news. We need to leave, and we need to leave yesterday. If this thing got the...
Quiet.
Munger's eyes narrowed. There, at the entrance to the valley, something moved. Something he couldn't see.
What? I was just saying...
Frode, I said quiet.
Sweat beaded at the back of Munger's neck, and his heart pounded in his chest. He blinked, and the wavering in the air disappeared. Did it leave? He licked his lips as he looked around the valley. His other men were still making their way towards him, oblivious to what was happening. Frode, through some miracle, had stopped speaking, and now he, Hellet, and Morrison were looking at Munger anxiously. Munger lowered his hand to his sword. He took a step forward and saw movement from the corner of his eye. He whipped around to see a spray of blood fill the air near the north part of the valley. Nasir, who had been walking towards them a moment before, was now gone. The sound of crunching, more like chewing, rang out across the valley, cutting through the silence like crackling leaves in a wild forest.
Sweep four above,
Morrison whispered.
It's real.
Munger drew his sword.
Men, to me! To arms!
He'd scarcely spoken the third word before both James and Tern were snatched up, just like Nasir. Blood once again filled the air, only this time one of Tern's boots fell from the invisible creature's mouth. Munger gaped at the sight, his eyes relaying information that his brain couldn't comprehend. Another second passed, and 3 more of his men were snatched up and devoured. This is beyond me. This is beyond any of us. How on earth did Sitter survive this?
Get to the pass, now!
Munger ordered. Hellet, Morrison, and Frode all stood frozen in place, heedless of Munger's orders. He grabbed them and shoved them forward, shocking them out of their stupor. As one, the 4 ran. Munger's heart twisted inside him as he looked over his shoulder. Almost all of his other men were dead. Only young William, poor William, who had a sweetheart waiting for him back at Timewinders, remained. His eyes met Munger's from across the valley. I'm sorry, Captain. Munger couldn't hear the words, but he could read William's lips. Half a second later, there was an empty space, then a shower of scarlet. Tears filled Munger's eyes. He turned around and with horror realized they weren't even halfway to the edge of the valley. The invisible creature, as fast as it was, would pick them off before they could draw near. Hellet was snatched first. One moment he was there, running in front of them. The next, hair and flaps of skin fluttered down from above, with an empty space where he'd been running mere moments before. Morrison screamed and swiped at the air with his sword, only for his arm to disappear. He stumbled back and fell forward. The atmosphere rippled, and something caught him by the stomach. He lurched to a stop, only to be swallowed by the air itself. Munger didn't think about his next action. He moved purely on instinct and dove on Frode, who had stopped running and was now sobbing uncontrollably. The poor boy had a lame mother and 2 younger brothers to take care of. He'd joined to fight bandits and send money home, not to fight myths and legends. The 2 hit the ground, with Munger's arm draped over Frode. For a moment, the world stilled. Then Munger felt a ripping sensation. He turned to see his arm missing and Frode's head on the grass with wide eyes. They flicked toward Munger, filled with fear, and Munger froze. The head vanished a moment later, snatched up by the creature. It was near enough now that Munger could feel its presence exactly as Sitter had described. Malevolent, hateful, it was pure malice incarnate. And though Munger could not see it, could not smell it or feel it, he thought for the briefest moment he could hear it. It put its face close to him and swallowed, so that the sound of Frode's body slithering down its gullet rippled loud in the air. The pain finally hit Munger. He screamed and grasped at his maimed shoulder with his one good arm. Something slithered around his leg and dragged him across the grass. It tightened, threatening to snap his leg, but stopped just short of breaking. Suddenly, Munger was lifted in the air, blood dripping from the open socket in his side. Black spots filled his vision, and he knew this was the end. "I'm sorry, Sunju." But the end didn't come. He hung, suspended by the invisible creature, but it did not eat him. Instead, Munger sensed it writhe and convulse. It wanted to eat him. It wanted to kill him. But for some reason, it couldn't. Why? Then they were running. The valley disappeared, and a blur of mountains, ice, and clouds took its place. The speed of the sudden shift stole Munger's breath away. Coupled with the loss of blood from his severed arm and the drastic drop in temperature from comfortable warmth to frigid ice, it was too much for him to handle. In spite of his best efforts, he slumped forward in the invisible creature's grip and fell unconscious. Chapter 2. Preparations took half a day. I don't like to refer to our group as bandits, but that's what we are. Living like we do, we always have to be ready to uproot at a single moment. Nowhere can be called home because we belong nowhere. The only permanent items we own are our own names and the name of the banner we ride under, Wanderlax. The most difficult portion of moving is the prisoners. We're only a band of 25 strong with 60 women in our possession. A near 1-to-2 ratio isn't bad, but it's not great. If any of them decided to run, it would cost time, and we had precious little of that as it was. The first few times we transported prisoners, arguments had flown back and forth for hours. Solutions avoided us like children avoid soap and good sense. A newcomer, Hops, was the one to finally devise something, and it was to chain all the women together at the ankles. We'd proposed something similar before his arrival, but to no avail. We had the metal to make the chain, but not the skill. That Hops provided. He'd been a blacksmith prior to joining us 6 months ago. He'd been promised to the executioner's axe for killing the man who'd slept with his wife. Normally, a crime like that wouldn't land you a death sentence, but the method Hops used had been deemed from the god of evil himself. We got a good laugh when he told us. The first day of the trek went smoothly. Lookout, Ears, and Benny served as our scouts. Lookout and Ears were elementalists, and Benny was a spacer. Together, the three could triangulate a large area. Some would have said we were being too cautious. After all, we were in the Casparian undulates. The Duke's knights never patrolled these areas. Chief thought differently. Our wariness was the sole reason we'd been in business beyond a decade. Other groups had come and gone, but we, the Wanderlaks, remained. The Duke's attempts to rid the land of us were thwarted by Chief's foresight. We never stayed in one place too long, and we never went back to a hiding hole we'd used to store prisoners. They tended to talk when sold. A whole week went by without incident. 2 weeks in, one of the women tried to run. She'd kept a nail hidden in her dress and used it to pick the lock on her chains. Shin splint broke her legs, and arc mace healed her just enough to stand on her own 2 feet. It slowed our pace, and the woman whimpered the rest of the way, but the other prisoners received the message. There wasn't a sniff of trouble after that. We were all grimy when Time Winders finally came into view, but you'd have sworn you'd never seen a better behaved band of vagabonds. The city prided itself as jewel of the northern south. It sat on a hill with a loose approximation of a wall around its perimeter. It held around 200 buildings within, and was home to a population around 3,000. A manor sat on the easternmost edge that served as castle, but it was sorely dilapidated, as were most of the buildings within its boundaries. Despite this, it was yet better kept than most of the countryside.
"Sitter, you're coming in with me," Chief said.
We'd set up camp at the edge of the undulates, beyond the sight of any scouts or patrols. No tents or fires were allowed. The smoke would attract attention, and tents would prevent a hasty escape. I groaned. Arc Mace protested. It had been too long since he'd seen Ophelia. Chief stood firm.
"Quit acting like you're a yippy dog. She'd kick you as soon as sleep with you."
Why not both?
Brimshaw snickered to Rickabin.
He'd like that.
Rickabin chuckled. Arc Mace wasn't bothered.
Please, I can get you a better deal if I'm there.
"I need Sitter. He has the figures from last time. We can't afford to screw it up. Supplies are low."
I'll just sit in with you.
"No more than 2. You know the rules."
I offered a suggestion. Chief muttered under his breath. He blustered and threatened as I argued, but I won out. Arc Mace and I left to enter the city. Chief liked to sit in on the deals, but he wasn't really needed if I was around. Arc Mace could score us a higher yield with Ophelia, and I had the authority to act in Chief's place. It would have been foolish to debate otherwise. Chief should have been grateful. He hated Ophelia as much as I did, and I'd just saved him a meeting. I wore a fine cloak. Arc Mace kept his regular dingy clothes on. It allowed us to pretend at being a lord and his bodyguard as we passed by the sentinels at the gate unnoticed. Once inside the city, we made for the Web. Of all the buildings in the city, it was the finest. Ophelia owned it, and she had an appetite for the finer things in life. She waited on the upper floor. Guards patted us down before we went up. Ophelia was just as paranoid as Chief was. It seemed everyone was these days.
You're lucky. I was going to leave a week early, but my forecaster said the weather would take a bad turn.
She drained the last of her drink and handed the empty mug to one of her servants. Arc Mace and I sat opposite her at the table. She turned her large, bulbous red eyes toward me. 4 in total. She had the shape of a woman, with some additional features. Extra legs covered in small hair-like follicles protruded from her back, and most of her body, save her head, was covered in purple leather-like skin. Arc Mace said the skin peeled back, and that most of her was white and smooth underneath to match the tone of her face. His description was more than I'd ever wanted to hear about how a spiderkin looked beneath their carapace.
I'm glad I waited.
Ophelia drew a circle on the table with one claw.
You brought my favorite toy. And some cargo, hopefully?
60 women, I said. Ophelia grinned to reveal fangs.
The market's bad for women right now. You should think of dabbling in men.
They're more trouble than they're worth.
Isn't that the truth?
Ophelia's red eyes shifted to Arkmace.
But they have their benefits. They're stronger. They last longer. They're prettier to look at.
Arkmace shuddered with excitement. I scooted away from him. Name your price.
10 fawn a head.
20. Ophelia shook her head.
Too high.
That's what we agreed on last time.
Things change and markets fluctuate. As I said, women are bad right now. Men are worth more.
Why? She tore her gaze away from Arkmace. She leaned back and tapped the wooden table with her claws.
War broke out on the northern front with the Faelians 3 weeks ago. The Duke is looking for conscripts. He's sending any set of legs with a pulse and an arm that can hold a sword.
A war was big news. Big enough we should have heard of it from one of our contacts. But we'd been travelling the past 2 months. It explained why we hadn't heard. Still, the mere mention of Faelians set my heart racing. Trusting slaves to fight his war is bold.
He's desperate. Half his army was wiped out in the initial battle and they're losing ground. The Faelians mean business. General Vagar leads them.
I maintained a neutral face. They were finally coming. I wished it had been anyone else to lead the charge. Vagar, even 10 years ago, had a knack for causing me trouble. Slaves won't save the Duke.
No, but it presents an opportunity.
Ophelia rubbed her thumb and forefinger together.
He's going to bleed his coffers dry to save himself before the war is over.
It won't matter. If the Faelians intend to occupy, they'll melt down our currency and make a new one. Ophelia shrugged.
I'll just have to spend what I make before the change.
I doubted that. No merchant worth half a brain and a brass tack to his name would be selling anything of value at the moment. Most would hunker down and wait to see the outcome of the war. 18 ahead.
I won't get more than 20 for each of those women.
16 then. Ophelia paused, then shook her head ruefully and glanced at Arkmace.
Only because you brought this one. You'll let me borrow him for a couple of days.
Deal. I extended my hand. Ophelia's hands were moist and strange to the touch. He's forged to chief, so he knows how to find us. Don't keep him for more than 5 days. I walked out alone. Ophelia's helpers followed me to collect their new cargo. Chief argued and spat that he would decrease my pay. 16 was too low. I recited the numbers. We could buy enough supplies to last us for 2 years with that kind of money. He relented. The women were exchanged for coin, and we spent 2 days trading for various supplies. We were careful not to attract too much attention. Tocker bought a wagon to carry the extras. We left on the morning of the 3rd day, with no guards or trouble in sight. They would have been up north fighting the Duke's battles. We were careful anyways, despite their absence. Uncharacteristically, Chief talked while we walked.
Ophelia told you about the war?
He asked. She did. Did you know about it?
I heard while we were gathering supplies. Do you have any thoughts?
Chief eyed me. I kept my face blank. I knew what his unspoken question alluded to. I ignored his insinuation and answered as any true southerner would have. The Duke's years of easy living have made this province an easy target. If he loses, they'll take the territory as a tributary. I didn't want to say what I really thought, not with the others around.
They already have.
Chief scratched his beard.
Did Ophelia tell you Vagar has already made it to Gatelin's Harbour?
No. Gatelin's Harbour was only a 3 days' ride to the northeast. Who did you hear that from?
Rolf.
Rolf? I frowned. Is that the Fletcher?
The same. His stock's completely out. The Duke's personal guard are making supply runs and he can't keep up.
That doesn't make sense. If the Fielians are that close, the townspeople would have been in a panic. Chief shot me a knowing look. I muddled over the information, and the pieces clicked. Ophelia's not selling our slaves to the Duke.
She will, if only to make some cheap money. But she's also made a bargain with the Fielians. Once they break through, the rest of the province is going to be spared. Ophelia will be granted the Duke's titles and land, and all his possessions. It's as smooth a transition as there ever will be in war.
Chief spit a long stream to the side. Some of the men cheered at the display. I was impressed. Ophelia had played her cards well, sell out to the winning side and become a noble as a result. It was enough to make me envious. We'll have to start riding to the west. Chief nodded. Ophelia wouldn't just be made nobility with this deal. Her occupation would change as well. From slave trader to regent of the land. If we raided her villages, she would have to respond. Normally that wouldn't have been an issue. It didn't matter who sat the throne. With Archmace sharing her bed, however, she had a direct line to wherever we were at any given time. We should have waited to trade with Indo, I mused. Chief chuckled.
It's just as well. Her participation will hasten things. It's taken a decade to end this farce.
I didn't respond. I'm sure Chief would have liked me to, and his hints indicated how eager he really was, but I was in no state to discuss it. In fact, I'd almost begun to believe this day would never come. Now that it was near, I found myself dreading what came next. We moved double time across the Casparian undulates. The hills were vast, and they ran along the entirety of Maera's mountain range. They bordered 6 other provinces and technically belonged to the Duke, but that was only because no one else wanted to claim them. The ground was rough, hard, and impossible to farm. Many people thought it was more trouble than it was worth. Their loss was our gain. Normally, we would have stuck to the center, undetected. However, we had to know what was going on in the war, so we travelled along the southern edge. We asked for updates in every village we came across. Most people were ignorant and didn't care for the war in the duchy. 3 weeks in, we finally met someone with a modicum of interest.
The Fielians won.
It was a pig farmer that told us. He had a sister in Timewinders that worked in the tavern. The two communicated through a forged chalkboard. What was written on one board appeared on the other. It must have been a family heirloom, because even with all the money we'd made selling slaves, we couldn't have afforded a piece like that.
The Duke fled on a boat out on the Eastern Ocean, but word is the Fielian mariners sunk him.
The Fielians have mariners? Blood asked. He and I had been the ones tasked with visiting the village. Chief stayed behind to manage the men. I'd been picked because the chief trusted me to come back with accurate information, and Blood had come because he was the most charismatic of all of us. Being charismatic among bandits wasn't saying much, but we had to use what was available.
I guess they do,
the pig farmer said. He looked at me for confirmation, and I gave a nod.
That won't be good for trade.
Blood shifted in his seat. The two of us were pretending to be wandering merchants.
Everyone knows the Fielians are going to use new coin now. Rumor is they're not staying.
The pig farmer scratched his head.
They're going to work through a new duchess as proxy. We'll be a tributary, but they'll leave us alone as long as we pay. Only 1%, too.
Really? Blood feigned excitement.
That's good news for us. That's not where the good news ends. The pig farmer grinned. The new duchess, Ophelia, is going after them bandits, too.
That caught my attention. The ones in the undulates?
Yep. She said there's been a banditry problem long enough,
and that it's time to take care of it. Of course, that's what the last Duke said. I don't think she'll really do it. Those bandits are like rats. Just when you think you've got the last of them, 10 more appear in your barn.
Rats can be dealt with. It takes the right person and bait, I said, though the wheels of my mind worked overtime. We had confirmation Ophelia was coming after us. It was likely the Fielians were using her as their figurehead. Chief would need to know as soon as possible.
I don't like using poison. It's too much of a risk that my other animals will be affected.
The pig farmer shook his head. We agreed, though for different reasons. Poison took too long to kill. We ate a mixture of bacon, sausage, and pork roast that night. It was a lot better than Tasteless's regular cooking. What supplies we'd used coming this far were replenished from food stores of other homes in the village. We left the entire place a smouldering heap as a warning for Ophelia's new mutts. Now that we knew she was coming after us, there was no reason to keep a low profile. I wished it could have been different. Now that the Fielians were coming, I thought on my life 10 years ago. How had things spiraled so out of control? This isn't what we'd planned. The deaths I'd caused weighed on me, and I looked back continually at the smoke that filled the sky. Sunju's hate-filled eyes filled my mind, symbolic of all the people I'd killed. I wished I could forget her. Such was my curse as a memorist. The band discussed Ophelia's newfound vendetta against us and argued. Chief put forth several solutions. I shot them down. I offered several of my own. Chief poked holes through them just as I had his. None of us had any real meaningful suggestions to offer. Unforging the chief from Arkmace was the only way forward, but the only forger willing to work with us was back at Timewinders. Brimshaw suggested we could leave Chief behind. That won't work, I said.
Why not?
Arkmace is only forged to Chief, but Chief is forged to all of us. I pointed at each of the men in turn. All our souls are indirectly linked. If they find Chief alone without the rest of us, they'll use him to track us all down. That sobered the group. We debated more. Days passed with no solution. Every minute that went by, the breath of Ophelia's hounds grew thicker on our necks.
The only real escape is to separate Arkmace from Chief,
Looker said.
We have to find a forger. Where?
Chief pointed to the empty landscape.
A forger's not going to stick around these ramshack hinkle-dink villages.
Looker pressed.
Flood Mesa will have one. It's the closest city. Once Arkmace's forge is broken, make your way back to us. I'd rather die.
Chief spat. That is what will happen if you stay, I said. Looker's suggestion had merit. We can hang low for a while. The undulates are large. We have the supplies to move into Miera's mountain range if we need to. Ophelia's men won't find us there. A few men argued about the taboo of the mountains. The rest of us quickly smothered the talk. Everyone knew no one crossed the mountains because of how treacherous they were, and not because of some legend. Regardless, it was the only option left to us, and it was as good as any. Another day passed before Chief finally decided to go. No tears were shed, but everyone felt a weight in their chest. Even Lookout was solemn. We were brothers in arms, bound together in crime. Chief was our fearless leader, and the only authority most of us had ever respected and trusted. Without him, we weren't complete.
You all listen to Sitter. You understand? He barked. When I'm gone, he's in charge. You all know the drill.
Yes, Chief, came the unanimous response. We parted ways. Him to the south and us to the north. Everyone shambled around with morose faces for at least a week after. Epilogue.
Dad, Mum says she needs you at the house.
Munger sighed and wiped sweat from his brow. He stood in a field of corn, half a mile away from his home. Dirt caked the cracks in his fingers and palms, while flies buzzed about his head. A wheelbarrow behind him overflowed with leafy green weeds, and he'd yet hardly touched a fraction of his field.
"I'm a little busy."
Munger sucked in a breath. He could forget about the heat when he lost himself in his work, but snapping back to reality was a reminder of the scorching summer. The sun, he felt, had a personal vendetta against him.
"Can it wait?"
"She says it can't." Munger groaned inwardly.
"I'll head up to the house. Take over for me, please."
"But—"
"Barn here."
Munger wagged a stern finger.
"You should be out here anyway."
His son rolled his eyes and exhaled an annoyed grunt before kneeling in the dirt. Munger patted his 12-year-old son on the back before trudging down the line of plants. He leaned to let his fingers graze the flowers when he exited the garden and entered the flower patch. Their sweet aroma reminded him of his first home in the south. Chief never did tell him of his origin. Munger had asked repeatedly, but all he ever received in answer was that Sitter had been right and that old plans needed to be laid to rest. He'd passed last summer, an unofficial grandfather to his children. They'd held a small service. Sunju, Munger, and their children had attended. The only other attendees had been Catelyn and Scrade's family, Meredith and her new husband, and Patsy. Munger thought the small gathering fitting. Chief had never fit in with the other folks in Blossomdale or in the greater community of the Scentway at large. He'd always complained everyone and everything smelled too sweet. Munger passed by the grave marker on the way to his home. He would have paused to say a few words. He normally did, but visiting his home would delay his work in the fields. He settled for a tip of the head in the direction of the tombstone. Chief would have appreciated the gesture. Munger expected his wife to be waiting inside, but found that was not the case. Sunju stood on the porch with one child resting on her hip and the other swaddled on her front. In her free hand, she held a creased letter. She extended it to him when he stepped up beside her. He took it from her trembling hands and read aloud. "Munger, this letter is late in coming. I apologize. I've been busy in the south. You may have heard stories about me, but I doubt word has reached the north. The Fiellians have been in disarray as of late, and they have more important things to worry about. Chief let me know before he died that he never told you of your origin. We disagreed on whether you had the right to know. He said it would cause more harm than good. I think the consequences are what you will make of them. You're not a boy, you're a man, and a good one at that. If you want to know more, flip the letter over. It will tell you all you need to know. If you don't, burn this and never look back." Munger raised his eyes to Sunju. "Have you read the back?" Sunju nodded wordlessly. Munger swallowed. "What do you think?"
Sunju
bit her lip.
I don't know. It's all a bit much for me.
Munger looked at the letter. All these years he'd wondered where the first 12 years of his life had gone. The desire to know had dimmed, but had never fully extinguished. Now it blossomed to life within him once more. He flipped the parchment over, and his voice quivered as he read.
Your true name is Andine, and you belonged to a royal house. This means you are descended from the first king of Fael, who was blessed by the Four with strength, wisdom, and a connection to the divine. All who are descended from him, be they full-blown heirs, distant relations, or bastards, are monitored by the Faelian court. It was determined that the royal bloodline was too powerful, too precious, to be left unchecked. Your family's claim to the throne is more tenuous than most. At the time of your birth, you were 70th in line to inherit the throne. You've always possessed a noble spirit, kind, quiet, loyal. I wanted to protect these traits in you. It's why we stole you away. The Faelian royals, over time, have become corrupted, or so Chief told me. I still wonder if he merely preyed on my naivety as a young child because of my unique talents. Your parents sold you to be a sacrifice, and because of your unerring faith, you agreed. We made a plan to spirit you away and give you your freedom. Chief mixed a special brew of umberdyne. It's a purple flower that grows in the sendway and has a sickly sweet smell. It helps with sleep, and in larger doses will keep anyone from waking. He fed it to everyone in the home, and while they slept, we cut their throats. Only Vagar, who was away to prepare a ship for your departure to the east, escaped unscathed.
Munger glanced at the purple flowers growing in front of his porch. His stomach churned. He cleared his throat and continued reading.
Records were kept of each servant belonging to the royal household, but Chief bribed one of the record keepers to wipe our names from every ledger in the capital. We took you and fled to the south. We knew you would not seek your own life. You were too good for that. You would demand to be sent back. We debated much before we ever acted, but we settled on the simplest and most effective solution. We would erase your memory. It was for this reason that I believed Chief allied with me. My talents were a well-kept secret in the home, but as head housecarl, he knew of them. It took weeks of effort. I took your memories and made them my own, and left nothing in their place. I had to carefully weave my way through your mind. I had to leave everything about you, your virtues and your flaws, intact. To this day, I don't know how I managed it. Somehow, I was successful. But that couldn't be the end. We knew the Faelians would come looking for you. They always watch their royals. And what to do about your care? Our records had been removed from the capital, but there was a chance someone would recognize Chief or I. Chief could not raise you and I as his own, on the off chance a Faelian merchant would pass by and recognize him. A widow agreed to take you in, provided we gave her generous amounts of coin. It was this that gave rise to our plan. Slavery had always paid well in the South, and it made enough to meet the widow's demands. If I pretended to be you, to be a wayward Faelian that looked and talked and acted like Prince Andine, corrupted by his housecarl, the Faelians would come looking for us. They would kill Chief and I for bringing dishonor to the crown, and you would be safe to live the rest of your days. The widow would tell you of your past when we were gone. It took longer than we expected. Much longer. You grew into a man, and the shining example you've always been peeked through. The people loved you. To deflect from your growing fame, Chief and I had to grow more and more vicious in our attacks. The Faelian Empire had to focus on us, and not the young captain from the south. Still, they did not come. Chief and I came to believe they never would. We didn't know they were busy with a war. When Ophelia finally made her deal to become Duchess, we knew our time had come to an end. You know what happened next. I feel guilty for what we did to you. Chief and I robbed you of your life, and we robbed you of your identity. I think you should have a chance to reclaim what was once yours. I have kept your memories safe all these years. Should you wish them back, you have but to send word to the tavern at Timewinders. It has not yet been demolished by the Faelians, and as long as I breathe, the town will remain unperturbed. This offer is not relegated only to your memories. Should you have need of me in any capacity, I will come. My fealty and devotion to you remains undiminished, and I still see in you the valor of the kings and prophets of old. Whether you choose to be Monger or Andine, it doesn't matter to me. Yours, forever and always in service, Roskva, Sitter.
Tears flowed from Munger's eyes as he finished. He wiped them with the back of his sleeve. Sunju reached out to embrace him, and he wrapped his arms around her. They couldn't grow too close because of the children she carried, but it was enough. Sunju pulled away after a moment. Tears pooled in her eyes as well.
How do you feel?
I'm not sure.
Munga breathed, honest and confused. What was he meant to feel? All these years he'd had an inkling he was something greater, but he never would have suspected to be a descendant of an ancient Fielian king. And Sitter and Chief, they'd loved him. They'd stolen him away, but they'd done it for his own protection. That stood above all else as the most confuddling part of it all. How did one reconcile that? That in memories that were no longer his valiance garnered such respect. And when he was but a child, it defied reason. Sitter may have been enamored with him in youth, but Chief must have had other purposes and designs for saving him.
I'll have to take some time to think on it,
Munga said after a while. Sunju nodded. He gave her a kiss and returned to the fields to work with his sons. The heat bore down, but it troubled him not a whit compared to the news he'd received. His sons, sensing something ailed their father, did the only thing they knew they could to alleviate his burden, and that was to work harder. The four surrounded him when the work was done, and together they walked back. By that time, Munga had recovered, and he knew what his answer would be.
Rain fell while flames burned beneath me. I sat on the parapets of Fort Adavan and clutched a sword to my chest. Faelian blood, intermixed with the blood of my men, coated the stones inside. The battle had been worse than I'd expected.
Sitter!
I lazily flicked my eyes toward Benjamin. The front of his tunic was sprayed with scarlet, and flecks of it spotted his beard. A cut ran from his left shoulder down to his chest, but it was shallow. All it needed was a good cleaning.
We've rounded up the slaves.
I leaned my head against the wall and closed my eyes. The cool air mixed with the heat from below in a soothing vortex that acted as a blanket. Sleep called for me, but duty called louder. "Send them up," I croaked. Benjamin nodded. I rose, and with my illusion imperia, I wiped away my fatigue. In its place, I put confidence and posture, a leader capable of inspiration. When the prisoners arrived at the top of the fort in filthy rags and chains, I stood in stark contrast. Benjamin stood beside me. The slaves looked nervously between us as he passed me his sword. It was thicker and heavier than mine. They recoiled as I held it above my head and stepped forward. A cry ran out, followed by a clang of metal. Their terror gave way to wonder as they realized I hadn't struck one of them, but rather the chains that bound them together at the feet. "You wretches are now free." I projected my voice to have more energy than I possessed. If they saw weariness or exhaustion, they would falter. They would grow fearful for the future. But a commander who stood tall, who was untouched by exertion, would stick with them forever. With that freedom comes choice. A murmur of confusion ran out among the prisoners. I continued. "If you wish for a normal life, we have men in the South waiting for you. Jobs will be provided, as will housing and meals. I can't promise the work will be pleasant, but it will sustain you for a time. If you wish to go on your own way, we will provide a small bag of coin to get you started." Excitement rippled through the prisoners as understanding dawned on them. They must have heard rumors before now. Even slaves were privy to sensational news, and news of the Wanderlax had spread far. To poor sods like these, the tales surrounding us must have seemed like fables. "There is another path open," I said. "Those who wish for revenge or justice are free to join us in the fight for freedom. I won't lie to you, it's a miserable existence. We get 1 square meal of rations a day. When we're not fighting, we're traveling, because we are wanted by the Fielian crown. If we are ever caught, all that awaits us will be a hangman's noose, and the only thanks you will ever receive is the satisfaction of your own soul. For some, that is all that is necessary." The group devolved into whispers as they discussed. I stepped away and returned to the parapet. I kept my illusion up, until Benjamin ushered the slaves into the lower levels of the fort. Once I was sure they were gone, I collapsed, completely sapped. Benjamin returned.
Half of them will join.
Good. Our numbers would be somewhat replenished. Not enough to make up for what we'd lost in this battle, but a good sum. Have Terrence outfit them.
We lost Terrence.
Oh, I hadn't done a head count yet. What about Scavenger?
He's alive.
Have him do it then. If need be, take from the dead. Benjamin laughed. I pulled myself back onto the parapet to stare at the fire. We'd set the forest below ablaze to cover our assault. The smoke had obscured our movements and caused a panic in the fort. A bit of illusion magic had allowed a small team to sneak in and open the gate. From then, it had been 3 hours of uninterrupted fighting, all to free some 60 souls. There will be thousands. I reminded myself of the last words Sundu had spoken to me. Her eyes still stuck out after all these years, and my year as a slave remained a hinge point in my history. After the battle with Vagar, I'd been spared by the beast a second time. I didn't know why. I wasn't royalty. I could only hazard a guess. Afterward, I traveled with Vagar's troops to the Fayelian capital in disguise to ensure everything went accordingly. Some had still been left after the explosion and had followed him to the base of the mountains. I'd snuck by to steal a uniform from one of their dead and used a bit of Imperia to disguise myself. No one suspected a thing, and they'd reported to the king that Andine had been killed in an explosion and Vagar had been killed by the beast in the mountains. When pressed for a reason why Vagar had gone into the mountains, none could offer an explanation. It appeared none of them had seen him interact with or follow me. And just like that, my purpose had been complete. Andine was safe from the Fayelians forever. Guilt weighed heavy on me. I'd done terrible things to save him. Sundu had forgiven me, but a moment of peace could not wash away years of wickedness that stained my soul. I was unsure it could ever be washed clean. I tried anyway. I'd fought tooth and nail to free slaves from various merchants and taskmasters, and I'd rebuilt the Wanderlacs with them. Now we fought to free more. Our efforts had shifted north, to Fayel, and we currently fought in the Golden Glades. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. Though I longed for rest, I could not find peace. Not until the last of my strength was expended.
Sitter!
Benjamin appeared.
You've a letter.
My eyes snapped open. I looked in disbelief at Benjamin. What?
Snakefoot brought it.
Benjamin held up a plain envelope. My weariness evaporated, and I crossed the distance to grab it. The man is as foolish as he is efficient. How did he find us? I tore open the envelope and pulled out a small parchment inside.
It wasn't hard. He said he followed the trail of carnage. He knew how important this was to you.
I wasn't listening. My eyes scanned the words. Once, twice, then a third time. Tears came to my eyes, and Benjamin retreated into the fort to give me some peace. I clutched the paper to my chest, then pulled it away to read one more time. Though I was a memorist and could never forget, there was something special about reading the words written in his hand. I returned to the edge of the parapet. Rain trickled down, and the fire continued to blaze. I held out the letter, and the wind snatched it from my hand. The paper soared toward the flames, where it would be consumed by fire or washed away by the cleansing of heaven. It mattered not which. The contents would be irretrievable regardless. My fatigue fled, and my soul soared. I stared out over the horizon until the flames in the valley died down and a ray of sunshine peered through the clouds. The last little bit of doubt I'd harbored vanished in the light of the new day, and a renewed sense of purpose swelled in my breast. I would stay the course. I would save one at a time. By doing so, I would save thousands, as Sundu had said, until at last I would not only be forgiven, but had been redeemed. It was a fool's folly to seek atonement, but I was foolish enough to be happy with my purpose, and maybe fool enough to believe one day the filth would slough away and I could enter death with my head held high.
Chapter 3. I took on Chief's role. I didn't like it. My place was offering suggestions from the rear, not the vanguard. But we all had our roles to play. Our westward march halted immediately, and I turned us to Maera's mountains. They were Fjell territory, but that wasn't an issue. The vast majority of the peaks were uninhabited, with only a single trade route marking the passage between northern continent and southern. That pass was back east, just north of Timewinders. The Fjellians didn't enter the mountains because of an old legend that an ancient evil roamed the peaks, looking for travellers to devour. It protected an ancient holy site and forbade travellers from entering. Only those with Fjellian royal blood could travel uninhibited. I thought it was a rumour to discourage migration. The Fjellians were particular with their populace, and they rarely accepted foreigners as citizens. They needn't have worried. The mountains were white fire to climb, even without a children's tale to scare us. There was no merit to the tale, and their loss was our gain. No one would look for us there. We hunted wolves and bears to clothe ourselves in furs. The undulates were cold at the best of times, but the mountains seemed to be made of ice themselves. I didn't want to run from the flames of Ophelia's bandit hunters to die in a freezer of wind and stone. Even with all of us covered from head to toe, the gale tore through our clothes like a shepherd shears through wool as we made our way up the rocky terrain.
How far into these things are we going to go?
Tokka's teeth chattered.
As far as we need to get away. We're far enough, don't you think?
Not quite. They weren't happy with me, and the threat of mutiny loomed over my head. I didn't command the same respect as Chief. The men liked me well enough, but that could only take me so far. Just when they were about to snap, we came across an odd sight. A valley in the mountains populated with trees and grass, bees and honey, an old castle and a lake.
This is where we're staying,
Lookout announced. He'd been the most vocal of the dissenting voices, and he'd gained quite the following. I told the men it wasn't smart to settle in a fertile valley. Looker backed me, as did Brimshaw, Rickabin, and a handful of others. It wasn't enough, and we were outvoted. I convinced them to set up in the decrepit castle in the valley as a semi-defensible position. The inside was as comfy as the outside looked. The floor poked into our backs, while the scent of mould filled our noses. A cave-in the second day convinced us to erect support beams. Once we were sure there wouldn't be further incidents, I allowed myself to relax a little. The waiting game began. The men played cards. When they bored of that, they wrestled. I searched for ways to set up a watch in case Chief came back, or worse, Ophelia's guards. Unfortunately, the blizzard outside our valley was unceasing and made detecting an approach impossible. On the rare occasion the sleet stopped, grey clouds descended and covered the valley in dense fog. I gave up on any hope of a forewarning. While they played games and idled away their time, I explored. From the northernmost point to the southernmost point of the valley, it was about 200 yards, and from east to west, it was 600. The castle stood near the northwestern edge, and a cave sat behind it. A large pile of rocks stood from bottom to top within, evidence of a cave-in. Nothing else of note existed inside. I searched the basement of the castle. I found rooms with moth-eaten scrolls. Some fragments remained, written in a language I didn't understand. It looked like ancient Fjellian, but the syntax made no sense and came out to gibberish. I transcribed it anyways. There was sure to be some intrepid explorer who would pay good money for a guide to this place. Months went by. I found hemavine, a plant commonly used to treat women's plague or to help with injuries we might have sustained. Our supply was always low. Fights had broken out, and our stock had been used to fix broken noses. Some disappeared from our stock nearly every month as well. Rumours had spread among the men that there was a woman amongst our ranks in disguise. None of them found any evidence, aside from the vanishing hemavine. The men itched to leave. I reminded them we'd chosen to stay here. Some argued Chief was dead already. Looker was quick to point out we could all still feel him through our forgings. A few others pointed out that meant he hadn't found a forger yet, and it would be best to move. Another vote was cast to leave, and this time, reason won out. If Ophelia's men hadn't found us by now, they weren't going to. The constant blizzard was like a giant wall of protection. We'd been lucky to stumble upon the valley, and we would have frozen to death if we hadn't sought shelter here. I hated to admit it, but Lookout had been right the first time. Almost, I believed in Providence. I dispelled the thought. Of all the men and women created by the Four, we were the most undeserving. We would not be taken to paradise beyond the veil of death, as most of their creations would. All that awaited us was a shallow grave and a black curtain, permanently draped over our senses for eternity. Yet, that was the fate we'd all chosen. If a dark and empty void was all we had to look forward to, we would enjoy our lives here to the fullest. Another month passed. Tasteless and Tocker grew sick. Then Hops. I fell ill as well. Brimshaw and Rickabin investigated for poison, but came up empty. Accusations abounded until Lookout discovered someone had bathed in the lake nearby. Our supply of beer and mead had dried up, and it was the only source of water available. Shinsplint confessed. I was too weak from fever to stop the men from giving him a beating, and he joined the rest of us in the makeshift infirmary. I yearned for Arkmace. He'd been the only one with healing Imperia. He must have been tortured mad by Ophelia's handlers. Healers were very hard to kill, and even though Arkmace's taste in women was suspect, he was loyal. It would have taken weeks of tickling knives and hot irons to get Chief's location past his lips. We recovered from the sickness and set a guard on the spring. Shinsplint wasn't allowed to help. Finally, we felt it. Chief, forged to each of our souls and each of us to his, had his chains broken. Most people don't understand the nature of forging, mostly because they will never encounter an Imperial forger. When two souls are forged, they are forever linked by an immaterial connection that stretches across time and space like unbreakable twine. The further two linked people, or in some cases objects, become, the thinner the line. The closer, the thicker. But it never breaks unless purposefully snapped by a forger. Another facet that must be understood about forging is that this connection between two persons can be strengthened. The more time you spend with someone, regardless of hate or love, increases the thickness of the binding chain. That means if you have a strong connection and are forged to another, you can enjoy the benefits of being in close proximity over long distances. All this to say, most of us had spent years around Chief. His presence was as familiar to us as a mother's is to a child. His forging broke like a twig snapping in a quiet clearing. Not loud, not overpowering, but distinct and frightening. We celebrated that night. Chief having his forgings to us severed meant he had locked into our location and would be returning soon. Our life living in the small mountain valley would come to an end, and we would resume our lives on the undulates. How wrong we were. Moke paid the closest attention to his bond with Chief, and carefully marked where our leader travelled during our stay in the valley. At the moment of severing, Chief had been in Ragnapol, at least according to Moke's best guess. We pulled out our old maps. The City of Wanderers was at least a 300-mile journey far to the south. Questions abounded. Why would Chief travel so far away? Why hadn't he stopped in Flood Mesa? Each proposed answer was as unlikely or disheartening as the prior. Our joy at impending liberation quickly turned sour. We didn't have enough supplies to last the month-and-a-half journey it would take Chief to come back. Insults were hurled. The men threatened to mutiny. I calmed them with honeyed words and false promises. In our packs were some seeds we could plant. It wouldn't be much, but it would be something. If I'd wanted to farm, I'd have been a farmer. Lookout sneered. If you want to starve, don't plant the seeds. I countered. He'd been the biggest dissident. My patience for him was stressed to snapping, even during our peaceful lulls. With the threat of hunger and starvation around the nearest corner, I no longer had the ability to indulge his quirks. Ears, Brimshaw, and Rickabin formed a hunting party. The rest of us scoured the abandoned castle and found a hidden room with more seeds to plant, a barrel of salt, and a few jams and jellies that were preserved enough to eat. I made a schedule for rations and guarded them myself. I didn't trust anyone else. Tasteless was tasked with watching our new garden, while everyone took turns to cultivate and water the plants. The hunting party returned with 3 rams, 2 adults and a kid. They were stripped and hung for jerky, which were added to the food supply. For a while, we were honest men doing honest labor. I overheard Tocker speaking with Looker about how this would be the perfect place to start a new village away from everything. I silently agreed. There was a peace here we'd never felt before. Looker was quick to point out you need women to start a village. Who would be stupid enough to marry one of us? Tocker dropped the point. Remarkably, the seeds we took from the castle germinated faster than the ones we'd brought. Within a week, we had large vegetables, orange in color, sprouting from the ground. One was enough to feed a man for an entire week, and we'd grown over 2 dozen. The taste left something to be desired, but we were happy to exchange delectability for full stomachs. Ears, Brimshaw, and Rickabin went on a second hunt. Tasteless was convinced some fresh meat would pair perfectly well with the orange vegetable, and we were all willing to try a new recipe. We planted more of the strange plant, and it grew just as quickly as before. The hunting party didn't return. Lookout went looking, but all he returned with were a pair of bloodied shoes that belonged to Rickabin.
Something's out there.
Looker made a panic in front of everyone. It's probably a bear, I said, but even I was unnerved. There should have been something more to bring back. Some bones, other scraps of material, but just shoes.
If we find it, we can kill it and cook it.
Tasteless dragged a finger across the bloodied shoes and touched his tongue. We all recoiled. Tasteless made a face.
Bleh! Maybe not. It tastes like sulfur.
Maybe the meat tastes different,
Shinsplint suggested.
I'm telling you, it's not a bear.
Lookout huffed.
These mountains are weird. I can feel it with my Imperia.
What's weird about them? I asked. I would have normally ignored Lookout. He told all tales for attention, but I would have been lying if I said I hadn't felt something strange too. The legend the Fielians told came to mind. I dismissed the thought. The valley was tranquil, harmonious, peaceful. I reasoned that nothing evil could touch this place. But in the night, or when I was on my lonesome, it felt like the peace of the dead rather than the living. Lookout hemmed and hawed and tried to deflect from the question. I pressed. He still refused.
None of you will believe me. Spit it out, Nancy boy.
I grew exasperated. Stop giving us the runaround.
We already think you're nuts,
Looker said.
You have to be part of this team.
Tasteless commented. Lookout drew himself up, offended, before he finally broke. There's voices. Voices? We asked unanimously. He stomped the ground. It's like the rock has voices in it. They're always whispering and talking to each other. If Ears was here, he'd tell you. Ears had been the other elementalist. It sounded like an old wives' tale. We asked for more details, but he couldn't give any. All he said was that the mountains were alive. He couldn't tell if they were happy or sad, angry or vengeful, just that they spoke in a language he couldn't understand. Most of the crew fell asleep that night laughing. I would have too, except I was reminded of a story passed down from ancient times that chased away sleep. I laid wide awake long into the night, before curiosity finally overpowered me. I left my sleeping sack and the rations behind. The star stream hung over me, halfway covering the night sky, visible on the rare cloudless night here in the mountains. It illuminated the entire valley as I left the castle and trudged into the cave. I could have picked anywhere to go, really, but inside the mountain seemed best. I couldn't say why. Maybe I subconsciously heard the rocks calling to me. A rock slide within barred any deeper progress. I was sure the cave went further, but I didn't need to see anything more. It was just a cave. Just a rock carved out by animals or wind or water, or all three combined. I'd lived in enough to know there was nothing exciting inside, and if there was, it wasn't something to mess with. I knelt on the ground and placed my palm on the stone. Gold light trailed from my fingertips and sunk deep into the rock, and I was transported away. Memorists like myself were not limited to reading the memories of people. We could read the memories of animals and objects as well. Each spoke a different language. Learning to see as paper saw, or trees, or goats, or cows could take years of practice. Most memorists that dealt in the study of the inanimate spent a lifetime learning how to discern the way different objects spoke and thought. I'd been lucky enough to have the technique to speak and hear from stone passed down to me. It was the oldest and most unmoving of all things. Reading memories of objects can also be difficult. There is no direction. Sometimes the images flood in all at once. At other times, you have to pick through dross to find what you're looking for. In this case, it was the former. Everything the mountain had ever experienced or known came to me in a single overwhelming instant. And by the four, the abyss and the star stream above, did this mountain have stories to tell. Another facet of reading minds to consider is that of the robustness of one's soul. A soul that is frayed and thin is an indicator of degradation or abuse. A soul that is full and without holes is an indicator of joy and a long-lived life. I was swept away in the information that assailed me. The mountain wasn't just long-lived, it was the oldest creation on the face of Biermund. It had been here for millions, nay, billions of years. It had been the first to pierce the veil separating ocean and sky, and it had watched as the waters receded from the land below it. A guiding, creative hand had directed its growth. A light brighter than I could describe filled my mind. The details are indistinct. I was aware of 4 separate people. They carved out the very cave I stood in and left something behind. Why or what they left, I couldn't say. As I read the memory of the mountain, I was aware of them watching me in the present from the past. I cannot say for certain, but I am sure it was the 4, the gods of creation, and they plucked from my mind that which they did not want me to remember. I could not turn away, though I dearly wished to. Merely seeing a memory of them was enough to make me cower and realize how filthy I was. If they were wool, I was thick, greasy oil. It was like standing naked before an entire city, magnified infinitely for everyone to see. The shame was unbearable. The moment passed. The 4 figures departed. I almost lost control of my Imperia, but at the last moment I clung to the memories of the mountain. Ages passed. Few visited this valley, fewer knew of its existence. There were no animals to speak of that dare make their home here. The gap between past and present narrowed. The mountain remembered much, but stone could not measure time. It only knew that ages had passed. I was privileged to see the 10 champions of legend visit the cave. 4 more visited later, among them the first king of Fjell, and they were the last before my band. I saw myself enter the valley with my fellows, dark, grimy. This was a sacred place, and we'd desecrated it with our presence. The mountain itself rumbled with anger, yet it could not harm us. Not while we remained. So it had summoned, through means I didn't understand, something else to remove the invaders. It approached the valley, ancient, hateful. I couldn't see its full form, but I could tell it was something we could not fight. Nothing more could be read from the mountain. I let go of my Imperia, and the vision ended. I collapsed in a daze. I tried to move. My body wouldn't obey. I closed my eyes. When I woke, my skin was as ice, and my mind addled. It took me ages to simply roll over, and I slept again. I dreamed. I saw all the women I'd kidnapped over the years. I saw all the men and children I'd killed. There were hundreds surrounding me in a circle with their fingers pointed at me. I had nowhere to run. I screamed they would have done the same if they stood in my place, but my own soul snatched the sound from my voice. All was silent, but their eyes accused louder than the quiet, without a hint of vindication. I woke the second time. I can't say I was surprised. The dream had seemed to last an eternity, and I'd been halfway convinced I'd died and been sent to purgatory. Not a place of fire or wailing or torture, just silence, and my sins for company. I laid there for a long time. I could have risen if I wanted, but my dream, rather nightmare, weighed heavy. I battled within myself. I tried to rationalize it away. In the end, I couldn't deny what I had seen. Almost surely it was a personal prophecy. Only God-spoken soul-seers were blessed with the gift of foresight, the ability to glimpse fragments of the future, and even then it was a rare gift. Something about this place, something about this cavern, had temporarily given that ability to me. If I changed nothing, that terror was what awaited me. Chapter 4. The beast I'd seen in the mountain's memories waited outside. I couldn't see it, but I could sense it. I was aware, somehow, of its eyes following me as I stepped outside. I went to the castle my troupe had been staying in. There was nothing left of the others. Shinsplint, Looker, Lookout, Hops, Tasteless, all dead. Blood coated the walls like thrown paint, while loose pieces of skin and fragments of bone lay strewn across the ground. The acrid smell of rotting intestines and their contents filled the air like a fog. I ignored the carnage as I grabbed my pack, what few supplies I could carry, and left. The beast followed me. I could only tell because the wind shifted when it moved. It had no discernible weight. Its footsteps did not shake the ground, yet it was at least 40 or 50 feet tall. I wondered if it were the wind itself, or perhaps some manifestation of the mountain. It didn't matter. If it wanted, it could kill me without any resistance. I don't know why it let me walk out. It followed me to the edge of the valley, and then into the bitter cold. I didn't stop, and I didn't look back. Night fell, and the light turned to pitch. I kept walking in spite of the steep slope of the mountain. Better that I stumble and careen to my death than be killed by the presence behind me. I walked for 3 days. I don't know at what point that thing left, and I don't know how I didn't collapse. When I finally stopped to sit, I was far enough down the mountain there wasn't snow anymore, but it was still cold. The blanket I'd grabbed from the castle did nothing to alleviate the chill. I drank just enough from my canteen and ate just enough supplies from my pack to keep me going. I slept and continued on. It took me 3 weeks to reach the bottom of the range and enter the Casparian undulates. My mind recovered somewhat, and as it did, my pace slowed, and doubts crept in. Had any of it been real? Or had it been a dream? My companions were gone and dead. That was all the evidence I could use to justify that I wasn't insane. I had seen something in those mountains, something I wasn't supposed to. In spite of my blackened past, I'd been spared by the Four. For what purpose, I couldn't fathom. Maybe it had been a fluke. Maybe they'd winked at a fool. Days passed. I remained at the foothills of the mountains. When I looked in their direction, I could sense that thing. It eagerly waited to see if I would try and return. If I did, I knew its hand wouldn't be stayed again. I stayed on the edge of the mountains all the same. If Chief was on his way, I would meet him. We'd figure out what to do after that. I didn't need to worry about food. There was good hunting in the undulates, rabbit, squirrel. It wasn't much, but it was fresh. A month passed, then 2. Reality set in. Chief wouldn't be coming. I'd wondered when we'd parted ways if he would return. We lived as we did out of solemn duty, yet duty could only carry one so far. When we'd formed the Wanderlax and attracted all manner of dredge, we'd worried if we were doing the right thing. Our convictions, embedded in foundation like stone, had cracked and crumbled over the years. We'd worried less about right and wrong and more about surviving, something we'd never intended to do. He'd hated his life, same as I hated mine. Chief's loyalties shifted from our initial goal to his men as our promises faded. The presence of others kept him anchored like a weighted chain around his ankle. We'd all been forged together as a promise to never abandon one another, and without the forgings, he didn't have to come back. I imagined he would be halfway into Fiel by now. The thought tore me in half. I was sad, for I was alone for the first time in nearly 11 years. I was happy because he'd been able to escape. Which emotion took me depended on the day. I stayed in my camp a week longer, contemplating what to do. In the end, I decided to return east and build the Wanderlax anew. Chief may have abandoned our purpose, but I could not. I would never abandon it, even if my memories of it were hazy by design. I didn't make it far. I was halfway out of the undulates when I was set upon by a band of horsemen. Escape wasn't an option. I knelt upon the ground and waited for them to cleave me in two, but death didn't come. Instead, the band surrounded me.
"Blessings of the Four,"
the lead horseman said. I recognized his voice and my chest tightened. I kept my face neutral. Of course, it had to be him.
"Sitter of the Wanderlax, we were wondering when you would turn up. Where's the rest of your friends?"
Dead.
"Oh, really?"
The horseman dismounted.
"I think you're lying. Do you know what we do to liars in Ophelia's duchy?"
I don't. I've been away for a while. The lead horseman grimaced.
"We fill them with nails. Now," he pulled his sword halfway out of its sheath, "do you want to tell me the truth?"
"They're dead," I said again. This time I explained what had happened. I expected them to interrupt, but they listened with rapture. Not a single word spoken until I'd finished. Some of the men looked spooked.
Captain Munger, I think he's telling the truth. You really believe a tall tale like that? A hidden valley? A creature that couldn't be seen? He's covering for his friends. Despite Munger's words, he looked as shaken as the others. Yet, as captain, he had to maintain his composure. His voice was even when he spoke. He'd always been like that, brave, courageous, a natural leader. His fame in the duchy had spread far and wide. Much of the populace spoke of the orphan boy that had risen to the rank of captain. He was like a living legend, a man ripped straight from the storybook of heroes. When I'd known him, he'd been far less and far more at the same time. But couldn't you feel the chill while he was speaking? Another of the horsemen said. A few others murmured in agreement. For the first time since being caught, I had an inkling I might survive. Come on, men. Munger shook his head. The Wonderlacs are hiding in those mountains right now, biding their time, waiting for their chief to come back. He invented the story about the beast to spook us. It doesn't sound like it, one of the horsemen said. Nix, one day you'll be able to tell when someone is lying, Munger said. He looked at me. If that valley exists, you are going to lead us to it. I shook my head. I will lead you to the foot of the mountain. I won't go farther. Munger raised his blade to my neck. Not even on fear of death. Execute me now. It will be more pleasant here than at the hands of that creature. Another murmur went out among the horsemen. I suppose a bluff like that wouldn't have worked under normal circumstances, but I meant every word. They could tell. Munger could, too. If he'd been smart, he would have killed me right then and there to spare himself any trouble. That was the problem with good men. They didn't think in terms of troublesome or not. They thought in terms of right or wrong, and Munger could not help that he had always chosen to be a good man. He leaned in. You swear you're telling the truth? I do. What do you swear on? I didn't believe in any religious figure enough to swear on them, and what I did believe in, I could not say in front of him. That wouldn't be the answer Munger wanted to hear. I swear on the heir of my house. What? Are you descended from some kind of noble line? Munger scoffed and remounted his horse. It's good enough, I suppose. Load him up. We're taking him with us. The horseman produced some rope, and I was bound. They set me atop one of the larger horses, behind one of their smaller riders. Don't fall off and hit your head. At least let me wrap my arms around you, I protested. The ground looked far away, and my vision spun. I'd never done well with heights, and I didn't like horses either. They found a way to throw me off every time I tried to ride one. The horseman chuckled. Maybe after you treat me to a warm dinner. The horsemen maneuvered themselves into formation. Munger called for the squad to be at the ready and raised his arm. I squeezed the horse with my thighs as tightly as I could and hoped, through some miracle, I didn't fall and snap my neck. Munger sliced his hand down. The horses all reared back, but instead of breaking into a gallop, they trotted forward as one. I blinked, confused, and looked at the man riding beside me. He laughed at my stricken expression. Thought we were going to go bounding off into the sunset, did you? The rest of the group laughed. It's impossible to run horses through the undulates. There's too much uneven terrain and holes. The horses will snap their legs. But you ran at me. The ground was level enough, and we wanted to scare you. It worked. Consider me scared. More scared than you were of the beast in the mountains? Munger called from the front. Not even a little. I came to learn the horseman found me entirely by chance.
Word of the Wanderlak's flight had reached nearly every city on the continent. Ophelia had sent letters and messages to every lord and province, promising a handsome reward for information on our whereabouts. When none was forthcoming, we devolved into something of a myth. Some people said we had the ability to disappear into thin air, others said we had never been more than phantoms. Hearing the tall tales brightened my spirits a little. Ophelia had grown desperate. The Fielians granting her the duchy was conditional on her ridding the area of bandits and the capture of the Wanderlaks. Failure meant execution at the hands of Vagar, and he was known for brutality to rival the bandits themselves. All the other roving bands had been killed or imprisoned, save ours, and we were perhaps the most infamous and most desired. She'd sent over 100 men to find us. I had to admit, the effort expended to capture or kill us, combined with the stories of our grand and mysterious escape, made me feel more valuable than I ever had before. Over 100 men sent to find us, and it just so happened to be Munger that found me. I didn't know if fate was cruel or had a sense of humor to thrust us together again. He would not remember, and I only had the vaguest recollection. His lack of memory and my absence of details was purposeful. As we travelled, I couldn't help but wonder what happened to Chief. With every grandmother and dog on the continent looking for us, he must have been spotted at least once. It explained why he had taken so long to find a forger. I asked for news of him, and though my captors were amicable in our conversations, it was clear they had no inclination to share anything other than pertinent information. I could only pray the beast in the mountains left Chief alone if he made his way to the valley. Thinking back on it, I should have left him a note. But I had been in a trance after my vision in the mountain cave. All I could think of at the time was escaping. When we camped for the evening each night, I looked at the dark shadows of the mountains against the sky, and it was like I could feel the beast staring at me. Travel continued slowly. The horsemen kept me well fed and allowed me to sit at the campfire in the evenings. I asked why they treated me so kindly. "You're the most famous of the Wanderlaks," Munger answered. "Everyone knows about Sitter." "They do?" I was genuinely surprised. The other horseman nodded. "Anyone that survived Wanderlak cruelty has survived because of you. The slaves you sold told us how you made life more bearable." I hummed. Relieving our prisoners of unhelpful memories had been more a matter of practicality than kindness. Unhappy slaves were more likely to attempt an escape. Happy slaves didn't like their situation, but could find it palatable for a time. "Why did you turn to banditry?" one of the horsemen asked. "It's a boring story, long and sad too." "It can't be more boring than sitting around doing nothing," Munger said. "Hellet might be interested in other things, though. He goes to sleep every night with his hands in his pants." Hellet flushed. "It was one time." Laughter shook the camp. I joined in out of principle. When it died down, the attention returned to me. "Are you going to tell us or no?" "I'd rather not." "Why?" "It's a story I'd rather forget, and one I'd already forgotten." They understood. We all had memories too painful to speak out loud. Most people were fortunate enough to forget over time. The pain faded, and so did the details, until all that remained was a vague feeling and a haze. Memorists were different. We couldn't forget. Every minute, every second of my life could be recalled with a simple draw of Imperia. Yet there were ways to prevent any idle thoughts from entering our minds. Memories could not be erased, but they could be locked away. And I had buried my past so deep into my soul, it would take a concerted effort to unlock it. I was aware of the gaps, of course, but if I did not think on them with concentrated effort, I could not remember. Munger's presence threatened to open that lock. "They say you remember how many people you've killed.
Is it true?
Munger asked. It is. I ladled more soup into my bowl and lamented Tasteless's cooking. It was far better than the slop before me. Are you interested in how many I've personally killed, or the Wanderlaks in general?
Both,
the group responded. I've personally killed 56. I slipped up a spoonful. The Wanderlaks count is 879, but the toll is higher than that. Each man among them had a body count before they joined. The horsemen grew quiet. I don't know what they had been expecting to hear. Something lower? Something higher? Maybe they thought the number a bluff. One excused himself to the bathroom. Another cleared his throat. You're not bothered by it. They all blur together after the first dozen. For me, it was a lie, but I was unique as a memorist. I could not forget anything. The others had confirmed the deaths became less and less impactful as time went on. The more you killed, the easier it became. In your line of work, you've probably killed as many as I.
We kill criminals, Munger said. Men that are guilty before the fore. It's not the same.
I shrugged. All men are guilty before the gods. Doesn't the holy word say the wicked are punished by the wicked?
And are the people you've killed wicked?
A horseman asked with a hard tone. I didn't know his name, but it was easy to keep track of him. He disliked me more than the rest. I thought of all the children that I'd killed. There were only 6 that I'd personally seen to, but many more among the Wanderlaks. Each of their faces passed before my eyes, ranging from infants to young men and women. Bile rose in my throat, but I shoved it down. We'd killed them as a matter of practicality. It was harder to take care of children than adults. That's all there was to it. I wiped some soup from the corner of my mouth. Some. Munger snorted.
And you're fine being wicked?
We all have our roles allotted. I've played mine the best I can.
All men have a choice. Munger rose from his seat. You could have been something better.
Yes, I could have. But I'd been young and naive when I'd embarked on this journey, and nothing could stop it now. Its course would have to be run. Seeing Munger reminded me it had all been worth it. I finished the rest of my meal and indicated for the men to tie me up. The atmosphere changed. I sensed what goodwill I'd earned over the past few weeks of travel had evaporated. The way they made sure the ropes dug into my wrist was another indication. The next few meals I ate by myself, under guard, and away from the others. The weeks dragged on. The horsemen softened, and I returned to my place around the campfire. Each of them was careful not to ask about my past or about the Wanderlaks. Our conversations were sanitized as a result. They lost their way thrice on the way to Time Winders, and I helped them find the correct path each time.
Why do you do that?
Munger asked after the second time. Do what?
Help us get our bearings, Munger said. There's nothing but a noose waiting for you at the end of this.
My neck is lonely. Munger shook his head and said nothing more on the matter. I didn't bother explaining. Men like him that lived within the walls of order couldn't understand. Death became a constant companion when one was an outlaw. She, on her pale white horse and with a giant scythe eager to reap, hovered in the periphery of your vision. If you were quick or foolhardy enough to glance, sometimes you caught a glimpse as she eagerly waited to harvest what was hers. I'd accepted an ignominious death a long time ago. Whether my life ended with a snap of a rope, a fall of a sword, with arrows in my back, or at the bottom of a ditch, it made no difference. The end result was always going to be the same. Munger thought I rode to an abrupt and early execution. I saw it as the natural and inevitable end to the life I'd chosen. He spoke once more on the journey. When his other men were asleep, he knelt beside me. Sleep covered me like a heavy blanket that he ripped away with words. "Sitter!" I ignored his first plea. It came again. I roused myself and sat with a yawn and rubbed my eyes. "What do you need, Captain?" Munga eyed me curiously. He didn't speak for several seconds. My annoyance grew. The night wore on, and with it, time I could have used to sleep. As I shifted to lay down once more, he spoke. "Your face changes in the night. Sometimes it's a man with red hair. Other times it's a woman with silver. The men are afraid you carry a demon from the mountains." A surge of fear ran through me. I stifled it and maintained control. "I can promise I'm not carrying a demon." "Then why does your face change?" Munga asked. "Your hair goes from brown to red to white. Why?" "It is business of my own." How desperately I wanted to tell him the truth. It would have ruined everything, but the temptation gnawed at me like a hungry man gnawed at bones. My memories threatened to spill out. I shoved them back down with my Imperia. "Will it cause trouble for me and my men?" No. He let me return to sleep. I resolved to be more careful in the night. I hadn't needed to worry about the Wanderlaks. We'd all been strange there, and our quirks had grown familiar. Now I was among strangers, and that meant distrust and paranoia. We came to the end of the Casparian undulates, but we maintained our slow pace. Munga would have been within his right to press us into a run, but he didn't. I wondered if it was his way of giving me more time. I didn't bother to ask, and he didn't bother to tell me. Time winders peeked over the horizon. It had been 8 months since I'd last seen it, but it already looked foreign. The city wall had been stripped down and new construction projects, homes, stores, and more had sprung up in its place. The old mansion at the top of the hill had also been demolished and replaced with a frame. The other older buildings remained. "Ophelia's put her money to use," I said. "The Fielians gave her the ransom of a small kingdom," one of the horsemen said, "and she's spending it as though she were a large one." I couldn't imagine Ophelia doing anything else. "Welcome to your final resting place." Munga gestured to the gallows as we passed. They were set near where the former entrance to the town had been. 4 bodies swung in the breeze with varying levels of decay. One squirmed, still alive. That happened sometimes. The fall didn't snap the spine, and you were left until your chest was so compressed that breathing was the same as squeezing thick, muddy clay through a tube. I glanced at the mountains, and a chill ran across my shoulders. There were worse places and ways to die. Chapter 5. Munga took me to Ophelia's old base of operations, the Web. It had been completely redone, and not a speck of the old establishment remained. Inside, it could have been mistaken for fine dining. We ascended to the 2nd floor, and Munga led me to an office on the side, where Ophelia waited. Her eyes lit up at the sight of me.
"You actually found one."
She clasped her clawed hands together in delight.
"One of the more important ones, too."
Munga stiffened beside me.
"As you commanded, my lady."
Ophelia rounded her desk and dragged a finger across my cheek.
"I was so disappointed when your little group disappeared. It took me ages to find Chief using Archimeus, and by the time we did, he'd already severed his forging to the rest of you."
My stomach sunk. She'd gotten to Chief after all. Her claw trailed down my neck and came to a rest in the center of my chest.
Where are the rest of you?
Dead. She barked to laugh.
For a bub sitter. You didn't travel all this way to tell me that lie.
It's no lie. I told her the story exactly as I'd told it to Munger. Her subordinates had more decorum. Horsemen living in the wilderness on scraps and stringy meat interrupted less and paid more attention. She lounged, she yawned, she scoffed, everything an upstart, young, impertinent ruler would do. Not much got under my skin. Flippancy like hers did. It was clear I'd been speaking to deaf ears by the time I'd finished.
That's an amazing story.
Ophelia flexed her fingers to examine her claws. She'd moved behind her desk the moment I'd started talking.
Now, where are your friends actually?
It is as I said. Ophelia's smile dropped. She leaned in her chair and sneered.
You're not talking to the lowly slave dealer anymore, sitter. You're talking to the Duchess of the land, the new ruler.
Yep. It would have been wiser to say nothing at all, but she'd irked me. Dangling like a holiday ornament seemed an inevitability at this point. She idly traced a circle on the desk with her finger.
This is the problem with bandits. None of you have any respect.
I suspect there are other problems with bandits beside that. She stood.
There are no witnesses to your claim. I am the authority of the land. As such, I declare you in confederation with the still very much alive Wonderlags, and sentence you to death.
She slammed her hand down on the desk. I assume it was supposed to be dramatic, but the slap came off weak. Munger stepped forward. I readied myself for him to drag me out of the room. At least I knew what awaited me. I'd been given a few extra months, and I'd been spared from that creature in the mountains. I could be nothing but grateful. I'd still failed. I could only hope for the best now.
Your ladyship,
Munger said.
if I may.
Ophelia's lip twitched.
What is it, Captain?
I would remind you the Fielians do not want bodies. They want the Wonderlax alive. My men and I are the ones who captured Sitter. It falls to us to find the rest of the Wonderlax. If Sitter is telling the truth, there will be nothing left of them to find. Why not stay your hand in judgment until we can confirm the veracity of his story?
I looked at Munger sharply. He must not go to the valley. But I could say nothing. That would cause suspicion. Ophelia's lips drew back across her teeth in a sneer.
A corpse will do for the Fielians. Besides, he's a murderer. Aren't you eager to see justice done to one of his kind?
I am, but let me be clear. You are every bit as filthy as he. He procured wares, and you bought them.
Munger said.
If justice existed, it would claim you both.
Get to the point, Munger.
A normal duchess would have killed a captain for speaking out against her like that. It was clear Munger did not answer to Ophelia. He answered to the Fielians. They'd put him in his place to rein her in and correct her when needed. That surprised me. Did they somehow suspect his true nature?
A single execution will not stay the hand of the Fielians. They will expect results, and they will want proof. If we can confirm that the other Wonderlax are dead, you will no longer need to expend resources searching for them.
Munger jerked a thumb at me.
The Fielians won't return for another year. Why not keep him alive until then? If the other Wonderlax live, we can find them within that time. If they're dead, you can hang him for the Fielians to see.
Ophelia's lip curled back.
What am I going to do with him until they arrive?
Munger looked at me.
Make him a slave.
Poetic. It was no less than I deserved.
What's in it for you?
Ophelia folded her arms.
Why ask for his life to be spared?
I care about the people. I can't risk you mucking up negotiations with our new rulers. This is the best way to sate the Fielians.
I'd spent so much time surrounded by evil and filth, I'd forgotten what valor really looked like. I would have given him a nod of respect, but the admiration of a slaver was not something sought for. He would be better off without it. Ophelia's eyes lit like a fire. It was clear she didn't like the way Munger spoke to her, but there was little she could do to correct his attitude.
Fine, I'll keep him. Take him downstairs. You will go search those mountains for that valley immediately.
As you wish.
Munger bowed. He didn't stick around to wait for more snide remarks and pulled me out of the office. Smart man. I would run, I said as we descended the stairs. I had to be careful not to plead. That thing will kill you.
I have my honor to think about. If I disobey a direct order from the lady I am sworn to serve, my life will be forfeit.
A life forfeit of honor is still a life. I thought about offering to show him the scene of carnage that awaited him. As a memorist, I could not only read other people's memories, I could share them as well.
A bandit wouldn't understand. I'll just have to hope the beast isn't there when I go looking.
We stopped in front of the kitchen door. I could hear banging pots and pans inside.
You'll be working here.
I paled. In the kitchen? With the women? Munger slapped me on the back and gave me a pitying glance.
Look at the positive. They might kill you before the Fielians ever come close. I'm sure a few of them would be more than happy to wrap their hands around your neck. After all, most of them are here because of you.
I shot him a look. This was worse than I'd imagined. I summoned my Imperia and leaned in. Munger stepped back, alarmed, but he wasn't fast enough, and my forehead touched his. With my hands bound, it was the only way to get skin-on-skin contact. Memories rushed from my mind, a map leading to the valley transferred to Munger with extra potency to keep it from fading. The sight of the dead bandits in the castle, the awareness of the strange beast that had killed them. I would have shared the vision I'd had in the mountain cave, but for some reason it wouldn't move from my mind to his. The faster he arrived and returned, the more likely he would survive. All he needed to do was avoid the beast. I was tempted to show him more, but refrained. There could be no hint, no trace. Munger stumbled away.
What in the four was that?
A going-away present. I grimaced. Hurry back. His shock turned to worry. He mumbled something I couldn't hear before shoving me through the kitchen doors. 4 pairs of eyes turned to look at me and hardened almost immediately. I recognized all of them. Hello, ladies. It was best I come out strong and exude confidence. One of them grabbed a knife. They surged forward, probably to kill me. Munger intervened. I saw a taste of how skilled a warrior he was. Fending off 4 crazed women intent on killing a defenseless prisoner was no easy feat. It took several minutes to calm them all down.
You better have a good explanation for this,
Patsy, the largest and oldest of the group, said. We'd taken her from a smaller village nearly 5 years ago. I was surprised she hadn't paid down her debt. Her extra girth hinted she might have spent her extra money on sweets.
He's been sold,
Munger said, with a hand stretched toward her, like he was calming a wild animal.
He's a slave.
Meredith snorted. She was from a wandering circus troupe. A scar started at the top of her temple and ran down the bridge of her nose before crossing her lips. Lookout had been the one to give that to her when she'd struggled against him. That had been the moment the Wanderlax had instituted a rule to prevent damaging merchandise.
We don't want him here.
It's too bad. The four of you have been complaining about too much work. He's who we can spare.
This is inhumane. Forcing him in here with us?
Catelyn waved a dangerous-looking ladle. She was the youngest of the women at 15. It was hard to look at her. She'd been gathering medicinal herbs in a field close to the undulates when we'd nabbed her. She'd been a favourite of the group until we'd sold her 3 years ago.
Captain Monger, please don't make us work with him.
I wouldn't if I didn't have to, Munger said. But this is where Ophelia wants him. I don't have the authority to demand he be sent somewhere else. More arguing ensued. My eyes drifted to Sundew, the last of the four. The knife in her hand remained perfectly still as she met my eyes. Those awful, piercing eyes. Why did they strike me so? Where are your mother and sister? I cut through the noise. The arguing died down. The women looked to Sundew and Munger looked at me. Sundew didn't so much as flinch.
They were killed when the Faelians arrived.
Curious. How had that happened? Domestic slaves were considered untouchable by a Faelian invading force. It would be a waste to kill free labor. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, you're not,
Sundew said. She pointed the knife at me.
You don't have a speck of decency in your soul. There's nothing in there but a starless abyss.
She stabbed the knife into the kitchen counter. It cut through the wood and stood on its point. She ripped off her apron, stalked from the room, and slammed the door behind her. Munger cleared his throat.
I need you women to promise me you won't hurt him. Not until I come back.
They hemmed and hawed. They offered up all kinds of reasons why they should be allowed to maim, if not kill me. Some sounded reasonable, and I found myself agreeing. Munger put a stop to them anyway.
He's here. Deal with it. Work him to the bone in a remote corner of the manor if you need to, but leave him untouched and alive.
Finally, they relented. Munger left. Patsy pulled the knife out of the counter and cut my bonds. I was surprised she didn't try to take a finger. Where do you want me? Patsy pointed the knife at my chest.
Don't get cute with us. Don't speak either. You're going to work, you're going to eat, and you're going to sleep.
What about breathing? She turned purple. Meredith stepped in.
Follow me. Ophelia's outhouse needs to be cleaned.
She led me out of the kitchen. The smell assailed me the moment we stepped out the back door. Ophelia had erected a small wooden square that could hardly be called an outhouse. Instead of a hole in the ground, feces had simply piled up inside and now spilled out the front and the cracks. Meredith gestured to the outhouse with a wicked grin.
Here you are.
Where does she want it? I asked.
Not here. Figure out something to do with it.
I grimaced.
I will let you stab me in the back with that knife.
Meredith only laughed and returned inside. I stared at the outhouse. I had no shovel to work with, and I doubted the women would show me where to get one. I was tempted to ask Ophelia, but that would cause more trouble than it was worth. I had no other recourse. I stepped into the outhouse and plunged my hands in.
Chapter 6.
The first hour was the worst. The acrid fumes burned my nose, my lungs, and my mouth. I wasn't just smelling dung. I was drowning in it. The contents of my stomach mixed with the thick mud as I retched. But once I was empty, Things became more tolerable. The stench faded to a mild annoyance. I found some contentment in mindless labor. The worst moments were the frequent breaks when people came to relieve themselves and my mind was left to wander. Food was left at the back door at the end of the first day, along with a spade. The meal consisted of mouldy bread, rotting fruit, and one thin strip of meat. I ate it all in the hopes the girls had poisoned it. They didn't. I continued shoveling with my new tool. I dug a pit, 4 feet deep. It took most of the second day. Half of the third day was spent filling it up. The other half was spent starting on a hole inside the outhouse, and the fourth day I finished. Looking at my work, I swelled with pride. It had been a while since I'd done anything worthwhile. The women refused to let me in the house until I bathed. Their reasons were well-founded, but I protested. How can I bathe without a tub?
Find a river.
Patsy stuck her head out a window and raised a fist at me. Catelyn and Meredith held the door shut with all their might as I tried to push my way in. They'll execute me without an escort. I can't leave the manor on my own.
That's not our problem. We just cleaned the floors.
You're just going to leave me out here then? What do you expect me to do?
Starve and freeze to death.
Patsy, if you don't let me in, I'm going to force my way through. If I do that, I'm not going to clean up after myself. To prove my point, I flicked my finger in her direction and sprayed dried flakes of brown. Patsy shrieked and fled inward. She rushed to the door, shouting at Catelyn and Meredith to hold fast. I readied myself and lowered my shoulder.
Wait.
Sunju poked her head out a room on the second floor.
I'll take you to the river.
I gaped. Sunju withdrew and a moment later opened the back door. The other women looked as dumbfounded as I as she stepped out, holding a fresh pair of clothes, boots, socks, and soap.
There's not one far from here.
Sunju stared at me coldly.
I'll give you 10 minutes in the water.
She led. I followed. We crossed the small field to a small creek. If I laid down in it, I would barely be submerged. She set my clothes down on a nearby boulder.
Your time starts now.
I stripped and immersed myself. I scrubbed my skin as hard and as fast as I could. Some of the stink was caked on good. I grabbed the soap and lathered my body. Sunju watched me intently the entire time. I couldn't help a quip. I was proud of the way I'd molded my physique. See something you like? She didn't so much as blush.
Looking for weak spots.
Weak spots? Still planning to kill me?
I hope to.
Ophelia needs me alive, and so does Munger. You'll be executed if something happens. She twitched at the sound of Munger's name. As most of the women in the duchy did, she held some admiration for him.
I don't care.
You'll never get a better opportunity. I know you have a knife hidden on you somewhere. For reference, the weak spots are here, here, and here. I pointed to my chest, my neck, and my eyes. I didn't draw attention to my nether regions. If she killed me, I would prefer it not be through that avenue.
I'm not stupid.
Sunju rolled her eyes.
I'm not going to murder you while you're useful. I'm going to give you all my chores.
What would your dear family think of delaying your revenge to make life a little bit easier?
They're dead, so it doesn't matter.
Sunju said. I could tell the comment rattled her. Her eyes narrowed, and she'd gripped her dress a little tighter. I wanted to feel triumphant that I'd broken her steel gaze. I felt sad instead. In her, I saw a reflection of my younger self. Passionate, determined, naive. Broken. You don't believe in an afterlife? I laid in the creek to let the last of the soap and grime wash away.
If the four existed, they would have struck you down the moment you took your first breath.
I laughed. Not really at her, more at the absurdity of her claim. You should talk to a foreordained priest. Maybe he'll be able to offer you some comfort.
Slaves aren't allowed religions of their own.
Sunju folded her arms.
You're a slaver. How could you not know that?
I only care about the money the product gets me, not the product itself. I stood and shook myself dry, then sat on the boulder to pull on my clothes. Sunju looked stricken for the first time since I'd met her.
How can you be so heartless? You weren't selling animals. You were selling people.
After the first dozen or so you sell, you stop thinking of them that way. I tested the boots she'd brought. They were hardly worth the effort that had taken to craft them, and would last maybe half a year. When I looked at your family, I didn't see a mother and a father and children. I saw 3 valuable assets and 8 liabilities. I couldn't meet her eye when I said that. Most people didn't understand. They couldn't. What would she have done in my place? Could she have been an outlaw? The truth was, the Wanderlax had been the best option of undesirable circumstances. No one wanted to be a slaver, besides maybe Ophelia. Everyone knew it was reprehensible. You simply had to ignore it and kill your conscience to keep from going mad. Sunju bristled.
You are the most vile, selfish, loathsome man I've ever met.
I know. I sighed as I took a step. The boots bent in all the wrong places. My initial assessment of half a year had been grossly optimistic. It occurred to me I could have pointed out that others in the Wanderlax had been more evil than I. Lookout, Looker, Daft, Tocker, Tasteless, even Chief. But that was poor consolation to a grieving child. If she wanted to foist all her hate on one person, I was the easiest target, and maybe it was best to let her do so. For what reason had I been spared by that creature in the mountains, if not for this? Penance for my misdeeds. Maybe I could earn myself a spot in the white fire instead of the void. We returned to the web. Sunju shook with rage the entire time and parted from me as soon as we crossed the threshold. I found Patsy working in one of the parlors, and she ordered me to sweep the attic for spiders. I realized for the duration of my stay that I would be given the jobs no one else wanted. It was a far cry from my lax position as second in command of the Wanderlax. Ophelia removed me from the random duties Patsy and the others assigned me and sent me to work on her new manor. Most of the duchy's workforce, in other words, men, had been killed in the war with Fiel, and what soldiers remained supplemented what labor was lacking. Unfortunately, there weren't enough hands to speed production along fast enough for Ophelia's liking.
You're a man,
Ophelia said.
You're strong. Go up there and help.
What happens when I try to run?
The guards will skewer you.
Ophelia and I both knew I wouldn't really try to escape. I was being cheeky. But when I left, I turned back to look at the tavern and saw her watching me from the upper window. I gave a wave. The foreman assigned me to one of the guard crews working on the roof. I joined them using a shaky ladder and laid shingles. The heat of the day licked at our sweat as we worked, and no cool breeze passed to kiss our skin. The other guards took their shirts off. I kept mine on and averted my eyes. I'd seen many among the Wanderlax naked many times. I'd also seen them sick. I'd ripped leeches off their skin and applied remedies to their rashes. We'd been family. These soldiers were not, thus the difference in my reaction. They didn't notice my discomfort. If they did, they didn't care. There was more to worry about than the emotions of a slave. 4 days passed before any of them spoke a word to me outside the topic of building. We sat on the frame of the house as dusk fell and watched the sunset over the Casparian undulates. The guards passed a small stick between them. I glanced over curiously, and they proffered it toward me. "Try it," he said. He'd introduced himself earlier as Scrade. In Munger's absence, he led the town guard. "How?" I asked. He showed me by putting the stick in between his teeth. He inhaled deep, then pulled the stick aside and blew out a stream of smoke. I stared. That doesn't look healthy. It doesn't matter. Scrade inhaled more of the smoke. We're all dead anyway. A few puffs on a pipe won't kill us any faster. I took the pipe. I choked as the smoke burned my lungs. Scrade slapped me on the back as my eyes watered. I could barely get a grunt out. What is this? Ashweed, Scrade said. Don't get caught with it unless you're with us. Ophelia made it illegal, and Munger likes to arrest anyone caught smoking. I won't have to worry. I don't want any more, I said. That turned into a lie. Within a few minutes, I'd asked for the pipe back. The smoke didn't burn any less the second time, but I was ready. It warmed me inside and calmed my nerves. Maybe I do. Scrade grinned as he took the pipe back. We'll send you home with a few pouches. 4-0 we have extra. Why do you say that? One of the soldiers coughed. Scrade scratched his head. The extras come from the people killed under the previous duke. I nodded. The Fielians are ruthless in their battle tactics. Scrade looked away sadly. No, that's not it. When the duke learned the Fielians had broken through our lines and were coming for him, he ordered everyone in the city executed. The pouches are from them. I thought I misheard him, and I asked for clarification. Scrade shifted uncomfortably. I was fighting the Fielians, so I wasn't part of it. Everyone here was. But as the story goes, the Duke ordered the remaining guard in the city to kill everyone so that no one would fall into the Fielians' hands. Most of the guards did as he ordered and cut through the city. Munger and a few others stationed behind fought against them, but there were only a handful of them, and they couldn't be everywhere at once. What madness possessed the Duke? I couldn't believe it. I'd heard stories of the Duke's cruelty, but I'd never seen it firsthand. Timewinders had never been anything more than a way stop for me, and I dismissed the rumours as the grumblings of the lower class. Scrade shrugged. Years of inbreeding probably did it. You know how royals like to keep their bloodlines pure. I've heard the Fielians are even worse about it than we are. If you even have a speck of royal blood, they have assassins that follow you around all your life. The Fielians weren't quite like that. Close, but not entirely true. What did the Duke think of Munger defying his orders?
He ordered the other guards to kill Munger,
one of the other soldiers called.
Munger fought them all. He's the only soldier that lived through the battle. When everyone was dead, he marched up to the castle and stabbed the Duke through the heart.
They say the Duke laughed as he died, another soldier added, that he was so far gone he couldn't even tell he was dead. Huh. Stories of Munger had circulated for years, and they were every bit as impressive as the man, but he never would have spread them himself. If Munger was the only one to survive, how did the stories circulate? A slave girl. She's the one who spread the stories. The one that looks like she'll kill you with a look. A crooked smile spread across Scrade's face. The younger one, though. She's my type. Young, blonde hair. Her skin is so smooth that it looks like porcelain.
She'd never go for you, Scrade,
one of the other soldiers said.
You're so ugly the fat one wouldn't even look at you.
How do you even know what porcelain looks like?
Another soldier yelled.
You eat off the dirt.
Scrade reddened.
Shut up! I'm not the only one on this roof that's unmarried.
I tuned out of the conversation, and my thoughts drifted towards Sunju. She'd seen Munger kill the Duke. That meant Ophelia had sold Sunju fairly quickly once we'd left. If he'd truly been as wicked as the soldiers said, she must have suffered horribly beneath his hand. Little wonder she held so much ire for me. In a way, I was directly responsible for where she'd ended up. Pity welled within me. I brushed it aside. All of us wish our life had turned out differently. Being sold to a malicious man didn't make Sunju special. Chapter 7. The construction of the manor finished, and we moved into the servants' quarters. There weren't many rules. Most were common sense. Don't attempt to run, don't fight, don't enter Ophelia's study. We also weren't allowed to go into the northeastern room, located above the guest parlour, but I hardly questioned that. Anything Ophelia wished to keep hidden was something I wished not to see. A few weeks passed. I settled into a routine of expecting the worst kinds of tasks available. Cleaning the latrine and the outhouse of the new manor were added to my daily schedule. I'm sure I would have been put in charge of cleaning all dishes and hauling water if Ophelia hadn't employed an elementalist to do that for her. The ashweed helped alleviate some of the stress, and I kept the pouches hidden in some bushes near the latrine. Patsy, Meredith, and Catelyn grew tolerant of my presence. Outright hostility and disdain were replaced with indifference and apathy. This was, in no small part, thanks to my efforts. I put a great deal of time into looking as pathetic as I possibly could to play on their empathy. They couldn't help themselves. Sunju could not be swayed. Her hatred for me was immutable, and I gave up hope of influencing her. Eventually, I would win the other women to my side, and she would be the outsider. Divide and conquer. That's what I'd been taught. Make friendly with the most influential and powerful, separate the weak, cull. It was how the Wanderlacs had become so powerful. We allied ourselves with other bandits and enfolded them into our group. When we couldn't do that, we killed them. I couldn't help but feel guilty. Sunju's words on the bank of the creek reminded me of how I'd once felt. These women had done me no wrong, and I had helped steal away their lives. Now I was using them once more. I tried hard to rid myself of that sentimentality. It couldn't be afforded in my line of work. But I wasn't a bandit anymore. I didn't need to be callous. That's what I thought until Ophelia came for me. She found me working in the backyard, next to the outhouse.
Sitter.
Mm-hmm, I hummed. She bristled. She knew, and I knew, that until the Fielians came, I could not be touched. I would not disobey a direct order. That would earn me a justified flogging. Everything else was on the table, including a general lack of respect.
There's a task I need help with. You will accompany me into the town.
She wrinkled her nose.
But you will first bathe.
I dropped my spade. I'd finished my job an hour earlier and had only been pretending to work. Patsy wanted me to weed the garden next, and I hated weeding. I wanted to avoid it as long as possible. Ophelia gave me a large berth as I passed. I hadn't known Spiderkin could smell. You could never quite tell with other races what senses they possessed and what ones they didn't. We took a carriage. I rode up top beside the driver, while Ophelia rode inside. I tried to make small talk, but the driver, a horned with dark blue skin, turned and opened his mouth wide to show he had no tongue. He was Ophelia's personal manservant and bodyguard, and she'd ensured he would keep her secrets. If she was smart, this horned wouldn't be able to read or write either. The more I came to know about her, the more I came to dislike her. The Wanderlacs had only dealt with her when absolutely necessary. Arkmace enjoyed her, but for different reasons. I'd never understood. Women didn't interest me. We stopped at the village jail, and the guards bowed to Ophelia as we entered. Her horned bodyguard never stood more than a few feet away, and his eyes never strayed far from me. I wondered whether I could fight him. Most memorists retain positions as scholars, researchers, or computers. I denied that life of luxury, and I was as capable a fighter as any other.
Come to waste your time once more?
The jailer asked. She was a decrepit old woman with wrinkles folded on wrinkles. I'd seen her a few times when I'd visited Time Winders before. Her face fit her profession.
I brought someone who can solve my problem.
Ophelia gestured to me. I put a hand over my chest and bowed.
Ignore him.
Ophelia forced a polite smile.
He's one of my slaves.
The jailer scoffed.
You'd best find a new one, Duchess. This one is trouble. I can see it already.
He will be gone the moment the opportunity presents itself. In the meantime,
Ophelia slapped me on the back to shove me forward.
I'll make use of his talents.
The jailer eyed me.
You think he can break my favorite guest?
He doesn't need to.
Ophelia folded her arms.
He can get what we need without force.
If you say so.
The jailer shrugged. She opened the door leading further into the jail and gestured me forward with her cane.
Come along.
I stifled a shudder as she hobbled into the cell block. I'd never liked prisons. Most people didn't. I'd made an earnest effort to never have a permanent stay inside, and so far I'd done a good job. Slavery could be considered a form of imprisonment, but there was something to be said about the difference between being trapped in a cage and merely having boundaries you couldn't cross within a home or city. The guest they'd referred to was a scullump. Their kind were more similar to diminuits than humans. They stood 3 feet tall and had a humanoid shape. 3 fingers on their hands, 4 toes. Their eyes were uncomfortably large, and so were their mouths. Their most abnormal trait, however, was a flap of skin produced from their forehead. It looked like a hooded cloak that wrapped around their jaw and temple and extended to the back of their feet. When threatened, they curled themselves up like an armadillo, and almost nothing could pierce that hide. Almost nothing. The Fielians had devoted much of their resources to discovering the weaknesses of other races. Ophelia had availed herself of their knowledge. The scullump's hood had been severed and cauterized above the base of the neck. Pity welled within me at the sight, and I could think of few things more pathetic than a scullump without a hood.
We've tried to ferret out his secrets.
The jailer pointed the end of her cane at the prisoner.
But so far he's refused to budge.
What do you need to learn from him?
He was caught smuggling foreigners across the mountains through a hidden pass. The Faelians don't like that someone knows an unknown way into their country.
The scullump said something I didn't understand. Tears leaked from his eyes, and he put his stubby hands together in a pleading gesture. It was enough to break my heart. I knelt beside him and placed my hands on his head. Golden light filtered from my palm to his body. We became one. My mind seeped into his, and his memories became mine to beckon forth. It was different than the mountain. His mind was focused. Images of his family, of his youth, and of schematics to a toy horse with a mouth that opened and legs that moved, replayed repeatedly in his mind. He'd been trained to mask his thoughts as a way to avoid sharing information during torture. The memories of his family and the toy horse would serve as a block to my efforts. As effective as it was, he couldn't keep me from pushing the wall aside and peering behind it.
Please, don't,
he begged. I understood him readily. When minds were linked, thoughts transcended language. Where is the secret pass? A fuzzy picture appeared, hazy, as though it were made of fog. It dissipated a moment later. That's impressive. It takes a lot of talent to hide memories from someone like me. Who trained you? The recollection came clearer this time. Another scullump, his grandfather, who had also been an imperial. You have memorist blood in you. That's how.
please don't.
The scullump begged again. He showed me his family. 6 scullump kiddies and a beautiful wife. I assumed the last bit. I didn't know what was attractive to a scullump and what wasn't. I drew on more of my imperia. I liked to be delicate when handling memories, but this required more force than normal. I shoved his personality aside and grabbed hold of his mental map of the secret passage. He tried to dissipate it once again, but I held it together with force of will, and the information became mine.
No,
he wept inwardly. The Fielians would come for his family. They would be executed as examples. He would go to his grave knowing he'd failed. I sighed. The jailer's voice, worlds away, pierced me.
What's wrong?
Nothing, I murmured. My voice reverberated and echoed all around me, shaking our minds. I almost have it. I dove back in and grabbed hold of the memories of his family and his youth. At the forefront of his mind, they were easy to grab. Before he could think, before he could sense my intentions, I ripped them to shreds. He screamed. Behind me, I heard the jailer curse in alarm. I kept ripping. His pain transferred to me, and I grit my teeth. Drool trailed down my chin and dripped to the floor. I wasn't just destroying his memories, I was tearing his soul. The two were irrevocably linked. While I was not a psychomancer, an imperial that could rip a soul from the body, I was the next closest thing. Some would have said what I did was cruel. I disagree. Nothing the Scullump did now would change his fate. Ophelia might kill him within the hour. With his fate drawing near, he deserved just a modicum of peace in his final moments. I left the memories of the toy horse to keep him company. At least some part of him would remain. I pulled away. The Scullump's struggling ceased. Sweat cascaded down his head and hood. I stood and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand.
I've never seen a memorist do that,
the jailer said. I got what Ophelia wanted. I stared at the Scullump. The terror and fear in his eyes had evaporated. It wasn't bliss that remained, but it wasn't pain either. That was the best I could give him.
That's that, then.
The jailer gestured to the exit.
Off you go. Unless you'd like a cell of your own.
I left. I relayed the information about the hidden pass to Ophelia, and she took me back to the manor. When I walked in the kitchen, Patsy opened her mouth, but her words died in her throat.
Rough day?
She asked. Not for me. I grabbed an apple from the fruit basket. We weren't allowed the fresh fruit, but none of us obeyed that rule. Patsy gave me a sympathetic look.
Why don't you finish that up and then take care of the guest room?
I gave her a sideways glance. I knew she'd planned for me to work in the garden. She gave me a sympathetic smile and turned back to the dough she was kneading. I ate the apple and went about my business. The guest room was the most desired chore in the manor. It was easy, simple, and you could relax a bit if you finished quickly. I sat on the bed and thought about the Scullump and what I'd told Ophelia. If she ever found out I'd lied, I would suffer the same fate as that Scullump. I'd revealed the location of the secret passageway the Scullump used to smuggle people across the mountains. I hadn't told her there was a second one. Chapter 8. Come on, just a whiff, just a little sniff. I stood at the entrance to the guardhouse. My time working with the soldiers together on the manor had been amicable, but not pleasant. They didn't like me. I didn't like them. But they had something I needed. Badly. Ashweed is an illegal substance, Scrade said stubbornly. He stood at the entrance to the guard tower and blocked me from further entry. I peered around to glance in the guard tower. 3 of his fellows lounged in their chairs, pipes to their lips, blowing smoke rings. I can smell it from out here. The guard tower is off limits to civilians. Scrade pushed me back. Look in again, and I'll be forced to arrest you. We both knew it was an empty threat. He would never arrest one of Ophelia's slaves. Not unless I tried to run. Come on. I work with the women at the manor. You must have an idea of how hard that is. A smile crept across his face. You have my condolences. I need something to relax and take the edge off. Scrade folded his arms. He looked from side to side, then down the road, and leaned in. What's in it for me? What do you want? Scrade scratched his chin and thought for a moment. The girl, Catelyn. I'd like a meeting with her. Did you not hear what I just said? Those women are driving me nuts. Catelyn is one of the worst. I lowered my voice. She doesn't shave. Anywhere. That should have been a deterrent. Scrade's grin grew wider. A part of myself withered and died inside. Promise me you'll arrange a meeting, and I'll give you a pinch. A rendezvous with Catelyn is worth 4 pinches. 2. 3. Scrade made a strangled noise, followed by an extended hand. We shook. He whistled, and one of the guards inside stood with a groan. He made his way to the entrance and handed me a pipe with a small bag. 2 more, Scrade said. Are you bloomin' mad? The other guard swore. He gave me 2 more pouches and lumbered back to his seat. I stuffed the extras in my belt and readied my pipe. I took a deep drag and blew out a long stream of smoke. Yeah, that hits the... Scrade smacked the pipe out of my hand. It hit the ground and I gaped as the ashweed scattered to the wind. For take you! What was that for? Smoking is illegal. He straightened and assumed his position as if nothing had happened. Don't forget the meeting with Catelyn. I balled my hands into fists, then thought better of my situation. I was somewhat protected by my status, but a brawl with a guard would push the envelope too far. I stooped to grab my pipe and left the guardhouse. Once I was safely out of sight, I pulled out one of the extra pouches. I was about to light it when I realized I was standing in the middle of Center Street. It would be prudent to find somewhere less visible. I returned to the manor and meandered my way to the dilapidated barn out back. It was the new project Patsy had set me on, and it looked like it might collapse at any moment. I'm sure Sundew hoped it would come down with me inside. The only upside was that, working outside, I didn't have to work around any of the women. I didn't have to put on a front. I had just lit the pipe when I heard a creak. My heart skipped a beat, and I looked to see Sundew on the second floor of the barn, sitting in the window frame and staring at the moon. She glanced back at me and met my guilty eyes. She waved a dismissive hand.
I don't care. Smoke away.
The knot inside me unraveled as I sucked in the smoke. It burned deliciously in my lungs. My tension faded away. I took 2 more drags. It's dangerous to sit up there.
Toss yourself from the Harbinger's tower,
Sundew responded. I blinked. Where did a farm girl learn an insult like that? I didn't expect a response. I wanted to sit in silence and smoke. For a few moments, that was what I got. The world stood at peace. Sundew broke the silence.
My brother taught me. One of the ones you killed.
I ran through my memories. She'd had 7 brothers. The youngest 3 were too young to have left home. The next 2 hadn't been warriors. The eldest of them would have been groomed to take over the farm. Your second oldest brother travelled. Sundew looked down on me with confusion, then exhaled.
Is having a perfect memory a curse or a blessing?
It depends. She nodded and turned to stare out the window.
He went south to become a merchant. A traveling peddler took him on. He found success in buying cinnamon in Shallowbrand for cheap and transporting it north to Fael.
How much money did he make?
1,000 for a trip.
Does that include expenses? Sundew hesitated.
I don't know.
I shook my head. 1,000 fawn may seem like a lot, but you have to take into account how much he would have to spend on his trip. Shallowbrand is at the southernmost tip of the continent. He would have oxen to feed maybe a few servants. He would have had to barter for supplies and food along the way. He might sell 1,000 fawn worth of cinnamon, but he will only walk away with 100 in his pocket.
100 fawn is still a lot.
It would have been to a simple farm girl. There are simpler ways to make money.
Like stealing or selling slaves?
I blew out another stream of smoke. Yes.
I'd rather chop my own hand off before doing either.
I thought that at first. I said, living is stealing. Right now, you're stealing the air that someone else could have breathed. You eat food someone else could have eaten. You were given life when someone else could have lived. It was how I'd rationalized being a bandit. Breaking down the simplest aspects of our lives to be attributable to thieving made my crimes easier to bear. In the end, no one owned anything. We just took, and then others took from us in a vicious cycle. Sunju tore her gaze away from the star stream. She understood my point. She didn't agree with it, but couldn't formulate any counterpoints. She was too young and lacked the experience yet. Funny, I was only a few years older, but I'd been through far, far more. Funny and a little sad.
I hate you,
she said. I know. I climbed to the second floor, but I kept my distance. Sunju remained in the window frame. What happened to your brother?
You killed him.
He should have been gone trading his cinnamon. Why was he on the farm?
He broke his leg on his third round trip coming back from Fael. One of his oxen kicked him. He sent us a message and my father went to bring him home for recovery. He was going to leave the day after you came.
I nodded along. The second oldest had limped a little when we'd fought. Would you like me to do what I did to your mother and sister? Sunju recoiled.
No.
Why?
Because I need to remember why I hate you.
Sunju drew her legs close to her chest.
I can't let myself forget like they did.
I didn't make them forget. I softened their painful memories.
The pain is what makes me angry,
Sunju said.
If you take it away, I won't be mad anymore.
You know, they say holding a grudge is like drinking poison.
Then I will drink this poison until you or I are dead.
I sighed. She couldn't be blamed, not after all she'd been through, what I had put her through. Fine. What if I do something else to help you feel better? I won't change your memories. I won't take away the pain. I'll just give you some comfort.
How are you going to do that?
You'll have to let me show you. Sunju hesitated and produced a knife from beneath her dress.
This is going straight through your heart if you do anything I don't like.
If you insist. She had no idea how Imperia worked. Once I was inside her head, she would have a complete lack of control. She wouldn't be able to stab me until we were done. I put my hand on her head. Golden light flowed between us, and we were whisked away. She hadn't been trained like the Skullump. Her thoughts were disorganized and flowed in all directions. Random thoughts assaulted my senses as I swam through her consciousness. With a little exertion, I pulled what I wanted to the forefront. Light, love. Her soul was full. All that joy was precisely why she felt so much pain. It had been ripped away in a short afternoon. Now it was buried beneath the memories of flames, corpses, and lifeless eyes, like a shell of protection. She didn't consciously understand, but her anger was a safety measure. If she kept herself from forming relationships with others, she would never suffer again. I kept my promise not to ease that agony. I gently moved it aside and called out her other memories. Memories of her and her siblings playing hide-and-seek in the field. A memory of her older brother holding her after she'd scraped her knee. Another of her mother singing soft songs to all the children before sleep. Another of a stolen kiss in the moonlight with a young boy who looked strangely familiar. one of Munger himself as he pulled her out from beneath the Duke. The captain's face shone like gold, and she buried her head in his chest as tears ran down her face. I pushed that one aside. As powerful as it was, it held just as much sorrow as joy. I pulled more until she conjured them on her own. I let my presence float away and lingered to watch and make sure she didn't seal herself back up. Once I was confident she wouldn't put on her shell again, I separated our minds. I lowered my hands and scooted back. She sniffed as tears formed and fell.
I forgot all that.
She wiped her eyes. We sat in silence. I took a few more puffs from my pipe and blew them toward the abyss. She glanced at me.
I still hate you.
I raised my pipe toward her. That means I kept my promise. Sunju snorted.
I don't understand you. Why would you do this? Why kidnap women, then offer to make them feel better?
Docile prisoners make for easy chattel. Sunju shook her head.
I don't believe that. I think that's a lie. You don't believe it.
I wanted to respond that I did. A dozen quips stuck to the tip of my tongue. I bit them back and looked away because she was right. It was an easy excuse I'd repeated for years. Did you dream of being a slave when you were young?
No. Who would dream of that?
I nodded. Who would dream of being a slaver? She didn't answer. She didn't have to. We sat in silence for another hour. She left first, and I lingered. I looked at the star stream and heaved a great sigh. I closed my eyes. Gold light swirled around me as I summoned my memories from my conscious to pick them apart and find exactly where I had gone wrong. I left the ones locked away, untouched. I stared at the map spread across Ophelia's coffee table in disbelief. She lounged on a chair and her horned bodyguard hovered over her. 3 other men in military uniforms pored over the piece of parchment. Little pieces, representing small squads of men, had been placed atop it to mark their positions. The Fielians up north were in the midst of a civil war, and Ophelia had positioned herself to aid the rebels in a bid to gain more power. She never could be satisfied with what she had. Now the Fielian government in charge were trying to reclaim the land they'd given to her. I stared in awe at the map because of how utterly moronic her military strategists were.
What do you want in here, slave?
Ophelia asked. I came to refill your drinks. I set the cups around the table. I knew next to nothing of strategy, but my quick glance at the map told me we were in a bad position. I hadn't a clue how to fix it. Chief might have known. He'd studied warfare all his life before coming south. Vagar is hitting us hard. One of the military men, probably a captain, rubbed the back of his neck. We don't have the manpower to sustain our line. Is a draft out of the question? Ophelia's lip curled back.
Not unless we throw women and children at them.
Most of the men were killed protecting the previous duke.
And your personal guard?
They're away on business.
I don't expect them back for another 6 months.
One of the generals cursed under his breath.
The best we can hope to do is send a messenger then. If one can slip through undetected, we can send for aid.
I poured the tea as slowly as possible. They hardly seemed to notice me.
Will the rebels send us help? Our only function is a convenient wall.
The first military general sounded skeptic.
Yes, but an important one,
the third replied.
Our duchy guards the passage between the north and south continent, and with it, the advantage of an unassailable supply line. Whoever gains control of this land will win the war through attrition.
That wasn't strictly true. The secret pass the Skullump had been smuggling people through was a chink in their armor, but no one knew of it besides Ophelia. I guessed she'd refrained from telling the others. Whether that was out of stupidity or selfishness remained up to interpretation. The war with the Fielians had broken out before she could relay the message to the rebels.
We can't hold the passage. Vagar's men have already set up camp on our northern border. We need assistance to push them back to the past choke point.
The second general looked at Ophelia.
Would a petition to the other duchies work?
They consider me a Fielian vassal. My legitimacy as duchess is questionable at best.
Ophelia picked up her tea and took a sip.
It will be a waste of our time to ask.
I finished pouring the tea.
Our only hope is the rebels, then.
The first general hung his head.
Who can we...
Their voices faded as I left. I ran back to the kitchen and startled Meredith as I burst through. I gave her a tip of the head as I squeezed past her and threw the cupboards open.
What the devil are you doing?
Meredith held a hand to her mouth.
I need snacks for the meeting. Ophelia is hungry.
I lied. I found a few crackers and put them on a silver tray. I picked it up, ready to return, then thought better. A snack plate with only crackers would look suspicious. I grabbed a handful of fruit Meredith had been cutting.
Hey!
Meredith demanded.
Stop!
I need this. I'll pay you back, I promise.
Sitter, get back here.
Meredith shrieked. I hoped she didn't follow me as I returned to the parlour. Ophelia's eyes narrowed as I entered. She knew what I was doing, but she couldn't say anything in front of her guests. I had to be careful these days. I no longer had the promise of Fielian protection. But Ophelia also had no reason to kill me now they weren't demanding loyalty, and I worked just as hard as the other slaves. I was in a strange state of limbo, and I didn't care for it one bit. I could have left, if I'd wanted, and reformed the Wanderlacs. The thought twisted a knot in my gut. 10 years of banditry and living in the dirt, and adjusting my psyche, had been undone in a few months. The comfy beds of the manor and food that didn't assault my sense of smell beckoned. I needed to stay for at least a year. If Munger hadn't returned by then, I could leave.
We should consider surrender as an option,
the third general said.
Out of the question,
Ophelia snapped. I proffered her the tray. Despite her glare, she took a slice of apple and 3 crackers.
It will be my head if we do.
The generals exchanged glances. Offering up Ophelia was a much better option than losing their own lives. They could claim they were only following orders, and maybe retain their positions if the Fielians regained control. I offered the tray to the strategists, but each of them declined. I set it on a nearby table and cursed inwardly. There were no more excuses I could use to stay in the parlour. If I wasn't privy to the conversation, I couldn't know what the duchy's strategy was. If I didn't know the strategy, I couldn't form one of my own. I closed the parlour doors behind me and held an ear to them. Unintelligible muffling filled my ear. That was that then. Or maybe not. The floors were thinner than the walls in some places, and noise tended to travel better between the different levels than between rooms in the manor. I made my way up to the second landing and paused in front of the northeastern room. It was right above the parlour, and, with luck, I'd be able to hear what they were saying. I'd been tempted before to see what lay inside, but discipline had won out. Now I had a justification for the risk. I pressed my hand to the door and drew on my Imperia. Its history flowed into me, but I didn't care about that. I cared about the sequence of the lock, and I sifted through the sparse memories to find the position. I pulled my adjustable pick from my pocket and fitted it to the shape of the pins. A click later, and the door swung open. Dust and dank rushed to meet me. I plugged my nose. Webs covered the walls, the floor, and most of the air, but the voices below filtered upward. If I put my ear to the boards, I would be able to hear.
Sitter,
a voice croaked.
Sitter, is that you?
I froze. On the far wall, webbed up in the air above the bed, was Mace. I crossed the space between us in 2 strides. I winced at the squeaking of the floorboards, but it couldn't be helped. I barely got my hand over his mouth before he let out a muffled sob of joy. I put my other hand on his head, and gold light flowed between us. "I can't believe it's really you." He couldn't keep his thoughts from bursting. "I thought everyone was dead." "Everyone is dead. I'm the only one left." I sent him a picture of the carnage in the valley and the sense of dread from the invisible beast. He shuddered. "How did you survive that thing?" I didn't have an answer. I let confusion, wonder, and uncertainty pass from me to Mace. He understood. "What about you? I thought you were Ophelia's favourite plaything." "That's why she kept me alive." A sequence of rapid images flashed in my mind, images too horrific to describe of Mace and Ophelia, twisted and tangled together. This time I was the one to shudder. "You're a brave man." "She used me to track down Chief. I couldn't help it. They tortured me for weeks, and she said they killed him. Now she won't let me go." Mace sobbed again. "Please, please, kill me." I contemplated. "I can't. I'm her slave. If she finds you dead, she'll know someone came in here." "I'm begging you. Don't leave me here." I sent him sympathy. Truly, I felt for him, perhaps more than I should have. He was the last connection to my old life. While I had settled into a pattern here, I still felt fondness for my old companions. As filthy and unkempt as they were, we'd been family. "Give me time. The situation is tenuous. I'll find a way to get you out." Mace sent a flurry of protests. I quelled them and dove into his mind. Our conversation was the most recent memory, and I grabbed it and set it aside. As a memorist, I could destroy memories, and I could remove them for a time. They just had to be buried far enough behind everything else. Mace sensed what I was doing. "You're going to give me hope and then take it away. You used to comfort our prisoners. I'm one of your friends." "Sorry, I can't risk a change in your behaviour." I pushed the memories down deeper. As soon as I let go, he would forget I was ever in the room. Ophelia would suspect something. I'll bring these memories back once we escape. "Sitter, don't!" I sent a shock to his system and pulled away. He stared at me with glazed eyes, uncomprehending. The effect only lasted for a few moments at best. I stepped out of the room and locked it behind me. When I turned, I found Ophelia's horned manservant peering down at me. He reached for his knife. I was quicker. I grabbed his head and pulled him down. His arm spasmed as he fought against me. I pulled the last 5 minutes of memories from his mind and obliterated them to dust. His struggling stopped. Sweat trailed down the side of my face as I sucked in a raspy breath. If I'd had time, I would have moved him to his room. Instead, I left him there as I descended to the first floor and pressed an ear against the parlour door. I couldn't hear much, but it sounded like everyone was preparing to leave. I ran to the kitchen. "Meredith, will you say I've been here for the past 5 minutes?"
"You stole my apples, you daft git,"
she said.
"I'm not doing you any favors."
No good. Both Catelyn and Patsy were asleep in the servants' quarters for their lunch. I couldn't rely on them. I ran to the cellar, where Sunju dutifully arranged wine caskets. Her breaks were scheduled for later in the day. "Will you say I was in here for the past 10 minutes? I ran to her, practically babbling. Her eyes widened, then narrowed. Up above, Ophelia escorted the generals to the exit. I pleaded with my eyes as Ophelia's footsteps went up the stairs, then to the kitchen, then the cellar.
"Sundu,
Ophelia called.
are you down there?" "I am here, mistress."
Sunju's eyes locked with mine. I couldn't tell what lay behind her cold gaze.
Is Sitter there with you?
He is, mistress.
And how long has he been down there?
Sunju paused.
It's hard to say. Maybe 10 minutes.
I stifled a sigh.
I see. Thank you, Sundu.
Ophelia's footsteps creaked and echoed in the cellar as she walked away. I grinned from ear to ear, relieved at my good fortune. Thanks, I said.
We're even. That was for showing me the memories of my family.
Sunju gestured to one of the nearby barrels.
Now, if you want to keep up with the lie, help me finish this.
I grimaced. Sorting wasn't the worst job in the home. It also wasn't the best. I still had other tasks I needed to finish, but better to be stuck doing barrels and go to bed late than to be caught in Ophelia's web. I'd narrowly escaped this time. I would need to be more careful in the future. Chapter 9. Catelyn stared at me with disbelief. Patsy and Meredith snickered in the corner. Sunju feigned disinterest, but she'd stopped rationing spices into her soup and stood still before the fire.
One of the guards wants to court me?
He wants to meet and talk with you. One meeting. If you don't like him after that, you don't have to see him. Catelyn brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
I'm busy here. I can't make time. And I'm a slave. We're not allowed to court.
I smoothed away my frustration at her refusal. I couldn't afford to show any impatience, just as I couldn't afford to renege on my deal with the guard. He'd hounded me for weeks with veiled threats to break my knees if I didn't set up the meeting with Catelyn. I'd hoped to speak with her alone, but she was always with one of the other women in the kitchen. I couldn't control for the other women. If Meredith or Patsy or Sunju told Catelyn to not go, she wouldn't. But if I could speak with all four, there might be some variance in their opinions. I gambled the fate of my legs on whether or not they would approve of her meeting with a strange man outside the manor. Not my best moment. I'll take on some of your chores so you can go, I offered.
Why would you do that? What's in it for you?
Meredith demanded. I'm a hopeless romantic. Who am I to stand in the way of a possible love story? Meredith and Patsy both snorted. Sunju turned from her pot.
The only person you do things for is yourself.
Focusing the topic of conversation on myself wasn't going to help the situation. This could be an opportunity for Catelyn to start a family.
With a guardsman?
Patsy shook her head.
That's not an enviable profession. Could a man even support her on a pension like his?
The only reason to court is to marry, and slaves are forbidden from marrying without expressed permission from their masters. Would he really want to take that risk?
Meredith pointed out.
Or is he just looking for something to whet his...
I assure you, his intentions are pure. I cut in. I couldn't allow them to taint Catelyn's image of the guard. She wouldn't meet with him if she assumed he would use her once and run off into the sunset. I could even act as chaperone to preserve your chastity.
How are you going to do that if you take on her chores?
Patsy wiped her hands on her apron, covering the cloth in blood. 2 separate piles, one of feathers, one of chicken meat, sat in front of her.
You're being awfully insistent. If someone in the guardhouse had asked after me, would you be doing the same thing?
You would have to lose weight before anyone at the guardhouse did that. I ducked as a knife sailed through the air and embedded itself on the wall behind me. Patsy returned to defeathering her chickens more furiously than before. Her arms jiggled as she worked, which proved my point. Meredith snorted, and Sunju's shoulders rose and fell silently. Catelyn was unamused.
I don't know if I want to.
Catelyn bit her lip and met my eyes. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. I saw what lay in her eyes. I shivered with guilt. I'd known before I started this would be the greatest hurdle. The rules of the Wanderlax had been loose. You could have your pick of the prisoners, provided no lasting damage was left. Slaves had to be able to work to be sold. I'd never visited Catelyn, but others had, and they'd visited her a lot. It was no surprise she'd have no interest in men after so many experiences like that. I played my last desperate plea. This is a good man, an honest man with an honest job. He's not like my kind, and I promise I won't let anything bad happen to you.
The four looked at me in unison.
I looked at my feet, unsure why I'd added the last part. Maybe it was just to assuage my conscience. Maybe I was hoping to offer some kind of restitution. It really didn't matter. What I'd said hadn't been in character, and the others noticed. Catelyn wrung her hands.
There's talk, you know. The Faelians are getting closer. They could arrive any day now and kill us all. What would be the point of falling in love if I'm going to be in a shallow grave soon?
I opened my mouth, then closed it. The four of them looked at me expectantly for a rebuttal. It seemed I was at the end of my rope, and I was about to say so when a quote from an old story, an ancient part of history, came to mind. I leaned in. Wouldn't you rather die with love? Wouldn't you rather die filled with dreams? Patsy rolled her eyes. Meredith scoffed. But Sunju and Catelyn were affected. Sunju drew her brows together and turned back to her pot, while Catelyn's eyes sparkled.
I think I would like that,
she admitted.
But only if it really is love.
You won't know unless you try. My chest tightened. I could barely keep my anticipation in check. Finally, Catelyn nodded. The arrangements were made. I made good on my promises to do her chores. The other women chipped in to help her prepare for the evening. Sunju loaned her a nice dress she'd privately been making, while Patsy and Meredith helped her with makeup. We made the collective decision not to tell Ophelia. She'd been in a sour mood with the Faelians' approach. Vhagar outwitted her meagre forces at every turn. They saw us off as I escorted Catelyn out of the manor. The experience felt strange, almost warm. Instead of slaves, for the briefest moment, we were a family seeing off one of our own. We met Scrade at the guard tower. With most men conscripted to fight in the north, he'd had to work every day and was always on call. Just after sundown was the soonest he could escape his duties for a time. I suspected the other guards had done much the same for him as I and the other women had done for Catelyn. "Loverboy? Yeah, I'll call for him," the guard outside said when we arrived at the tower. He yelled inward, and a chorus of taunting and teasing followed. Scrade appeared a moment later, unbothered, in a tattered suit and with his hair done over in an atrocious fashion. He'd bought some scents to cover the smell of smoke, but it still peeked through. At least he'd tried. He blushed deeper when he saw Catelyn and stopped short in front of her. Miraculously, Catelyn also blushed. Scrade took her hand and bowed to give it an awkward kiss. "Miss Catelyn, I'm glad to see you this evening." How unfair. He treated her so gently. Me, he threatened to maim. Catelyn nodded violently and curtsied in an entirely unnatural way.
I was glad you called on me.
"All right, enough of that," I cut in. They gaped. "You're never going to get anywhere if you act all formal. You're a guard, she's a slave, not some lord and lady at a ball. You're two peasants spending a night in town. Be yourselves and you'll have more fun." Scrade's expression hardened, and I thought he might smack me. But Catelyn giggled and the tension diffused. His glare softened to a smile, and the two interlocked arms to walk into town. I hung back far enough to not hear what they were saying, but close enough to keep an eye. Scrade took her to the Web, now under new ownership. He paid for a simple meal. Catelyn had never seen a bard before, and she seemed delighted at the music. They wandered the streets after dinner, illuminated by torchlight, and spoke for hours. Catelyn gave Scraid a peck on the cheek before they parted. The women were waiting for us in the kitchen as we returned to the manor. Sundew and Meredith pulled an elated and breathless Catelyn back to our quarters to pry the details from her. Patsy and I stayed behind, me to grab a snack, and Patsy to interrogate me.
He didn't touch her inappropriately?
No.
They didn't speak about anything unchaste?
I couldn't hear.
Did she kiss him?
I bit into my apple and pointed to my face. On the cheek. Patsy gasped, aghast, then softened.
Well, that's more than I expected. At least she's still being careful.
For now. Wait until they meet together 3 or 4 more times.
Right. I'll have to knock some sense into the both of them.
Patsy's eyes narrowed.
What was the purpose behind all this, Sitter? Sundew is right. You don't care about anyone but yourself.
I told her it was for a pipe and some ashweed. She grabbed me by the neck and pulled me down to her level before I could blink. I'd never seen a fat woman move so fast.
If you breathe a word of that deal to that girl, so help me, by the 4 and their holy names, I will drape you over my lap and spank you until you break. She doesn't deserve to have her fairy tale beginning marred by your shenanigans. Do you understand?
I nodded, unable to speak. She let me go and I sucked in a breath. I massaged my neck and bent to pick up the apple she'd knocked out my hands. She left the kitchen and I followed. I refrained from pointing out there would have been no fairy tale beginning if not for my deal in the first place. Grey clouds stretched across the entire sky, and lightning raced between them as thunder followed shortly after. Great globs of water struck the ground and softened the dirt to mud. It just so happened I'd been sent by Ophelia outside the city to retrieve a rare flower. Known as ruptis flowers, they grew northwest of Timewinders in a small, uncultivated garden hidden beneath the shadow of Maera's mountain, at the edge of the Casparian undulates. I'd begged, I'd pleaded, I'd bargained, anything not to go near the mountains. The beast still haunted my dreams. On sleepless nights, it sometimes felt I could feel it watching me from a distance, hungry and eager to take a chunk of my flesh. Ophelia wouldn't hear my cries. If she had a single sympathetic thought in her head, it wasn't for me. Well, I would show her. The rare flowers that she wanted were used to soothe aches and pains for sore limbs, but if prepared properly, they could also be turned into a fine explosive powder. I'd gathered extras for myself. I would prepare them upon my return, and maybe have a chance to use them later. For what purpose, I had no clue. The journey was 2 weeks in total, a week to the hidden garden, a week back. It would have been the perfect opportunity to run away and escape my servitude. I might have done it too, had my footwear not failed. I was a week and a half out on the journey when I stepped in a thick mud pit and sunk nearly 4 inches. I yanked myself free, but the bottom of my boot sole remained in the mire. I fell to my side to avoid crushing the flowers I'd collected in my pack. Mud dripped from me when I rose. "That's enough walking for today," I said aloud to myself. Foliage was sparse, even out here in the wild, but I found a small tree to hunker beneath. It did little to shield me from the rain. At least the downpour wiped the grime from my clothes. The rain continued and showed no sign of slowing. I removed my tent from my pack and set up camp beneath the tree. The inside was soaked, but it kept the wind from tearing through me. My blanket, also drenched, was worthless. All that could be done to warm myself was strip and hope the storm petered out. Sleep found me soon after. So close to the mountains, my dreams turned to nightmares. The beast haunted me. One by one, he ate the Wanderlacs before my eyes. He ate Chief, then he ate Ophelia, Patsy, Meredith, and Catelyn. Munga and Sundew pleaded with me to save them. I lacked the courage. Someone calling my name saved me from the terror. The nightmare ended, and I woke with a scream. A shadow hung over my tent, and the rain still beat relentlessly.
Sitter? Is that you?
Meredith's familiar voice rang outside the tent. I sucked in a breath, skin slick with sweat and rainwater. I felt at my face and my skin and hair to make sure they were in order. Mentally, I checked on my Imperior to make sure I was still channeling. Once I was sure, I cleared my throat. "I'm here." The tent opened and Meredith stepped in. She'd had the foresight to wear a poncho and remained dry. If she was bothered by my nudity, she didn't show it. She simply closed the flap and sat down.
Having a rough time?
She asked. I pulled my pants on. The least I could do was cover my lower half. "I lost one of my boots."
They were never good anyway.
No, they weren't. I eyed her. "Are you here to kill me?"
What? No.
Meredith shook her head, appalled.
Sundew would kill me if I took that from her. Ophelia sent me to make sure you hadn't run off.
I snorted. "You? Why not any of the others, or her guards?"
Patsy's too large to catch you if you tried to run. Sundew and Catelyn are too young. I'm older, and I traveled with a circus. Maybe she thought that would give me enough experience to handle you.
Meredith shook her head.
You're bigger, and you're a man. I couldn't stop you if I wanted.
The contest would be closer than she expected. Then why come?
I wanted to see if you were running away.
She paused.
Are you?
I wiggled my toes. Not without boots. She sighed and leaned back.
Pity.
The rain continued to beat down. I wrapped my arms around myself and placed my hands on my chest. The downpours this close to my Ayers Mountains were colder than normal rain and leached the heat from my body. That wasn't an issue when you lived in town. Several days away from civilization, however, and it could be a death sentence.
Here.
Meredith pulled a fresh blanket, dry and unmarred by water, from her pack.
Use this.
I swaddled myself. Warmth returned to my insides. Thanks.
Never steal my fruit again.
Ah, of course. I should have expected you would want something in return. I was careful not to agree. Meredith cut the perfect apple slices, not too thick, not too thin, just right. One of her circus friends must have taught her.
I know your language. If I want something from you, I have to give you something you want or need.
Meredith eyed me as I shifted the blanket around to retain as much heat as possible.
If you would like, I can share it with you.
It took me a moment to register her meaning, and I couldn't help but turn red. I'm flattered, but I'm not interested in women. I can warm myself. Meredith nodded.
We've all wondered if that was the case. You were one of the only Wanderlacks that never touched your slaves. I wanted to see and make sure.
Good. That was how I wanted others to think. It meant one less headache for me. What would you have done if I'd said yes?
I would have followed through.
I raised an eyebrow. Why? Meredith pointed to the scar on her face, the one Lookout had given her.
The act lost all meaning when your Wanderlack friend gave me this. I've tried since becoming a slave. I feel nothing.
I closed my eyes. I'm sorry. We stopped letting the men be as violent after that happened.
The other slaves said that, but you didn't stop it entirely.
Meredith folded her arms across her chest and looked down.
When I was traveling with the circus performers, there was one man in the group everyone told me to stay away from. His name was Kurt, and he could swallow any kind of sword. He seemed nice, so I couldn't understand why everyone had to stay away. I ignored the rule. I found out why later. He invited me to his wagon when I turned 10, and it was filled with dead animals. He liked to skin them alive and listen to them scream.
She closed her eyes.
The others all knew. That's why they said to keep away. He was so proud of his collection, and he wanted me to help him find more animals.
I blinked, unsure what to say. Meredith continued.
I asked my mom and dad how they could be around a man like that. They said it wasn't his fault. It was in his nature to kill those animals, and he couldn't help it. The troupe even helped him manage his impulses by bringing him animals that were already dead, instead of the healthy ones. They indulged his wicked fantasies to keep him from doing worse things.
I knew men like that. There had been a few in the Wanderlax. Why tell me that story? Meredith opened her eyes.
Because I don't blame you for your nature. You or any of the Wanderlax. You did what you were born to do. You couldn't help it. A mountain lion can't help that it must eat the sheep, and the snake cannot help but bite what is in front of it.
I looked away. Guilt swelled within me. Maybe her assessment had been correct for the other men, but it wasn't for me. I'd always had a choice. Do you think men like that can change?
If they can, they don't. When you take a woman against her will, I think the light of the Four leaves you completely hollow.
The rain slowed. Meredith raised her head.
But you're different. You've always been different from the other Wanderlax. You were kinder.
It's because I was never meant to be one of them. I'd intended to be a bandit for a year, maybe 2, before I met my end. I'd lived longer than I ever thought I would. A decade of killing, kidnapping, and selling people had decayed my soul. Too bad we'll never find out. The rain probably slowed the Fielians down, but not much. They'll arrive at Timewinders soon. Meredith smiled.
At least Ophelia will finally get what's coming to her.
I laughed. Ophelia deserves a lot worse than a quick swing of the headsman's axe. She's nearly as awful as some of the Wanderlax. The rain stopped entirely. I put on my still wet shirt and folded my tent and blanket back into my pack. I was careful not to squish the flowers inside. Meredith waited nearby patiently.
It was foolish of her to throw in with the rebels.
Meredith said.
Even I know that.
Maybe, maybe not. I once knew a Fielian who hated his own country. He plotted to overthrow them by stealing away one of their royals. When the time was right, he was going to raise a rebellion and seat the lost royal on the throne. Meredith scoffed.
Why?
I don't know. I was too young to understand or care. He used to tell me all the time how they'd corrupted the first Fielian king's laws. The royals of today only wanted power instead of what was good for the people.
Ophelia might have some lost Faelian blood in her if that's how they all act.
Not all of them, I murmured, but I spoke so quietly she didn't hear. It didn't matter anyways. That single anomaly was dead.
What happened to the man who tried to steal away the royal?
Meredith asked. He's dead. Just like everyone that fights against the Fielian Empire. I sighed. We'll be next, once the Fielians arrive in Timewinders. We'd better hope Vagar is in a good mood. If not, it will be a terrible few weeks for everyone in town.
Do you know Vagar?
Meredith asked. With a start, I realized she'd been asking probing questions. She'd probably learned more about me in the past hour than any of the rest of the women had in the past 6 months of us working together. They'd all been curious about my past, but I'd been intentionally vague whenever the subject was brought up. I know of him. It was half a lie. Could seeing someone 4, maybe 5 times count as knowing them? But I would avoid someone with a reputation half as bad as his, like they had the plague. Meredith nodded. She asked more questions, but I'd caught on to her game, and I only answered with single-syllable words. I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed it before. I blamed it on the elements. If the cold weather hadn't sapped my strength, maybe I would have seen it sooner. Her questions stopped eventually, and we walked in silence. She would tell the others, and they would gossip and speculate. I'd given them more than I ever wanted, but they still didn't know the real me. No one left alive did, and no one ever would. Chapter 10. The Fielians' arrival came without fanfare. They marched 2 by 2 into Timewinders without any resistance. The guardsmen knew better than to fight and laid down their arms in surrender. The townspeople cowered in their homes, and others came to watch the procession. I was in the market buying new boots and supplies for the manor when the foreign army passed by on their way to Ophelia's home. It occurred to me that I could run. There was no further reason to stay. Munger had yet to return, and he was probably dead. That meant I'd failed. 10 years wasted for nothing. The Fielians would have their hands full with Ophelia's public execution. Without her, there would be no record of my whereabouts. A new duke or duchess would be installed, and with the bandit threat quelled, they would see no further need to harass their new appointee about it. Of course, they would scour the south in search of what they were looking for. When they discovered they couldn't find it, no one would escape their wrath. Had it been a year earlier, I would have run. Even among the Wanderlacks, if my choice had been myself or the crew, I would have picked myself. The way of life among bandits boiled down to kill or be killed. Everyone understood. I even had a tidy bit of supplies to help me thrive in the wild, and a bit of pocket change left over that had been meant to be spent at the market. All the pieces aligned. The gateway opened. I hesitated. I remembered the vale in the mountains and the cave where I'd seen my vision, and where I had felt that terrible, invisible creature. At the time, survival had been the only priority. I'd given no thought to the interpretation of the vision. Now I could look back on it. I knew I had been spared. Me, of all people, one of the vilest, cruelest, and most selfish of all the creatures on Biermund, had been allowed to live. The Four, curse them and the thrones they sat upon, extended my time for some purpose. I could not deny it. And somehow, maybe through the whisperings of the gods themselves, I knew that purpose had to deal with the 4 women back at the manor. Why else had I been thrust into their life? I returned to the manor. All the while I wondered what would become of me. I slipped in the back door. Patsy, Meredith, Catelyn, and Sundew stood in the kitchen and huddled around the door that led to the main entrance hallway. Scrade was there as well. He'd come the moment the Fielians had breached our borders to be with his new beloved. The two had accelerated their courtship within the past month. They all glanced at me as I entered.
You came back?
Sundew commented. She knew I could have escaped if I'd wanted. She had the correct appraisal of my abilities. I came to stand with the rest of them. They looked at me expectantly, but I had nothing to say on the matter. 10 Fielians stood in the main hallway. Each had flowing red hair, a mark of Fielian blood. 6 flanked the entrance. 3 stood at the base of the stairs that led to the second floor, and the last stood on the stairs themselves. A few steps above him was Ophelia, dressed in the most ornate gown I'd ever seen on her person. Most often, she lounged about in what could be considered nothing more than peasant attire. Her horned manservant stood close behind in a dark suit.
Duchess Ophelia,
the Fielian on the stairs said. The voice set my teeth on edge and goosebumps ran up and down my skin.
A pleasure to see you again.
General Vagar,
Ophelia said through clenched teeth.
The pleasure is mine.
Vagar sighed. He was taller than I remembered. Most Fielians stood over 6 feet, both men and women, but he was even larger.
Have you heard what we've done to your friends up north? The display we've made of them.
Everyone had. Ophelia trembled and gave a curt nod. Despicable, lazy, manipulative, deceitful, beyond her aspirations, she possessed not a single desirable quality. Yet one could empathize with the mouse caught in a trap as it cried in fear. A wave of pity washed over me.
Yes, I see you have.
Vagar clicked his tongue. Even 4 steps below Ophelia, he towered 2 heads over her. You could almost always tell who was a Fielian based on height. The other tell was the hair, red for men, silver for women.
Awful, isn't it, what those rebels chose for themselves and for their children, and what you have chosen for the members of your household?
He glanced toward the kitchen. Patsy squealed, and Meredith let out a high-pitched whine. The 2 turned away from the door, only to find 2 Fielian guards at the back entrance to the kitchen. Regret crept up on me. I should have run. Our fate would be the same as Ophelia's. Vagar stepped toward Ophelia.
But Fielians are not the heartless monsters our brothers in the south make us out to be. Surely you must agree that those rumors must be false. We are, after all, merciful to those that aid us. As foolish a mistake as you've made, you have been useful.
He lifted her chin with a finger and ran a thumb across her lips. She shook uncontrollably. I wanted to scream at her to get herself under control.
Ambition is a greatly desired trait among our people, even when that ambition is misplaced. Do you understand?
Ophelia nodded.
Good.
Vagar let her go and stepped back.
Then we will give you another opportunity.
You are gracious, Lord.
I know.
Vagar smiled.
There is another matter before we go. That of the Wanderlack bandits. Have you located them?
The slaves around me sucked in a breath. Ophelia turned to look at me, and Vagar followed her gaze. His eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down.
I would speak with him alone.
The Fielians behind us gripped my arms and hauled me forward. Vagar entered the guest parlor, and I was dragged in behind him. One of the Fielians forced me toward Vagar, while the other closed the door behind us. I lifted my head to meet his eyes. He returned the gesture with a cold stare.
Sitter.
He gestured to one of the couches.
Do as your name suggests.
I obeyed. Vagar took a seat opposite me.
I've heard much about you, and you've piqued the interest of my king. Did you know that?
I did. No, my lord.
Really?
Vagar curled his lip back in a vicious smile.
I find that hard to believe, as highly regarded as you are among your peers. It has been said by other bandits we've captured that the Wanderlack's success can be attributed solely to you.
I beg your pardon, my lord, but all the Wanderlacks but myself are dead. I wouldn't call that successful.
On the contrary.
The couch Vagar sat on creaked as he leaned forward.
That is more evidence of how extraordinary you are. To be the lone survivor of a group of bandits, that must be a tale worth telling. What happened?
We found something. Sweat dripped down the side of my face. This was what I'd planned for. The last 10 years of my life had led to this. I'd prepared, but that preparation was sorely lacking, and I struggled to keep myself even. I had to lead him into the conclusion. He had to find it himself. We fled into the mountains, and a force we couldn't see tore us apart.
How ridiculous. You expect me to believe the most infamous bandits of the Casparian ungulates were killed by an invisible beast?
Vagar's eyes twinkled as he toyed with me. He knew I was telling the truth. Every Fielian had heard tales of that abominable creature that roamed the mountains. Most considered it a myth. Vagar must have believed it, or been privy to some knowledge the normal citizenry lacked access to. I shrugged. Vagar shook his head.
Why did it spare your life and not the others?
I don't know.
Can you describe it?
Just how it felt.
Do it.
I closed my eyes. I had to be careful to rely on my own memory and not give a hint of Imperia. I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its breath. I couldn't see it. It hated me and wanted to kill me, but it let me go. Vagar listened intently.
How far did it follow you?
To the edge of the mountain range. It couldn't come down into the undulates. One of the Fielian guards let out a strangled noise halfway between awe and fear. Vagar shot him a deadly look before turning back to me.
Do you have any idea what it is you encountered?
Of course. No.
It's a legend among my people. 1,000 years ago, at the beginning of the reign of the first king, there was a man. He was more of a creature filled with hate, just like you described. He fought against the gods themselves, but he was eventually killed. As punishment for his defiance, he has been cursed to forever wander the mountain range, dividing the north from the south. He can kill anyone he comes across wandering the peaks, which is why there is no other crossing beside the eastern pass.
Vagar rose and paced around my chair.
There is a legend, an addendum, if you may, that the beast cannot kill those of royal blood. This is not royal blood in the sense of Imperia, but blood that has descended directly from the first king. Theoretically, only a Fielian should have it. Wouldn't you say?
For the first time, I was grateful for meeting that beast. It added credibility to the lie I'd so carefully crafted. I don't know. I haven't met many Fielians.
The Empire keeps meticulous records. We have watched the royal family and their bloodlines. All of them are known to us, down to the last miscarriage and child dead of rot.
Vagar continued as if he hadn't heard me.
All are accounted for, save one.
I used my Imperia, just a tiny bit. Not my memorist Imperia, but the other one, to hide my emotions and smooth out my face. I couldn't let a hint of emotion show. Vagar leaned over the back of my chair and put his mouth beside my ear.
You understand what I am hinting at?
Yes.
What defense do you have for yourself?
I'm not a long-lost royal.
The evidence is stacked against you.
Do I look like a Fielian? Vagar drew away and paced around the chair.
No, but there is something about you, something I can't quite place. I have a sixth sense for these things. I think you may actually be who I'm looking for.
Do you not trust your eyes?
Sight can be deceitful. The royals have always been blessed with Imperia, but the families keep their abilities hidden. You could be an illusionist or an etcher and have hidden your appearance.
Vagar folded his arms.
But you would only know that if you were a Fielian.
No, I knew. I knew very well. Why not bring me back to Fiel to find out for sure?
It would bring me shame and dishonor if I was wrong. Imagine the embarrassment if I claimed I'd found the missing piece of the puzzle, only to have it be some vagabond of no importance. Beyond that, it is against our custom to repatriate foreigners from their homes. If they are to die, they are to die in their own land. He drew his lips back in a sneer. How I wish I could break that taboo. He continued, Do not think of running. Ophelia's sole task will be to make sure you remain in Time Winders. Her life will depend on it, and I will be leaving several of my guards to aid her. If you do manage to escape, there is nowhere you can run that I will not find you. If it must be that I destroy the entirety of the South, I will do it. Am I clear? I nodded. Good. Then we have reached an understanding. Vhagar extended a hand. We'll return in 6 months' time with a memorist who can tell us the truth of the matter. Make your peace by then. He left with his guards. I remained in the parlour, and I didn't dare stick my head out. Not until Patsy came to grab me and put me back to work. Dinner still needed to be cooked. The Fielians watched us like hawks from sunup to sundown. The others complained in secret. I didn't complain at all. I couldn't afford to bring any attention to myself. They were waiting for the slightest misstep on my part. The faintest whiff of deceit would see my head on a platter. If I ran, the guards would kill the other women, alongside everyone in town. While I cared little for anyone outside the manor, I held some measure of affection for the other slaves. I could not abandon them. Not now that my trap had been sprung. Ironic, only now that I'd failed in my duty did my original plan come to fruition. Munger had yet to appear. He was likely dead. Ophelia's mood visibly worsened. She'd left us alone before. Now she sought opportunities to reprimand us. Within a week of Vhagar's departure, she'd beat Catelyn twice. Scrade had to be restrained from bursting into the manor and getting himself killed. As a group, we sat down and discussed options. They were limited, but we agreed the rest of us would chip in to pay Catelyn's slave debt. If we all gave our extra funds, she could be free within 7 months. She protested.
You can't do this for me. What about all of you? We'll be fine,
Patsy reassured her.
Meredith and I are going to die here. If we paid off our debts, where would we go? No one needs some old women like us.
Meredith choked on the biscuit she'd been eating. I slapped her on the back. Her face reddened, and once she'd stopped coughing, she looked at Patsy indignantly. But Catelyn had already moved on.
What about Sundew? Sundew has someone she's waiting for,
Patsy said.
She can't leave just yet.
Sundew? Waiting for someone? I didn't know love could exist within all that hate. She's too full of spite to leave anyway. Sundew glared at me. I shrugged. She could deny it, but the truth was the truth. No one asked me about my slave debt. Instinctually, they knew I wasn't leaving. The Fielian guards left behind made my position very clear. When Scrade heard about our plan, he gave up Ashweed and pitched in his extra funds. The time for Catelyn's departure dropped from 7 months to 4. We did our best to shield each other from the beatings. Patsy, Meredith, and I took the brunt. Any time a mistake was made, we took the blame. Shielding the younger ones was more important than the skin on our backs. Ophelia figured out what was happening and tried to get Catelyn and Sundew on their own. She had some kind of jealousy for them. I didn't understand it. We travelled the manor 2 at a time in response. Catelyn and Sundew were never allowed to be alone or paired together. Scrade's visits became limited. None of us were allowed to leave to buy food at the market without one of the Fielian guards accompanying us. What little autonomy we'd possessed was now stripped away. I found ways to make time for myself. In the dead of night, when no one was awake and the guards nodded off, I would sneak out to the barn to smoke my pipe and wonder about my place in the grand play. One night, I found Sundew there, once again in the window on the upper level. Want a smoke? I climbed up to the 2nd level and sat beside Sundew. It was a clear night. The starlight stream was perfectly visible. Sundew glanced at the pipe.
Patsy says those things will kill you.
How?
She says she has a cousin who used to smoke them. When he was 60 years old, he started coughing up black phlegm.
She doesn't have a way to prove it was the pipe.
No, she doesn't.
So? Want to smoke? Sunju sighed and extended a hand. She coughed on her first drag and handed the pipe back. You get used to it eventually. I let my next pull linger in my lungs before exhaling through my nose. Sunju wheezed.
Why do that at all?
It takes the edge off. It makes hard days easier and easy days more enjoyable. I tapped some of the ash from the end of the pipe. At least it used to. Now I had to smoke nearly a whole pouch of ashweed to feel even a little relieved. When I wasn't smoking, I craved it. When I was smoking, I wanted to smoke more. 4 takes Scrade to white fire for getting me hooked on the stuff. I'd swore never to be a slave, and now I was one, twofold. I offered Sunju the pipe again. She didn't wheeze as much on the second draw. I waited for her to say something, but she leaned her head against the window, silent. That was fine with me. I mirrored her posture and closed my eyes. A sliver of fear ran through me, but I quelled it. She'd calmed down enough to not kill me, at least not yet. The night dragged on. I expected her to say something. Silence stood between us. She stood and gave me a small, sad smile before leaving. I remained and finished the rest of my ashweed. Then I sat a little longer. My eyes trailed from the star stream up in the sky down to the mountains up north. My thoughts wandered to the invisible creature. It haunted me. Not just in my dreams, but in my waking moments too. Here, in the dead of night, as I looked to the mountains, for the briefest instant I thought I could feel it staring back at me, waiting, hungry, eager. It would not have me. I dumped the ashes out my pipe and gave an obscene gesture to the mountains. I hoped that thing could see me, locked away behind those grand peaks, unable to draw closer. I hoped it knew that one day I would die and be free, but that it would be stuck in that space until the end of time. I returned to the manor. I tossed and turned the rest of the night, and morning chased away the night before I thought it was proper. Sunju said nothing of the previous night, and I didn't either. We separated into our different jobs. I was with Catelyn in the garden, while Patsy, Meredith, and Sunju were in the kitchen. It was nearing the middle of fall, and harvest was upon us. Our garden was no farm, but there was enough picking to be done to last several weeks. There were peppers, pumpkins, squash, tomatoes, potatoes, and much more. The chill air made work bearable, but we were still slick with sweat by the end of the day. I demanded the first bath.
Scrade is visiting tonight.
Catelyn hissed lowly.
I need to be ready.
If he truly loves you, he'll love how you stink, I countered. As a wanderlack in the wild, I'd grown to tolerate my own stench and the stench of others, but being a slave had offered me the privilege of daily baths. I, once again, could no longer tolerate filth. I bathed first, and I made sure to take a good long soak. By the time I exited, Catelyn was practically in tears. It made me mad to even see, and I wanted to slap her. Didn't she know how much the rest of us were sacrificing for her? Scrade had snuck into the servants' quarters, and he waited patiently on Catelyn's bed. I nodded to him as I entered. Did Patsy help you get in? Sunju, Scrade replied. She took one of the Fielian guards into town as a bribe. Where did they go? The Bard's Foot. I frowned. The Bard's Foot. Isn't that place known for its couples' rooms? It is. Why would Sunju take one of the Fielian guards there? Unless she meant to bed him. But that couldn't be right. She wouldn't go that far for Catelyn. Would she? Catelyn returned to the room a short time later. Scrade stood up respectfully when she entered. He looked confused when she shot me a hateful look. What's going on? Scrade turned around as Catelyn dressed herself. I too turned to offer her some privacy.
He bathed before I did.
The hasty ruffling of clothes indicated how mad she was.
I told him you were coming and he still insisted on being first.
Scrade glanced at me. I shrugged. I don't like being dirty. We only have so much time together. You'll have more once her slave debt is paid off. The rest of us will be stuck here, I said. I've done enough for her already. Scrade sighed. I'll give you another pouch of ashweed next time to let her shower first. I grinned. That was exactly what I'd been hoping to hear. Well, I guess if you really want her to bathe first, I might consider it for 2 pouches. Scrade grunted, dissatisfied. He produced 2 pouches anyway, and I tucked them away. Catelyn finished changing and hooked her arm in Scrade's.
Let's hurry. The night is wasting.
Have fun. Don't stay out too late. I giggled. I couldn't help but feel proud of myself. I'd not only bathed first, I'd earned myself 2 ashweed pouches by doing so. Catelyn stopped at the door. For the first time since I'd been inducted as a slave, her face filled with venom.
Just you remember, Sitter, why you're here. You may do some good, but that doesn't change that you are a lazy, selfish slaver who preys on the weak.
The 2 left. My jubilation evaporated. My first instinct was to withhold the money I'd promised to pay down her debt. I realized that would only prove what she had said. Not that it needed to be proven. She was right. I was still the same person beneath it all. I had a layer of good works to my name, but it was skin deep. I was still a fraud. I was still the same bandit that had kidnapped dozens and dozens of people and sold them off. I closed my eyes and my skin glowed golden. I forced myself to remember the fateful night in the valley. I forced myself to see the bits and scraps left of my Wanderlac companions, and I forced myself to face the creature that lay in my memories and the dread that accompanied his presence. The stories were wrong. I had no noble blood. I was who Vhagar was looking for, but it was not because I was royal. The myth had been right in some ways, wrong in others. Why had I been spared? It must have been the gods themselves. What were their reasons? I thought about praying to find out why. I was halfway to the floor on my knees when Patsy burst into the room.
Sitter? Sitter, we need.
She paused.
What are you doing?
I dropped a fawn. I discreetly reached into my money pouch and held up the square coin for her to see. I was looking for it. Oh. Patsy shook her head.
Oh, never mind that. We have a problem.
We have a problem, or you have a problem? I constantly had to remind these women that we were not a collective.
We.
Patsy sucked in a breath.
Sundew killed one of the Fielian guards.
Chapter 11. We stood in the centre of the Bard's Foot. The rest of the patrons had already been cleared out. Sundew sat in the corner with the bartender, resting her head on a bloody hand. Meredith stood protectively over her. Scrade and Catelyn, bless their souls, had arrived as well. I knelt over the Fielian guard. Sundew's knife, the one she always kept hidden, the one meant for me, found its mark. She'd aimed well. Trying to slide through the ribs was always a gamble. She'd gone in from the stomach instead and shoved the blade up into the man's heart. From the look on the guard's face and the position on the floor, they'd been in the middle of a dance. It would have been when he was most vulnerable. Sundew met my eyes. Good aim, I said. She looked away. Tears trailed down her cheeks.
Stupid girl!
The bartender swore.
Do you have any idea what the Fielians will do to us now? You've killed us all!
Back off.
Meredith stepped between the barkeep and Sundew. Her scar made her more intimidating than she otherwise would have been. The bartender's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Back off? Back off? Are you mad, woman? Don't you understand what's happened here?
Is screaming at a young girl going to make it any better?
Meredith raised her voice.
She deserves it for what she's done. The barkeep slapped a hand to his forehead. I've got to get out of here. If the Fielians found out this happened in my bar, they'll flay me alive. I need to take my family and... He hurried out of the tavern. No one moved to stop him. It was just as well. I stood and wiped my hands on my pants. No one panic. This can still be salvaged.
How?
Catelyn asked bleakly. I wonder. I tapped my chin exaggeratedly. Does there happen to be a frequent occupant of the Bard's Foot that fled the scene and is now on the run? The others stared at me blankly. Scrade was the first to catch on. You want me to blame the barkeep? Why not?
There were dozens of people here.
Sunju groaned.
They all saw me stab him.
I tapped my head and grinned. Or did they see the barkeep do it? Patsy scoffed.
So that's it. How are you going to wipe the memories of everyone in town?
More importantly,
Meredith scowled.
are you going to condemn an innocent man to die?
Who do you think I am? Don't you remember who sold you all into slavery? I glanced at Catelyn and she looked away. Sacrificing a stranger for one of my own isn't even a question. Everyone shifted uncomfortably. Speaking about our pasts was a topic avoided as often as possible, but the truth could not be hidden. We all stood here, the 5 slaves, because of me. Because I had been a part of the Wanderlax, and we had kidnapped, pillaged, and committed all manner of unspeakable crimes. Vile seemed too light a word to describe myself. In this moment, vile could do what virtue could not. Patsy cleared her throat.
What do we need to do?
Have the guard call everyone who was at the tavern to their tower under the guise of an investigation, I said. Bring them to one of the back rooms. I'll meet with each of them individually and rearrange their memories. It needs to be done tonight. The other Fielian guard won't expect his friend home until later, but he will expect him. As soon as his suspicions are raised, he will come looking. Catelyn and I can round them up, Scrade said. Get going now. They left. I turned to Patsy. You and Meredith will need to cover for the rest of us. Do up our beds, make them look slept in. Our chores will fall to you tomorrow.
Shouldn't we take Sundu home and get her cleaned up?
Meredith asked.
The Fielian will get suspicious of the blood on her sleeve.
We'll tell the guard she tried to stop the bleeding. She'll be in the guardhouse under the assumption she is there for questioning.
Will that work?
Patsy looked doubtful. Do you have a choice? A few more arguments were offered, none substantial, and they acquiesced. I was left alone with Sunju in the tavern. I meandered around and pretended to inspect the crime scene before coming to sit beside her. I pulled out my pipe. Want to smoke? She shook her head. I put the pipe away. Talking will help you feel better.
How do you know?
I've killed a lot of people. I've watched others kill a lot of people. The first is always the hardest, and you never forget. Mine was a young boy, probably about 10 or 12. I choked him. I made a strangling motion with my hands, until he turned purple. Sunju shook her head.
You're a memorist. They have perfect memories.
Ah, so you think you'll forget this? Sunju glanced at the body, then at her feet.
No, I won't.
We sat in silence. I should have been on my way to the guardhouse, but I lingered. Sunju needed someone, anyone, to talk to. No one else could fill the role at the moment. As expected, her emotions spilled over. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she buried her head in her hands as she spoke.
I agreed to a night of drinks. I didn't know he would bring me here. He told me they'd set aside a room just for us, and...
She sniffed, unable to finish the thought. She sobbed for a minute before wiping her nose and continuing.
When he grabbed me to go back, I panicked. We'd been dancing and singing with everyone else, and he started to pull me through the crowd. I tried to stay, but he threatened to hurt the others.
I nodded. Is that when you grabbed your knife?
Yes.
Sunju shuddered.
I'd always thought it would be hard to kill someone, that I would be consumed with rage when I finally did. But I was cold. I knew what would happen to me if I didn't do it, and that seemed worse. I chose to kill him. It was easy to shove the knife up and in. I'd practiced it so many times.
Life slipped away so easily. Most people didn't understand. They woke, they ate, they worked, they slept. Each and every day the sun rose and fell. It never occurred to them just how fragile everyone was, humans and other races alike. We teetered on a knife's edge between life and death. It was a miracle we'd survived as long as we had. Sunju's tears dried and she wiped her nose with the back of her sleeve.
It was meant for you.
I know.
It still is.
I know. Sunju nodded. I extended a hand and helped her to her feet. Together we went to the guardhouse. A line had already formed. The other guardsmen set a room aside for me and another for Sunju. Once I was situated, people entered, one by one. The story was consistent for those that had been close enough to see. A young girl stabbed a man. They'd fled. I altered their memories so that the barkeep had been the one to kill him. Those that hadn't seen needed less manipulation. Just a nudge that Sunju hadn't been anywhere near her victim at the time of death. I removed any memory of myself from them too. When the Fielians conducted their own investigation, it wouldn't do for all those people to mention me. I could only hope the overwhelming witness testimony would be enough to discourage further inquiries. If Vagar's memorist chose to examine even one person, it would be over. Any memorist would see the tampering immediately. If I'd had time, I could have made it seamless. No memorist would have been able to tell, but with so many people, my work was shoddy and easily noticeable. Sunrise came. Still, I worked. There were only 3 more people left when the remaining Fielian guard barged into the tower. He exchanged words with Scrade. I finished the man I'd been working on and excused him.
Why was I not sent for immediately?
The Fielian demanded.
Haste was of the essence. Every minute lost is a minute the culprit gains. We don't have the manpower to spare,
Scrade said. I had to give the boy credit. He lied through his teeth like a true bandit.
I think you have something to hide, the Fielian growled. Where is the woman he took with him?
She's over here,
Scrade explained.
She witnessed the whole event.
He pulled the Fielian guard into the next room. I grabbed the 2 witnesses still waiting to be seen. There wasn't time for pleasantries. I ripped their old memories away and implanted new ones. It took all of less than a minute, and they left before the Fielian emerged from Sunju's holding room. I teetered and used a wall to steady myself. It had been years since I'd used so much Imperia, and my reserves were nearly empty. I happened to glance at a loose mirror in the guardhouse. 4 knows why they even had one. Patches pocked my skin. Silver hair mixed with red and brown ran down my neck. I swore and made for the door. I had to hurry home and slide under the covers before anyone could see me. Once I'd recovered, Scrade and the Fielian walked out. I froze. Scrade's jaw dropped, and the Fielian's expression hardened.
You!
My limbs weighed against me as I rushed toward the Fielian. He grabbed the hilt of his sword to pull it from his sheath, but I slammed my knee into his chin. He staggered back, dazed. We fell to the floor as my hands wrapped around his neck.
Sitter!
Scrade yelled.
What are you doing?
I couldn't answer. For I was so tired. The Fielian grabbed my arms and tried to pry them free. I held fast. His face turned purple like a bruise and his eyes bulged. Spit dribbled out the side of his mouth and he stuck his tongue out and wagged it wildly. He kicked, but his foot went wild. I pressed harder, I pressed deeper, my thumbs sinking into soft flesh, just the same as the first time I'd killed. His eyes rolled back in his head. I gritted my teeth and shook with exertion. The life sloughed from him, and only when I'd felt the last of his heartbeat fail to pass beneath my fingers did I let go and collapse to the side. My eyes flicked to Scrade. Sunju had emerged from the room and now stood beside him. Both were deathly pale.
Sitter.
Scrade was the first to speak.
You, look.
No. I shook my head and struggled to my feet. Not another word.
But.
Not another word to anyone else. Do you understand? They both nodded. I glanced at the body and sighed. All our hard work down the drain. They shifted their attention from me to the Fielian.
What now?
I need to sleep, I said. I couldn't afford to discuss it. I'd buried those memories myself with Imperia's protection. I was lucky the lock I'd put on my mind hadn't broken seeing my own face. Rest would remedy the issue. After that, then we'll talk. Scrade and Sunju helped me back to the manor. Ophelia waited in the foyer and demanded an explanation. Sunju tried to placate her while Scrade took me to the slave quarters. I collapsed and fell dead to the world. When I woke, I found 6 faces waiting for me. Patsy, Meredith, Catelyn, Scrade, Sunju, and Ophelia. The other slaves were nervous. Ophelia shook with anger. Can I grab something to drink before you pillory me? I asked wearily.
You are going to explain how we're going to solve this,
Ophelia demanded.
before you do anything else.
You're the Duchess. Aren't you supposed to figure it out?
My solution is to give you to the Fielians and let them execute you.
I grinned. If that was really your plan, you'd have already sent a messenger. But you know that if they get that message, they won't just kill us. They'll kill you too. Which meant she was now stuck with us. Her powers as a duchess, as of that moment, meant nothing to her new cohorts. I cackled with glee. That served to make Ophelia angrier, but she dared not make a move. She knew how powerless she was.
Are we going to erase the town people's memories again?
Scrade asked. No. With 2 of their guards dead, the Fielians will investigate. They might not have with only 1, but 2 will guarantee the memorist they are bringing examines all of the townspeople. Blaming the death of the first Fielian on the barkeep was plausible. The second simply didn't have enough connecting details. I could edit the memories of everyone involved so that they wouldn't remember, but then there would be no explanation for the second body.
We're as good as dead,
Patsy said.
There's no way to hide it.
The Fielians won't come back for another 6 months. We can find a way to hide this.
Catelyn pleaded. She had more to lose than the rest of us. I shook my head. The Fielians have enough military might to conquer all of the southern continent if they wanted. They haven't because their ancient laws prevent them, but they can bend those laws to find murderers. If we flee, they will stop at nothing to find us. We should enjoy the last 6 months left to us. Ophelia hissed.
This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't killed that second guard.
Oh, I was the catalyst. My eyes slid to Sunju. She looked at the ground. Everyone refused to look at her. It doesn't matter. What's done is done. Let's make our peace. The group scattered. Scrade held Catelyn close as they walked away, while Meredith and Patsy spoke in hushed tones as they moved to the kitchen. Ophelia's face contorted with anger, but there was nothing more to say, and she swung on her heels. Enjoy your time with Ark Mace, I called. She paused mid-stride. The anger slipped from her face and was replaced by a frigid stare.
Don't forget yourself,
Ophelia said coolly.
The Fielians may be coming to kill us all, but you are still my slave. It is within my power to have you flogged.
She disappeared.
Is there no other way to save the others?
Sunju asked. She'd been the only one to remain behind. She met my eyes, and for the second time since meeting her, I was struck. There are some people you kidnap that you never forget. The first time we'd looked at each other, she'd been filled with such rage and such hate. It had been more visceral than any I'd seen before. Now those eyes were filled with sorrow, more powerful and profound than I'd ever seen. I'd been inclined to give her an apathetic answer, but I froze in my tracks. I'd ruined this girl's life. I'd helped kill her family. I'd sold her into slavery. She'd vowed to kill me for all that I'd done, and through her own folly, she'd condemned herself to death. Did I not owe it to her to make things right? Did I not owe it to all of them to try? I cleared my throat and wet my dry lips. I will do what I can. My words were little comfort. Sunju lowered her head.
What can you do?
I don't know.
What you offer, then, is nothing.
I grimaced. Against my better judgment, I dug deep into my mind and pulled out an old saying. Man is capable of infinity. He only needs to discover how. Sunju sniffed.
What does that mean?
It means that we can do anything we set our minds to.
Including fighting the strongest army in the world?
Maybe we don't need to fight them, I said. Maybe we can hide.
You said they would tear apart the continent,
Sunju said miserably.
Where could we possibly hide?
I have some ideas, I said. The words felt hollow. I knew the solution to this problem, and it was one I would never, ever choose. Sunju raised her head. The anguish had evaporated, and some of her old fire, the flames of ire, had returned.
You're going to leave us all to die. You were willing to condemn the barkeep to save me. You'll condemn all of us to save yourself.
What use was saying I wouldn't? It was an easy trade. I liked myself more than anyone else. At least, that's how I'd used to be. I wasn't sure of that anymore. Not after the vision in the cave, and not after the time spent in the manor. Sunju stepped closer. Too close. She put her hand on my chest, and I could smell the faint scents she'd used in the bath the previous morning, mixed with sweat. Her breath smelled like honey and biscuits.
I need a promise you won't abandon us.
If I had been anyone else, her advances would have worked. Unfortunately for her, I was what I was, and among those things, heartless stood chief among them. Yet her attempt wavered my resolve. You know what I am. You know my promises are hollow.
Promise me, Sitter. Promise me you won't leave us.
She felt no affection for me, but she knew how base instincts worked. It was the only tool left to her. The application was crude, brutish, and lacking tact, but potent. Again, if I'd been anyone else. I swallowed. What did she expect? This was not some grand epic told to children, and I was not some grand hero. I wasn't even a supporting character or villain either. I was an unnamed participant, the kind in a story that, if any mention was made, received no accolades and no remembrances. I was nobody. I would never be anybody. When I died, there would be no one to mourn, no applause of weeping to congratulate a life well lived, only silence and an unmarked grave. I met Sunju eye for eye, the hate and mourning mixed with pleading. I wondered how she could feel so much, so deeply. I'd been empty for so long, I'd forgotten what that was like. I wanted to feel what it was to be full again. All that drove me was the remembrance of loyalty for a man who died earlier in the year. I grabbed her. She gasped and tried to pull away, but had not the strength to break my grip, and her efforts slackened as golden light flowed between us. I forced myself in, past all her defenses, past all her memories, past her, and sped down the makeup that formed the foundation. The emotion of ambition, vindication, and faith permeated her. Her belief was as yet unbroken. Rot clung to the edges of her purity, snarling and ugly. It would eat away at her light until nothing but bitterness remained, and I was the cause. I let her go and stepped back. She slid to the floor. A flicker of what I'd once been sparked in my breast. I sacrificed everything for another once. I'd been prepared to die, and I'd been spared by the gods themselves. If my life had been returned, did I not owe it to those I'd ruined to see them made whole? Was I not called to free the slaves I'd put in chains of both body and soul? I'd determined long ago to go to my grave a damned soul, yet I ached for redemption. A chance lay before me to banish the corruption and heal the past. It started with Sundew. I knelt to meet her eyes. I promise. Chapter 12. I left. Time winders faded into the distance behind me. I travelled north along the edge of the Casparian undulates. The roads would be patrolled by Fielians, and I couldn't risk getting caught. The rugged wilderness reminded me of simpler days with the Wanderlax. My fondness mixed with regret, and I wasn't sure if I was grateful to leave that lifestyle behind or if I longed for it. The further north I drew, the more the scenery resembled memories long past. Had I not been a memorist, I'm sure I would have thought it all looked different, but it all looked exactly the same as when I'd first passed through. Lunch and dinner were simple affairs, a piece of jerky in the afternoon and some fruit in the evening. I'd taken both from the kitchen. My pack was filled with enough to last me for a week and 5 days. I hoped to make the journey in half that. Would Ophelia send guards after me? Probably not. That would risk drawing the attention of the Fielians. She and the others would have to trust that I would, in fact, return as I'd promised in my note. They could hardly be blamed if they didn't. The first 4 days passed without incident. The 5th brought an unexpected visitor. I settled in after my dinner meal when I heard shuffling in the underbrush. I'd lit no fire for fear of being seen, and the night was thick as mud. Worst of all, I had no weapon. A shadow appeared against the starstream light. A cloak shrouded his form. Relief and worry filled me. It wasn't a Fielian soldier, but a wandering bandit. "You'll find nothing of value here, friend." I spoke loudly. He might have friends nearby waiting to pounce. Bravado could scare off even the hardiest of men.
"I wouldn't speak so lowly of yourself, Sitter." The figure chuckled. "You're worth more than most, I know." I started. I grabbed a sliver of Imperia from within, enough to cast a golden glow on my hand. I raised fingers toward the figure. "Chief!" I couldn't believe it. We embraced. My eyes welled up with tears, and so did his. "I thought you were dead." "I thought the same of you," Chief said. "Where have you been all this time? Did anyone else survive?"
Archmace and I are the only ones. We're slaves to Ophelia.
"The rest?"
I looked down, ashamed. I explained everything that had happened from the moment we'd parted. The mountains, the hidden valley, the beast, and my time in the manor. The story lasted long into the night, far longer than either of us should have been awake, but sleep eluded joyful reunions.
"A lot can happen in a year,"
Chief chuckled when I'd finished speaking. His amusement didn't last. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel it in the air.
"I should have been there to die with the rest of them."
I shifted. We weren't an army or a naval vessel. If any of the men had been in your place, they would have saved themselves.
"I'd like to think we were more honourable than that."
Chief sighed.
"You're probably right. They would have abandoned me the moment it suited them."
We were a rotten group.
"Indeed. I wonder where we went wrong. You and I started out so noble. At least you did. Things spiraled out of control. We lost ourselves. We became what we were pretending to be."
Chief paused.
"You've found a better crowd, at least."
"I don't fit in with the rest of them. As soon as they're safe, I'll take my leave. They won't have any use for me after that. Chief paused.
You were always the best of us, Sitter. The kindest, the calmest. You took on some rough habits, but you were never meant for the life we led. And I'm not sure you really knew what you were doing when we started out. You weren't even of age at the time. If anyone could settle down on a homestead with a spouse and children, it's you.
I don't deserve it. My hands are as stained as any in the Wanderlax, perhaps more. I had known enough. A child I may have been, but I knew where the path I walked would lead.
But you were spared by the four themselves. Only their hand could have stayed that fearsome creature.
I snorted. You've never been religious before, Chief. Don't start on me now.
Don't mistake me. I'm not going to fall down at the feet of an altar and give sacrifice and worship. But you can't deny you were spared by divine providence. I must imagine there to be more in store for you than a return to the life of banditry we're leading.
What if that's the life I want?
It's not.
It is.
You only say that because you don't know anything else. You're afraid of something different.
I couldn't deny that. A family terrified me. I couldn't picture myself in that future. What about you? Would you ever settle down? Chief shook his head.
I gave that up when we left the north.
I nodded. His wife had been a shrew. Even I hadn't liked her. Chief continued.
No, my time is much better spent harassing the Fielian Empire. I was quite successful until recently, but the sorry sacks of meat working under me folded. Our rebellion never had a chance to get off the ground.
I gaped. You were in charge of the rebellion? Chief grinned.
Didn't think I still had it in me, did you?
You said you'd never go back.
I said that when we first escaped. I intended to keep that promise, but Ophelia's guards caught up to me. Munger took me back for execution. I escaped the week before, and I had no way to get back to the rest of you. So I did what I always wanted to. I snuck through the pass and rallied the people in the Scentway and Golden Glades. We were successful at first. Ophelia sent a letter to us offering supplies, but I don't think she ever knew it was me leading the rebellion.
I shook my head. What a rat bastard. She at least had an inkling you were alive, and she never thought to tell me.
Likewise.
If you took the Scentway and Golden Glades, how did you get pincered?
Vagar had an army in the pass. It's been there ever since we left. I think he suspected we would rise up one day.
Chief grimaced.
That man is as shrewd as he is wicked. Always one step ahead of me.
Do you think he'll suspect what I'm going to do?
Yes, without question.
Chief looked at me.
You're still the same, you know. Willing to sacrifice yourself without question.
It was too bad the man I'd sacrificed myself for was now dead. Aren't you the same?
It's easy when you're my age. I have nothing left to lose. You, on the other hand, could have a bright future. Why don't you let me fill in for you?
Because it all depends on what Vagar thinks, I said. If it's my corpse he drags back to the Harbinger's seat, the Fielian king and his advisors will be placated. Yours will make them search harder.
I suppose. Prince Endin could have had some years of hard living.
Not hard enough to look like that. I gave Chief a once-over. I don't think Ophelia sucking him dry for a full year would make him look like that.
Maybe we can try to pass Archmace off as Prince Endin instead.
That roused a laugh from the two of us. We chatted a bit longer, but weariness plagued us. Soon, our conversation was more yawns than words.
Let me accompany you then,
Chief asked as we laid down.
In case you need protection.
I would appreciate the companionship. I was already drifting off to sleep. For the first time in over a year, I wasn't plagued with nightmares, and I could no longer see that horrible, invisible creature lingering behind my eyes. Morning came sooner than I wanted. Cold air nipped at my skin. Chief roused me. I fought against him. It was just like old times. The only thing missing was Tasteless's cooking. We continued on north 2 more days and turned further west. The mental map in my head proved accurate, and we arrived at the secret passage I had discovered from the Scolump near the beginning of my service to Ophelia.
I'll be damned!
Chief looked inside.
The Fielians don't know about this.
Not a peep. I could see why. The passage entrance was a hole in the ground, hidden by a large bush. The base had been pruned in the past to allow entry, but it was now overgrown. Unless one knew where to find this, it would remain hidden forever. It's a 3-day journey to the other side.
Your friends can handle it?
They will if they want to live. I peered into the tunnel. It would be a tough journey. If the passage hadn't collapsed somewhere along the way, the group would have to hunch while they walked, and there were some points they would need to crawl. Vagar will want to kill anyone associated with Andin. They'll raise the southern continent for anyone that sneezed in my direction. They won't search north.
Hiding right under their noses. I like it. What about the census?
I stood from my stoop. Does your old friend still work in the Fielian archives? It had been the part of the plan I was most unsure of. Getting into Fiel undetected was no small feat, but remaining there would prove to be the real challenge. The Fielians kept meticulous records of each and every citizen. Barring that, none of the people in Ophelia's manor looked like Fielians. I'd reasoned I couldn't worry about that. All I could do was get them there and hope for the best. Chief's appearance, however, provided a solution.
It'll work for everyone but Ophelia, Chief murmured. What options are there to conceal her?
An etcher can give her a new face, just like we did with Andin. Or, if you're willing to find her an illusionist that will marry her, or pay one, it doesn't matter. Chief stared at the hole.
I have a few contacts left. One in the capital can backdate immigration records, and another that can apply a rune of change. It'll cost a pretty penny, though.
You'll be able to pay it, I'm sure.
I will, but only if you offer me payment first.
How much?
You need to promise you'll do your best to survive.
He scowled when I laughed.
I mean it, Sitter. You have a life ahead of you.
I wanted to say a short life, but the comment wouldn't go over well. I had Chief as a resource. I couldn't jeopardize losing his support, so I lied. I will. He glared at me, but said nothing more. I knew he wouldn't. He wanted to believe, deep down, I was that same wide-eyed child he used to regale with stories of bandits. Chief and I didn't travel together much longer. He had more Fielians to harass on their way, and I had to hurry back to Timewinders. Together we slowed each other down. We agreed to meet back at the passage in 4 weeks' time. If Chief arrived first, he would wait 2 extra weeks before deciding my group had been caught and killed. 2 days apart, and the pangs of loneliness struck me. Chief and I hadn't seen each other for well over a year, but we'd fallen into a regular pattern as if we'd never been parted. Days passed in a breath, and I hadn't needed to put on my regular farce. He knew me, and I knew him. There was no need to pretend. My dreams reminded me. Dreams of carnage and a rush of fear. Dreams of a hasty flight to the south. Dreams of wiping away memories and becoming those memories myself, and the slow descent into depravity that followed. All nightmares I'd tried to bury. They came back when I least wanted them to. Chief had also stirred up something else I tried to ignore. A deep sense of discomfort, shame, and guilt. We hadn't always been bandits. Our intentions began noble. We let the fiction created in our heads become fact. Chief wanted me to change, to try and reclaim that lost past. I thought it already dead and irretrievable. Timewinders finally came into view. The sight of the manor strengthened my resolve and my doubts faded. I found the person I'd been once more. The person that could be the monster because it was necessary. My personality may have been a facade, but the determination beneath never changed. Sundew was dusting the foyer when I walked in. She turned to welcome me as a guest, then stopped halfway. A mixture of emotion flitted across her face: surprise, anger, worry, and, most prominently, relief. I gave her a crooked smile, and she put her hands on her hips.
The others didn't believe your letter,
she said.
They think you ran and left us to die.
Good thing I didn't, I replied. Where are they?
Ophelia is up in her room. She's been that way since you left. Catelyn is with Scrade at the guardhouse. Meredith and Patsy are in town at the pub.
Ophelia let them take a day off. Sunju shrugged.
She thought you'd gone for good and released us all from her service. But the Faelians on their way are all as good as dead anyways. Even the horned bodyguard is gone.
You're not slaves anymore.
No.
That's uncharacteristically kind of Ophelia.
She couldn't have kept them working anyway. Not with them knowing the end is around the corner.
I see. I raised an eyebrow. What about you? Why are you still here? Sunju smiled slyly.
Because I knew you would come back.
I chuckled. How strange. The girl who hated me most, now my most firm believer. You grab the others, I'll deal with Ophelia. I ascended to the second floor as Sunju exited the manor. Despite her efforts, it was apparent the manor had seen better days. A beginning layer of dust coated the inner hall, and there were tiny flecks of dirt shoved into the baseboard corners. My year as a slave urged me to clean. Ophelia's room remained as it had before I left, still covered in webs. Archmace hung in the same place, though I couldn't tell if he was alive or not. Ophelia hung from a strand in the corner, upside down and unclothed.
Did you need something, Sundu?
Ophelia said lazily. I cleared my throat. She spun, eyes wide.
You!
She gasped as she descended. She grabbed a blanket to wrap herself with. Not that I bothered to look. Archmace was free to keep her. Yes.
You're back.
The way she spoke, I could tell she was undecided on my presence being good or bad. I told you I would be. She spluttered.
You're a bandit. Who would believe a note left by one of your kind?
Sunju did.
What a grand endorsement.
Ophelia scoffed.
Sundu is a naive child.
In this instance, she knew more than you. Ophelia drew her lips into a thin line.
What is it you want?
I have secured a way for us to escape Timewinders without being hunted by the Fielians. I've come to take you all with me. Ophelia's eyes nearly popped out of her head, and she let out a strangled cough. She recovered quickly.
Why would you come back to save the rest of us if you discovered something like that?
I promised Sunju I would save her life. I intend to keep that promise. Ophelia paused. Silence fell between us. She stood and opened her dresser, obscuring herself. The blanket fell and she rummaged about inside.
Are you playing at redemption, Sitter?
I wouldn't dream of it.
Good.
Ophelia shut her dresser to reveal she'd slipped into a plain dress.
Because there is no redemption for those like us.
Oh, are you the same as a bandit?
Don't twist my words.
Ophelia sat at the end of her bed.
I am pretending to be a duchess, and you are pretending to be a hero. But inside, we're still slavers.
I hadn't always been. As much as I hated Ophelia, I doubted she had either. What if you wanted to be different?
How?
Ophelia sneered.
We carry our choices with us wherever we go. Other people can feel what we are. It drives them away. Luck brought us here. If it hadn't, we would be outcasts, wandering the Casparian undulates until some poor soul cleaved our heads off.
You're right. We can't change what we are or what we've done, I said. Our fates in the afterlife are sealed. But there is still some good we can do.
What good is it if it doesn't benefit us in the eternities?
Ophelia shook her head. Don't you want to die knowing you made the right choice? At least once? Ophelia grimaced. She glanced at Arkmace and her eyes softened. Understanding dawned on me. She truly held some affection for him. She hadn't trapped him here to torture him. She trapped him here because she'd been afraid of him leaving. You can let him go, I said softly. You can give him another chance.
He's as stained as we are. Freeing him would change nothing.
You would be saving the life of the one you love.
What would you know about love?
She shot a hateful glance in my direction. Her shoulders slumped and she turned back to Arkmace. She rose and crossed the distance between them. He stared at her touch.
I'd always dreamed of finding a mate. When my kind were driven out of the Hourglades, that dream was shattered. Do you know the story?
I shook my head. I didn't care to know. She was probably going to tell me anyways. As long as it convinced her to come along with the rest of us, I would listen.
Humans waged war against us. They set fire to our forest and our homes. They drove us away from the south and towards the north, until only I remained to tell the tale.
She lowered her eyes sadly.
I am the last. My dream died with the rest of my people. I cannot marry into another Spiderkin tribe. It is forbidden.
Against all reason, I felt a pang of sympathy. I knew what it was like to have love so close, yet out of reach. She continued.
I became a slaver to sell as many of you as possible. I could only do it here, in the north. If I returned to the Hourglades, I would be killed. The people here were unnerved by me, but they weren't hostile. My appearance lent to my image. People saw a slaver, because slavers were abominable and filthy, and that's what I was.
She cupped Arkmace's cheek and caressed him.
I thought I would hate humans forever until I met him. He was the only one of you that wasn't repulsed by my appearance. A dirty bandit, enamored with how different I looked. When I made my deal with the Faelians, his survival was my one stipulation. I would kill all the bandits the Faelians required. Save him alone.
Wow. I'd thought Arkmace was nothing more than a toy, or something to use at her leisure. That she'd kept him alive only to find Chief and the others. That she felt so strongly for him was disturbing. Particularly how she'd wrapped him up in a cocoon like a spider's meal. Ophelia's hand trailed to his neck.
He didn't feel the same. When I told him what I'd done, he was furious. He demanded to be released. The only ones he could think of were his brothers in arms. I told him he couldn't leave, and that he would be killed. He didn't care. He was going anyway.
She turned back, eyes hollow. She no longer looked like the entitled, whiny slaver turned duchess I knew. Instead, she looked like a little girl lost and alone in a lightless place.
He would leave if I let him, Sitter. Do you know what that would be like? To have half of you ripped away.
I winced. I'd tried to forget. Where will he go? He has no one. Blood spilled from Arkmace's neck. His eyes widened, and he arced to the air. A gasp escaped him, cut off halfway as the muscles in his neck failed. I shoved Ophelia away, but my intervention came too late. Arkmace sagged, and the light in his eyes left. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to heal himself, but his Imperia was spent. He'd used all his reserves to sustain his life this long.
We're all going to die,
Ophelia whispered.
Why delay?
I spun in expectation of an attack. Ophelia knelt on the ground with a dagger in her chest. Her arms fell limp to her sides, and she gave me a crooked smile.
How long will you last?
She slurred. For once in my life I had nothing to say. She slumped forward and all fell still. Sunju returned with the others soon after. They found me in the back of the mansion with a shovel in hand, a hole 3 feet deep. Arkmace's and Ophelia's corpses sat beside it. Patsy spoke first.
What happened?
Ophelia went mad, killed her lover and then herself. I wiped sweat from my brow. I was too slow to stop her.
Why bury her?
Catelyn said.
We don't owe her anything.
I shrugged. It will take me until evening to finish. We can discuss our plan of escape tomorrow. They went inside. I continued to dig. I couldn't explain why. Neither of the two deserved a proper burial. Ophelia had been a conniving snake all her life, and Arkmace had been a plunderer of the innocent and hapless. They should have been left to rot in the sun for wild dogs to find. I buried them deep anyways, and gave them a small headstone. Maybe it was because I hoped someone would do the same for me one day, in spite of my sins.
Chapter 13.
You're insane.
I'd expected that response. We sat at the dining table with subdued moods. Ophelia's death had struck the women hard. She'd been an entitled brat and a terrible master who'd beat each of them, yet the impact of her death produced a measurable effect. It was hard to know someone that long, as evil as they may be, and not feel a slight bit of pity at such an end, or indignation at having vengeance stolen away. Sharing my plan had lifted their moods from somber to incredulous.
You're asking us to abandon everything we know.
Catelyn clutched Scrade.
We have lives here. We can't throw them away.
I rolled my eyes. You've been ripped from your lives before. If you don't leave, the Fiellians will kill you. This town and all its people will be wiped off the face of Biermond.
We're going to leave them all to die.
Meredith folded her arms.
Without a warning.
There is nothing within my power that can save them. I lied. I would try to help the town, but my efforts were no guarantee of success. It would be better if none of the women knew my intentions at all. You can choose to stay and perish, or you can choose to live. They looked at each other uncertainly. Sunju leaned over the table.
I'll go.
She looked at the others.
We didn't choose this life. We didn't choose to be brought here. We didn't choose to be slaves. This is a chance at freedom and a new life. If I have to abandon everything old to see it through, then so be it.
Her words took root. The others nodded. We were all in agreement. We need to leave as soon as possible. It's a 2-week journey to the secret mountain pass and another 3 days crawling through the tunnel. The rest of the day was spent preparing. Scrade procured an old wagon from one of the other guards as a favor. Patsy offered 4 packs to the group she'd been hiding away in case they did ever manage to slip away from Ophelia. Sunju, Meredith, and Catelyn loaded the wagon, and I found travel luggage in Ophelia's room for everyone's clothes. It took some effort to clean the spiderwebs off. When I was done, you could hardly tell they'd been owned by a spiderkin. With all our preparations finished, we gathered in the guest parlor. We'll leave in the morning. If you have any second guesses, you are free to try your luck in the south.
Would the Faelians chase us that far?
Catelyn asked. If they knew you were alive. Vhagar is dogged in his pursuit. If the Fiellians wished, they could sweep the entirety of the south away and start over. Scrade snorted in disbelief. If they could do that, they would have done it already. I shook my head. The Fiellians don't think like Southerners. They don't care for conquest. All they wish is to serve their gods, the Four. Nothing else matters. Meredith frowned.
And we're going to live among these loons?
If you want to survive.
How do you know so much about them, Sitter?
Patsy sat on the sofa, munching on a muffin.
You talk like you know them.
It's because I do.
How?
Sunju asked. I should have avoided the question. There was no reason to risk my security, yet my charge was dead. I owed fealty to no one. If anyone should know my secret, should it not be these few, the ones I would give my life for? I know about the Fielians because I am one. Stunned silence. Then laughter. Scrade recovered first.
You're too small. Your face is all wrong.
I assure you it's the truth. I frowned sourly. I'd expected more shocked gasps, not amusement. Sunju cracked a smile.
Are you the runt of the litter, then?
I'm average. Meredith and Patsy snickered like old maids. I glared at them. Catelyn looked from them to me, confused. Scrade broke into another round of laughing. I decided enough was enough, and I released my Imperia. Many assumed me to be only a memorist. I liked it that way. It made it easier to hide who I was. No one suspected that the average-looking man could be anything but an ordinary bandit. Some few soul-seers had seen through my facade over the years, but each had been paid or persuaded to let the matter lie. Nothing changed for me. I remained sitting. For the others, it would have looked like I'd become something new completely. I grew in height, and my hair changed from a dirty, uninspiring brown to a vibrant red. My muscles grew larger, and my frame expanded slightly. Their laughter died down within the span of a breath. Catelyn's eyes widened, and she pushed herself into Scrade. His expression hardened, and I knew the gears were turning as he wondered if he could fight me. Patsy spit out some of her muffin in shock, and Meredith looked over me with appraising eyes. Sunju was the only one unimpressed. "Do you believe me now?" I asked. Even my voice had changed, now deeper and more melodic. That had been the most difficult part to get right. Many nights had been spent perfecting the right pitch and tone. The questions I expected followed. How long had I been doing that? How did it function? I explained I'd been an illusionist the whole time. The body they saw was designed to act in accordance with my regular self. The illusory eyes would look wherever I looked, and my face and limbs would respond to the slightest movement. Anything I grabbed would look to be held by the fake image, even if the positions were slightly off.
That's why your face would change when you slept,
Sunju said.
Your illusion was slipping.
I nodded. I've tried to sleep in places no one could see me, but that hasn't always been possible. It's difficult to control when I'm not awake. I've never heard of someone using Imperia while they slept, Scrade said. How long did it take you to learn? Several years. It's an old Fielian teaching. I didn't have the knack for it, but my teacher encouraged me. They say practice makes perfect, and I've been doing this for years. Years would suffice as a descriptor. Saying it had been over a decade might spook them. It spooked me. In the host room, Ophelia had hung a mirror on the far side. I caught a glimpse of what I looked like, and I saw a person I didn't recognize. I'd done a good job crafting my image. The way Meredith glanced at me attested to that. An indescribable itch assailed me. Not on the skin, but one of the mind. I hadn't actively lessened my constant flow of illusion Imperia since I'd begun the charade. Now that I blocked it a smidgen, my well of Imperia roiled and writhed and begged to be released. I let it loose, and my fake appearance returned. The others gasped, and Meredith sighed with disappointment.
It's like watching a caterpillar crawl out of a cocoon, but in reverse,
Patsy said.
From gorgeous to ugly,
Meredith lamented. From gorgeous to passable, I corrected. I designed myself to be unobtrusive, easy to look at, but hard to remember.
If that was your goal, you failed, Scrade said. You may have made yourself to look like an unsullied stable boy, but the way you acted earned you fame through all the Casparian undulates. Everyone feared the Wandalax, but they hoped if they were ever attacked, it was you who they were captured by.
Your very bearing betrays you.
Sunju agreed.
You walk like royalty.
I closed my eyes. There was an implicit question behind their words. Who are you? My past doesn't matter. I stood. I will see us all survive, whether it be in Fiel or here. The others protested as I left the hosting room. They followed and asked more questions. I tried to ignore them as I'd tried for the past few decades, but now that others were asking instead of my own consciousness, they were harder to drown out. I whirled to tell the others to be silent when the front door of the manor opened. We all spun. A single figure limped inward. A long cut ran along his face, and his hair was matted with blood. One foot had been twisted, causing him to stand on the ankle itself. His clothes were torn to all but shreds, and he was missing an arm. Even with all the damage, we could tell who it was. My chest tightened and soared at the same time. Munga, Chief Captain, the one I had promised to protect.
Chapter 14. We moved him to the parlour and laid him on a couch. Catelyn and Scrade ran for the village healer, while Patsy and Meredith hurried to the kitchen to whip up a broth. Sunju and I remained at his side. She held his remaining hand and whispered to him while I stood afar off, confused and hopeful. Meredith and Patsy brought the broth. Sunju used a wooden spoon to drip the liquid into Munga's mouth. He recoiled at the taste, but she firmly told him he had to eat.
It tastes awful,
Munga said hoarsely. Patsy flushed.
It's all we could make on short notice. We don't have half-dead soldiers showing up on our doorstep every day.
He's a little more than half dead, I murmured. He already has 2 feet in the grave and the soil is up to his chest.
Is that right?
Munga's face soured as Sunju fed him more broth.
I can't tell.
Please, go get him some clothes,
Sunju asked.
We need to clean him up.
Meredith and Patsy did as she asked. Sunju looked at me expectantly, but I remained where I was. I had my reasons. What happened?
The thing in the mountains.
Munga closed his eyes. His chest quivered with each breath.
It's all a haze.
Sitter, he needs rest,
Sunju said firmly.
He can answer these questions later.
I looked at my hands. With a little imperia and a simple touch, I could answer them myself. My loyalty, however, demanded I let Munga rest. I sat on the couch opposite him as Sunju continued to feed. Meredith and Patsy brought new clothes and a sponge to clean the grime from his skin. Meredith sheared through his tatters while Patsy dabbed at his body. Dried blood gave way to reveal thousands of lacerations on his skin. Patsy gasped. Sunju glanced at the wounds, then met my eyes. Neither of us said anything. I wasn't sure if it was because we didn't want to, or because we were scared a single breath would sever the last thread of life Munga held on by. Scrade and Catelyn arrived with the healer. His eyes bulged, and a few curses escaped him as he shuffled to Munga's side. Meredith and Patsy made way for him to place his hands on Munga's torso, and a light blue light flowed from the tips of his fingers into Munga. The cuts sewed themselves together. Munga's breathing turned from unsteady to rhythmic.
The arm will take a great deal of time and power, the healer said, after everything else had been tended to. 2 weeks of ministration at least.
2 weeks was too long. We had to leave immediately.
Can he live without the arm?
Sunju shot me an evil look, and the others raised their voice in protest.
Of course he could, but it would be better that he didn't. The healer huffed. It is best that we regrow it now. If we don't heal it as soon as possible, it will become a permanent feature.
A healer wouldn't be able to heal a wound if enough time has passed, I mused. I had little experience with healers. We'd had Arc Mace among the Wanderlacs, but most of us never grew injured enough to require extensive healing. We either came back from a raid with scratches and bruises, or we came back dead.
It's not impossible, only difficult. If I'd had access to his arm the moment it had been ripped off, I could have regrown or reattached it immediately without difficulty. Judging by the state of the wound, it's been several hours since he lost it.
The healer grumbled.
Besides, would you like to go without an arm for a period of time?
Lightning ran down both my arms. Only several hours. How was that possible? I suppose not.
Good. At least you have some kind of imagination. Now, let me be while I tend to the captain.
Sunju continued to feed Munga while the rest of us left. I couldn't help but notice, as I exited the room, the way she tenderly cared for him and how her eyes never left his face.
I'm not sure I've been more surprised in my life,
Patsy said.
It had been so long. I thought the good captain had died or run off.
Good captain? Did you know him? I asked.
He's the only one who looked out for us,
Meredith said.
When the Duke ordered everyone killed, he saved us. And then he made sure we had clothes and that we were well fed.
That doesn't sound like something a captain would do.
Captain Munger's never been like the rest of us, Scrade said. He manned the guard tower before Ophelia promoted him. He's always worked the hardest and looked out for everyone.
He checked in once a week to make sure everything was okay.
Catelyn looked at the door.
I thought he was being nice. Maybe there was something more there.
Sundew should thank her lucky stars. You could live 10 lifetimes without so much as sniffing a man as good as Munger,
Patsy said. Sundew and Munger? I mulled the two over in my head. It might work. Munger could certainly do worse. Still, a slave girl? With someone like him? I reeled at the thought. But that was precisely what made Munger, caring for the weak and powerless. We need to discuss our plans. Munger's arrival has changed things, I said. Chief will only wait 4 weeks. We need to send him a message to let him know we are delayed.
I can go,
Scrade said. Catelyn protested.
What if the Fielians catch you?
They've interacted with me before. I've been to the Northern Territory of the Duchy to deliver supplies to farmland on the border. If I'm stopped, I can give that as an excuse.
I'd prefer you not be seen at all, I said.
We can't always get what we want, can we?
Scrade raised an eyebrow. He pecked Catelyn on the lips.
I'll be waiting for you.
She argued more and beat on his chest. He laughed. I rolled my eyes. Catelyn couldn't see the decision had already been made. I left as the two continued to debate, and Meredith and Patsy followed. The three of us ended up in the kitchen, and Patsy retrieved a hidden store of sweets she'd set aside. Meredith and I both took some.
You don't look pleased about Sundew and Munger.
Patsy stuffed her first muffin into her mouth, then grabbed another.
Are you jealous?
No. Worried.
Don't be. Sundew can take care of herself.
Meredith bit into her muffin.
She's hard as nails.
It's not Sundew I'm worried about. It's Munger.
The captain is more capable than all of us. Worrying about him is like worrying if the leaves will fall come autumn. It's pointless.
Patsy reached for a third muffin. I took the basket of sweets away. You should be worrying about your weight. Are you trying to eat all the food in the house before we leave? Meredith snorted.
Patsy cursed me and chased me around the kitchen, demanding respect and more muffins. The conversation lapsed into repeated insults as I kept away, and I was thankful for the shift in topic. I couldn't tell them why I worried about Munger. I'd thought of telling them once we arrived in Fjell, but that was no longer an option. Not now that he'd come back to us. My oath still had yet to be fulfilled. Scrade left the following evening. Catelyn wept at his departure. She demanded to go as well, but he'd adamantly refused her company. He wanted her as far from danger as possible. Patsy and the others eventually convinced Catelyn it was romantic. I refrained from pointing out she would slow him down and be a hindrance if they did run into trouble. We all saw him off, save for Sunju. She refused to leave Munger's side. The healer reprimanded her for causing the captain too much strain. He should have been resting without interruption, and that included the effort to look at a pretty young woman. Twice he tried to kick her out of the room, but Sunju could not be budged. Eventually he relented and let her stay, but only if she remained quiet and didn't cause Munger any discomfort. The rest of us did what we could to prepare. We checked our supplies, then rechecked. We scoured the manor for anything that could be useful. When all that could be done was done, Patsy, Meredith, and Catelyn turned to cleaning to keep them occupied. I took to smoking in the barn while I let my mind drift. 3 days passed. Munger's arm had regrown to mid-bicep. Meredith and Patsy went to the town tavern, now run by a new owner. Catelyn wrote letters to Scrade she intended to deliver when they met again. Sunju remained in the host room. 3 more days, and Munger had a stub ending in an elbow. I finished the last of my supply of ashweed. I snuck some of Ophelia's jewellery out of the mansion to buy more, and I used up what I bought. By the end of the 9th day, only Munger's hand remained to be regrown. The healer had been accurate in his 2-week time period assessment. Our time together would soon draw to a close. On the 12th day, when all but the fingers were back into existence, the healer pulled me aside. "We must discuss the matter of my payment." "Oh, right," I said. "You should speak to—" "Boy, don't play the fool. I know the others look to you for guidance," the healer said. "Ophelia is not in charge. Where she has gone, I cannot say, nor would I fathom a guess." The twinkle in his eye told me he knew she was dead. I didn't confirm nor deny. "What do you demand in payment?" "What can you give me?" I thought. Gold? Silver? Would that suffice? "The ministration I've given to your friend is more than Ophelia's coffers can afford." "How about the manor?" I intended to bargain further, but I'd once again run out of ashweed, and I was in no mood to bargain. There was still a little bit left, but I'd mixed it with ruptis powder from the ruptis flower in an attempt to lengthen its lifespan. I'd failed and had made the explosive more potent. It now sat in a small box on the wagon we would take north. If I opened it now, the consequences could be disastrous. The healer's jaw dropped, and he fumbled over his words. "Well, I suppose that could... But what about—" "Ophelia won't trouble you over ownership, nor will anyone else." "Not strictly true. The Fiellians might pay the village a visit and burn it to the ground. We will be leaving at first light tomorrow morning, provided Munger is well enough to travel." "I dare say he will be this evening," the healer said excitedly, as a stupid grin spread across his face. If he'd been delaying Munger's healing at all, the thought of owning the manor would spur him to action. "I don't suppose you have the deed. For legal reasons, of course." Meredith had discovered it in our ransack of the house for supplies. I fetched it from the secret spot in the kitchen. "You'll want that notarized by the clerk's office." Of course. The duchy will have its records." The healer looked down the brim of his nose at the document. Satisfied it was legitimate,
He pushed past me to the host room to finish his work. With that last bit of business concluded, and with no ashweed left or the funds to accrue more, I wandered the manor. I had no destination in mind as I wandered the halls. Out the back and around the outhouse, through the garden, into the barn. I ended up on the second floor by the window, staring up at the clouds as they passed by, sometimes pierced by rays of light that illuminated the terrain. It was nothing extraordinary, nothing that I hadn't seen before in my travels, yet I wondered. It had been a little over a year since the Wanderlax had been killed, and it was a little under a year since I'd been bought by Ophelia. From slaver to slave among the very people I'd sold for coin, I could scarcely believe how much things had changed, how much I had changed. But was it change, or merely a return? I'd crafted a new identity for myself to fool the Fielians when I'd first become a bandit. I'd left careful hints for them to find. The moment I'd become a slave, the cracks in that identity had begun to show. Gradually, I'd slipped back into my old self. Now that reality stared me in the face, could I do it? Could I become a good person again, even though I didn't deserve it? My reasoning for my atrocities could be justified, but the actions themselves testified of my unworthiness. I'd ruined lives. I'd ripped Sunju, Patsy, Meredith, and Catelyn from their families. Though now I worked to save them, it did not strip away the past. I never wanted this life, but I found myself loathed to leave it. My longing for ashweed dimmed as I watched the landscape. My mind wandered from wondering about my choices to the beast I'd met in the mountain. Would I have to face it again? Would that anything but time could tell me? Steps signaled someone's approach. I turned to see Munger climbing up the ladder to the second floor of the barn. His left arm worked as though it had never been injured. "Where's Sunju?" I asked.
"Taking a nap. She's hardly slept while taking care of me."
Munger came to stand beside me.
"I'm surprised she didn't kill you while I was away."
"She was cordial enough to delay my death until your return. In the excitement, I think it slipped her mind entirely."
"I wouldn't be too sure of that. Women like Sunju don't let go of grudges."
"Nor blossoming affection, it seems." I glanced at Munger. "Do you reciprocate her feelings?"
"I do. From the moment I saw her, I was smitten," Munger said. "I'd worried you Wanderlax had killed her when the guard came across her burned homestead. I vowed to kill every last one of you, even after I discovered she was still alive."
"Ah," I swallowed. "You knew her before Ophelia bought her."
"Her brother trained with the Duchy Guard, and I summoned there as a young man from my 14th year onward. We were betrothed in all but name since then."
"I see." I paused. "Why didn't you kill me when you found me in the undulates, then?" Munger paused longer than I. I wasn't sure he would answer.
"It's strange. I have no memories before my 12th year. When I try to remember, it's like my mind comes up against a wall. I've been to memorists, but they say there's nothing there. As though it had never existed in the first place. I was raised by an old widow who said she'd been paid to take care of me. And the moment I turned 14, she arranged for me to spend my summers with Sunju's family."
I avoided looking at him. "That sounds terrible."
"It's not so bad. No heritage means no expectations. I had the freedom to choose who I wanted to become, but curiosity has always been my companion. Who am I really? Where did I come from?"
Munger glanced at me.
"The only clue is my memory of a Fielian girl my age."
"The others told you I was a Fielian."
"You're also a memorist."
But I'm also a man. Munger looked down.
Yes, there is that.
Here came the greatest test of my loyalty. I should have stayed silent. The matter would have dropped. My feelings swelled instead, and I could not forbear. It is better that you stay ignorant.
Why?
I can't tell you that either.
You owe me.
Munger's face darkened.
I lost all of my men looking for the rest of the Wanderlax.
You chose to do that. I swallowed, unable to meet his eyes. I didn't force you to go, and neither did Ophelia.
Shouldn't I have the right to know where I came from, who I am?
I gestured behind me. The women in that manor should have had the right to live peaceful lives, free from bandits. Come now, Munger. Be realistic. Do we live in a world where rights are granted and peace reigns? Munger's eyes hardened. It killed me to see that. How I longed to tell him.
Do you want to know the reason I spared you?
I did ask to know.
It's because you seemed familiar. I knew you, didn't I?
He stepped closer. I wilted. Once. I whispered.
We were friends.
I shouldn't have spoken more. Yes.
Then why won't you tell me more?
It's because we're friends. It's because of my loyalty that I can't. Munger reared back, confused.
Loyalty? Why loyalty?
I found the discipline to shut my mouth. Munger peered at me expectantly. I shook my head. Even those simple sentences were enough to endanger my work. Years, over a decade of careful action and planning. Yet I couldn't resist. Whether through weakness or obligation to Munger, it didn't matter.
Will you tell me one day?
I wanted to. Could I, was the question. I sighed and shook my head. I don't know. We'll see. Munger sighed as well. Silence fell between us until he left. I stayed to stare outward. The sun's rays vanished completely, and a light rain fell from the heavens. I stayed until the rain stopped falling, but the clouds did not part. I returned to the manor at dusk. The healer was given the keys to the home with instructions he could occupy it the following day. Patsy shared a special cake she'd been saving for just the occasion, and the women told stories of their time at the manor. Sundew hung on Munger's arm the entire evening, and Catelyn could not stop speaking of her eagerness to see Scrade again. I stayed silent and did not partake in the celebrations. The others foresaw a future of happiness within their grasp. They would be free. I couldn't share their optimism. I couldn't shake the feeling we had yet to experience the worst, and that somehow, some way, things would go wrong. Chapter 15. My feelings were correct. The next morning we left the manor in the middle of a storm in the afternoon. We should have left earlier, but Munger insisted on staying to relay messages to the families of his men. He spent the entire morning consoling and grieving with the widows of the town, as well as leaving what money he could. His integrity, valuable as it was, cost us time. Lightning flashed and wind tore at the landscape, but we could delay the start of our journey no further. Together, we trudged through the rain and into the Casparian undulates. Our progress was glacial. Mud clung to the wheels of our wagons and our boots like hungry hands begging for food. The wind rushed at us like a wall. We camped hardly 15 miles away from the village on the first day, and the rain had yet to stop. Munger murmured that it seemed the very gods themselves were against us, and I had no evidence to argue otherwise. Nothing but complaints left my mouth by the end of the second day. Meredith, Patsy, and Catelyn joined me. Sundew rebuked us.
It's this or die. I'm not sure which I'd rather do,
Patsy grumbled. She'd fared the worst of us. Her face was flush with exertion. I was half tempted to put her on the wagon, but I worried the extra weight might kill the horse.
Lay down and die then,
Sunju said acidly.
You survived being sold and beatings and having your life taken from you. And now you're complaining about a walk in the rain? Do you even remember what freedom was like? When you didn't have a pantry to stuff your face with at any hour of the day?
I gaped. I could be harsh and perhaps toe the line sometimes, but I hadn't gone that far. At least not out loud. Patsy burst into tears, and Munga took Sunju aside to speak with her privately. The rain continued to assault us. Catelyn tried to wipe some of the rain from her face and left her forehead more wet than if she'd not touched it at all.
We're never going to make it,
Meredith said miserably. I was tempted to agree. The rain let up after the fourth day. Our spirits dampened further. In the storm's wake followed a beating of heat from the sun and a humidity that crept into our bones. No matter how we tried to dry off, we remained soaked. Flies became our unwanted companions to share our food and disturb our sleep. Sunju and Catelyn broke into a fight. I had become too exhausted to pay attention, and Patsy refused to arbitrate. Only Munga was able to calm the situation.
We're almost a week out, he reasoned. We will endure this, and we'll laugh about it later.
Sunju pointed at Catelyn.
She won't stop talking about Scrade. She's like a banshee in my ear, yipping about her lover. It's easy for you. Your man is here. Mine may not be alive. Grow up. You have so little faith in him that you think he died along the way? What would he think if he knew you didn't believe he's capable of surviving on his own?
Catelyn bristled.
Bold words from a whore brought to heel by her bedmate.
I winced. Whores were a common fact of life, but they were looked down on in the duchy, as were those who used their services. No brothels were allowed to legally operate, and a bedmate was considered less than human. Sunju flew into a frenzy. Munga held her back and, again, took her aside. Catelyn spat in her direction and turned on her heel.
Where are you going?
Patsy asked.
We're not going to leave them behind. I am,
Catelyn snapped.
and I hope she breaks her ankle trying to catch up.
Patsy and Meredith looked at me helplessly. I sighed and urged the horse forward after Catelyn.
What about Monger and Sundu?
Meredith fell in step beside the wagon. Patsy lingered for a moment before joining us. Munger is a capable fighter and tracker. If they fall too far behind, he'll be able to pick up the trail. Catelyn is a young woman with no experience and no way to defend herself. It seemed logical enough, and Meredith and Patsy nodded along with my explanation. The truth was, I didn't want to risk catching a stray comment from Sunju. The stress had broken her, and no one in her line of sight was safe. Munga and Sunju trudged into camp later that evening. Catelyn tensed as Sunju drew near to hover over her. Everyone watched with bated breath. Then Sunju fell to her knees.
I'm sorry,
She wept. Catelyn burst into tears, and the two embraced. Patsy and Meredith joined them. I shifted uncomfortably at the display. I'd never known how to deal with heartfelt weeping. Munga sat by me.
Sunju would like to speak with you later.
What for?
She says she needs a favor with her memories.
I nodded. The day wore into night. The others retired one by one until only Sunju and I remained. I could hardly make out her features in the dim light of the star stream. I waited for her to speak, but she said nothing. Exhaustion plagued me, and I grew annoyed. I was in no mood to play games. A few more minutes passed, and I rose to join the others.
Wait,
Sunju whispered. I grimaced. I want to go to bed.
Whatever you have to say, make it quick. Sunju drew inward.
You once for my mother and sister, you took away their anger. Can you do that for me?
I started at the request. You told me you would never let go.
I know what I said.
Sunju snapped defensively. She sighed and buried her face in her hands.
It's eating me alive inside. I can't control it. There's a fire burning in me. Catelyn, Patsy, and Meredith don't deserve my anger. Monger doesn't either. I don't want to be mad. I want it to stop.
I noticed she left me out. Of the people assembled, I was the only one deserving of her hate. She'd held on to it for so long, now it had spilled to others. The Fielians know a little about the soul. They say if you hate one person, you will hate everyone. If you love one person, you will love them all. It is a battle to see which you will let enter into your heart, love or hate. Sunju laughed bitterly.
You believe that?
I shrugged. I don't know. It sounds like a lot of mystic nonsense to me, and I think it's dramatic. But can't you see the evidence in yourself? She fell silent. I continued. You have a choice. You can continue to hate me, or you can love Munger and the others.
She
sucked in a breath.
What about my mother and sister? You killed them. If I let go, they won't be avenged.
The dead are dead. Let them go.
Huh. That's easy for you to say. You're a bandit and a slaver. You don't care about anyone but yourself.
I smiled. How wrong she was. The one I cared for most slept a few feet away, or maybe he was awake and listening. I can help you delay your choice for a little while. I'll take away some of the anger. Not all. She nodded. I placed my hand on her head. Her turmoil was worse than before. Like a vortex or a whirlwind, it threatened to sweep me away. I fought past it to the memories of the day we'd attacked her home. I saw it all through the eyes of a young girl who'd had her whole world ripped away. I soothed the memories. I made them more hazy, less distinct. It would take some of the pain away, but it would redouble on its return when the details cleared. I couldn't do any more, save for removing the memories themselves. They were too entrenched in her psyche and would have needed a more thorough dissection. I pulled away. That will buy you a week or so.
Only a week?
You'll need to choose before then. I stood. I'm going to get some sleep.
Sitter.
Sunju called.
Wait,
It's late. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Can't this wait until morning?
No.
I groaned. Fine. What is it?
If you had to pick, what would you choose?
The answer was easy. I'd already made it. I would choose love. Sunju didn't respond. She probably thought I said that to save my own skin. If she chose anger, that would lead to an attempt on my life. If she'd wanted to kill me, she should have done it before Munger returned. I'd given up on life the moment he'd chosen to investigate the valley. That had worked to my betterment. I'd been broken down and built back up during my days as a slave. Funny how things worked out like that. But now I had a purpose. I could no longer idly sit while life tossed me about. I had to take charge, and I could not rest until Munger and the others were safely in Fiel and away from Vagar. Once that was accomplished, I would let Sunju do as she wished. The base of the mountains came into sight, and relief flooded us. At the same time, a smokestack appeared in our wake several miles away. Munger was the first to comment.
Someone is following us.
I'd noticed it as well. A bandit troop?
We hunted them out of the duchy. There hasn't been enough time for a new group to form.
Who else would be brazen enough to light a fire? I already knew the answer. Munger did as well.
How much longer until we arrive?
He asked. We'll be there by nightfall. I hesitated. But we should hurry. We pressed on with as great a speed as we could manage. None of the others offered a word or grunt of complaint. They'd heard enough to know we were in trouble. The sun rose into the sky, rounding its apex and beating down on us as we rushed. The smokestack in the distance grew closer. Munger looked back anxiously. I offered words of reassurance. They would gain on us, but not before we arrived at nightfall.
How do you know that?
Years of experience running from the Duchy Guard. Patsy yelled in surprise and fell face forward. We rallied to help her, but she couldn't bear her own weight. Munger bent to inspect her leg and found her kneecap displaced to the side.
The only way to fix this is to extend the leg.
He undid his belt and handed it to her.
Bite down on this.
Her screams pushed past her bite anyways, miserable and painful. Sunju looked away while Meredith and Catelyn whimpered at the sound. Repairing the knee took under a minute, but by the time Munger finished, Patsy was slick with sweat and red from exertion.
She won't be able to walk,
he said.
Not with her leg like that.
Then we put her in the wagon. I glanced south. The smokestack drew ever closer. Hurry! It took all of us. Patsy apologized profusely. Lifting her validated all my jabs I'd made about her weight. The horse whinnied with exertion, but pulled her forward. Our pace slowed considerably. I judged our speed and the speed of the smoke at our backs. The disparity dampened my spirits. Munger noticed.
Will we be all right?
He muttered under his breath. I don't know. The Fiellians drew ever closer. If not for the hills obscuring the plains, we would have been within their sight already. The sun descended, and the sky turned a painted twilight. The mountains grew closer and closer until, at last, we arrived at their base. Chief and Scrade emerged from the hidden tunnel at the sound of our arrival. Quick, get everyone into the tunnel, I ordered. The Fiellians are coming. Chief saw the smoke immediately. Supplies were unloaded. Munger and I lifted Patsy from the wagon and helped her inside the passage. Meredith was next, then Catelyn and Scrade.
The Fiellians will find the wagon, Chief said, and the fat woman won't be able to go far on that leg. It will only be a matter of time until they find the passage after that. Our only option is to stand and fight.
Munger sighed. He slipped his hand into Sunju's.
I'm sorry. I thought we would make it.
We can send a decoy, I said. The others looked to me. I could see the question written on their faces. Who would volunteer for that? I will go.
Let me, Chief said. You're young, Sitter. You have your full life ahead of you. I've lived long enough.
I shook my head. I don't know your contact that can change Fiellian records. If any of you are going to survive, you will be essential.
What about me? Munger asked. I can.
You're not allowed. I glanced at Sunju. There's someone here that needs you. Munger looked pained.
But what about?
Chief can tell you when he deems it appropriate. I looked at Chief. You will, won't you? Chief nodded quietly. There wasn't time for more discussion. The smoke grew closer. Munger and Chief unloaded what was left, save for my own supplies. They entered the hidden passage. Sunju remained. I handed her a knife and unbuckled my tunic. I let my illusion drop around my arm, just enough so she could have an accurate idea of the underside. There's a vein here. It runs straight to the heart. If you give me a small cut, I will bleed out. The Fiellians will find me and assume I killed myself rather than be captured.
Why tell me that?
This is your last chance to bring your family justice. Sunju hardened. She understood. Her hand trembled as she stepped closer. I closed my eyes and waited for the final blow. Instead, she pressed the knife into my hands.
There is a saying among us Southerners,
Sunju said quietly.
that from one may come thousands.
I've heard it. I put my knife back in its sheath. What of it?
You killed so many people. My father, my brothers, more.
Sunju said.
You killed thousands. Anyone that might have come through the line of my brothers. I wanted to avenge them, and I was going to kill you for all the people who were never born, and for the people I'd lost. But you saved me. You saved Patsy and Meredith, Catelyn and Scrade. And you saved Monger. There will be thousands from all of them.
A drop in the bucket compared to all the people I've killed. A few people isn't enough to make up for what I've done.
No. If you survive, you can save more.
Sunju sucked in a breath and drew herself up.
For the sake of my future family, for the sake of the children I will bear, and their children, and their children's children, I will not let my love be marred by hate.
I closed my eyes. I realized I wasn't ready to hear the words that were coming. My chest tightened.
I forgive you.
The phrase shouldn't have struck me so hard. My voice shouldn't have caught in my throat, nor should I have had to hold back tears. But when she spoke, it was as a higher power spoke through her. As if the Four themselves had used her to send a message that reverberated in my bones. I was forgiven. Not just by Sunju, but by the gods themselves. I didn't deserve it. It had been extended nonetheless. Take care of Monger for me, I told Sunju as she lowered herself into the passage. And tell him his real name is Andine. She shot a confused look, but nodded. I pulled the branches of the bush back over the hole in the ground to conceal it. I ran to the wagon and the horse. I hadn't even bothered to learn his name. Now he would bear me away from this place and to my death as my only pallbearer. Chapter 16. I took my path west, alone and without the weight of previous supplies, or Patsy. I moved at a much greater clip across the undulates. I rode into the night and didn't stop until I saw sunrise. When I looked back, the smoke had followed me. The others were safe. Weariness overcame me. I slipped from the wagon to the ground and crawled to a nearby bush. My horse, exhausted from the night's journey, sank to its knees. Sleep took me the moment my cheek touched the dirt. The drum of footsteps and hooves echoing in the ground woke me. The sun stooped in the sky. I'd slept for around 6 hours. The Fielians hadn't caught me, but they were close. I heaved myself from the bushes and woke the horse. We trotted forward at a comfortable pace. I glanced back occasionally. The Fielians were close enough now that I could see the tip of their banner peeking over the hills behind. Dusk arrived. I was still ahead, but only just. My horse foamed at the mouth as it knelt for rest. I yearned to do the same. Sleep eluded me past the second watch despite my exhaustion. I thought the Fielians would come upon me in the night, but no soldiers set foot near my wagon. They'd stopped to rest as well. How long would they chase me? Another day? Another week? I mulled over the possibilities. If it had been a common foot soldier leading the Fielians, they would have turned back. Vhagar must be at the head. It explained why they pressed so hard at my back. The last of my horse's energy left before noon, and with his body spent, he collapsed to the side. He breathed still when I went to tend him, but his life ebbed away beneath my touch. It would not be long before his spirit departed altogether. I offered a quick note of thanks. He'd given me good service, and he deserved a word of gratitude. The time for preparation grew short. The foliage and greenery around me was sparse and provided little cover. Still, it would be better than nothing. I attached a small string to one of the boxes still in the wagon and hid behind a nearby tree. I let my Imperia flow in 2 streams of power. one to mask my presence and another that sped the wagon. A perfect replica of myself, not as a bandit, but as Fielian, appeared in the sunlight, perched upon the seat, leaned forward with elbows on my knees. I prayed it would be enough to fool Vhagar. They arrived not late after. He rode in the front of his small army, dozens strong, perhaps close to 100. What I had not expected were his war machines. Trailing behind Vhagar were Fielian torture devices made entirely of metal. They were giant boxes on wheels pulled by oxen, known as furnace wagons. Fire was stoked by porters walking alongside it, and smoke billowed from the top. Strung up by rope between metal rods above the furnace wagon were 3 prisoners stripped of clothes. The smoke choked them, and the heat burned their skin when stationary. When on the move, the smoke was pushed away, and the prisoners were given relief. Most didn't last long, a few hours at most. The method of torture was less about the torture itself and more about intimidation. I counted 6 furnace wagons in total, with a separate prison cart chock full of men and women trailing behind. I recognized none of them.
"I see you've dropped your disguise,"
Vhagar called.
"There was no need to keep up the pretense any further,"
I replied. Vhagar dismounted and moved toward me.
"Where are the others?"
I sucked in a breath. My illusion followed suit, sound and motions perfectly in harmony.
"They went south." "And you came north?"
Vhagar chuckled.
"Why?" "If I could find a way back into Fiel, I could hide among you," I said. "You would never think to look for me there." "Clever. It might have worked. A shame there's only one pass in and out of Fiel." "We both know that's not true. The Skullump had a secret passageway. I thought to find it." "We collapsed it. Ophelia gave us the information once the rebellion was over. She proved useful at least once."
Vhagar paused.
"Did you kill her?" "No. She killed herself. She and her lover. The others fled after her suicide."
I squinted.
"Can you imagine loving someone that much that you'd kill yourself for them?"
I couldn't see Vhagar's expression from where I sat, though I wished I could have.
"I can." "Pity. Loyalty is always so freely given, but scarcely appreciated. Do you think the king upon the Harbinger's tower even knows of your devotion?"
I expected the swipe with the dagger, and I leaned away. I made a cut appear on the illusion's cheek, and I pretended to touch my finger to it. Vhagar motioned to his men. 4 dismounted and moved to the back of my wagon. They reached for the boxes inside.
"You will regret that, General Vhagar." "My only regret is letting you escape, Andin."
Relief swarmed through me. My deception had worked. I yanked the cord in my hand, obscured by my Imperia, that trailed to the small box on the wagon, now in one of the guards' hands. It was filled with ashweed and ruptis powder. Normally, powder jelly would cause a small, localized explosion, but paired with ashweed, it would create a blast radius that could level homes. The line grew taut and dragged the flint inside the box against a pad to spark. The scraping sound would have stuck out like a sore thumb had there not been an explosion to overpower everything else. The 4 soldiers were incinerated immediately. The shockwave knocked the remaining troops off their horses. The tree I sat behind bent, then snapped. I rolled out of the way as it fell with a deafening groan. The damage had done more than I expected. Cries of terror rang out through Vhagar's forces as debris and fire rained from the heavens. Still obscured by my Imperia, I ran around Vhagar's assembled soldiers. They had all seen me be vaporized in the blast. All I had to do now was escape and be on my way. Against all odds, I'd killed Vhagar, convinced the Fielians Andin was dead, and survived. Or so I thought. One of the soldiers stumbled away from the others, right into my path. Gauntleted hands tried to wipe away ash from his eyes. He swung his sword wildly, and almost took off my head. I caught the blade with my free hand, and steel bit down into my bone and made the sword slick. He started, still unable to see, but clearly aware he'd struck something. Before he could speak, I slammed my knife into his neck. He dropped, and I continued to run. I cast a backward glance once I'd cleared the confusion. I wished I could have freed the prisoners stuck to the furnace wagons, but it was too risky. I'd killed a handful of Vagar's men, and Vagar himself in the explosion. Without their commander, they were no longer a threat. My journey back took longer than my journey away. Without a horse to ferry me forth, my legs carried me across the hills. A stroke of luck helped me capture a wild ram, and I stoked a fire. Strength returned to my limbs. I bandaged my cut hand by tearing off. Alone in the wild with none to see, I let my illusion fall. Not just the first illusion that made me look like Prince Andine, but the second as well. The one that made me look like Royal Andine washed away from me as mud washed away in rain. I raised my fingers to my face and turned them about. Calloused but slender and sleek, the hands of a woman.
My hands. I sucked in a breath. A man I'd been for the past decade. I'd spoken as one, I'd sounded as one, and I'd walked as one. None but Chief knew the truth. I could finally drop the charade. Andine was finally safe. The Faelians would think the Royal had blown himself up rather than be caught, and they would return to Fael with that report. If any suspicion remained, the last place they would think to look for Andine was Fael. How to start anew was now the question. If my life had been shattered into a dozen tiny pieces, perhaps I could have picked them up. But no carnage of the sword remained to be rifled through. My former life did not exist. I had nothing to return to, nothing but a name and my appearance. I could follow Chief and the others to the north and live in Fael. As tempting as it was, it would not do. My feelings for Andine would bleed through, and I would be unable to control myself. I would be tempted to undo the damage I'd done to his mind, and conflict would arise between myself and Sundu. I'd given that girl enough trouble. There would be other problems my presence would cause. It would be best if I stayed away. I laid on the ground with my eyes roaming the heavens. I stared at the star stream until my eyelids grew heavy, and the warmth and the crackling of the fire lulled me to sleep.
Good woman, may I share your fire?
My eyes shot open, and I bolted up while drawing my knife. How long had I been asleep? The star stream gleamed bright, the night still deep. Perhaps I'd been blissfully ignorant an hour or so. No longer.
There's no need for that, I assure you. I did not mean to startle you.
The voice was eerily familiar. I peered past the fire and into the dark. A man stepped into the light, and my stomach churned. I lowered my blade and forced myself to calm. My fire and meal are open to wanderers. Vagar raised an eyebrow in surprise and swept his cape aside as he sat.
An honorific greeting. Are you Fielian?
I struggled to keep my fingers from trembling as I peeled away a strip of meat from the ram roasting above the fire and handed it to Vagar. On my mother's side, my father is a southerner.
A pity. Are you aware such a union is forbidden in our laws?
Vagar accepted the strip and, while looking at me in the eyes, took a bite. Once food was accepted at a fire, no harm could befall either party as long as the flame burned. He did it to put me at ease. It only made my skin crawl further. I am, but I'm also aware of the ancient rites. I sat back. Despite the fire, cold raced up my arms.
Your mother taught you well.
Vagar chewed slowly.
What was her name?
I desperately tried to push past my weariness and think of a common Faelian surname, but none came to mind. If I took too long to answer, Vagar would grow suspicious.
Svikari,
Svikari?
Vagar mused.
That's ominous. Her family line must be cursed. It is no wonder she fostered a half-breed in the south. Did she give you a southern name, or did she honor your heritage?
As he spoke, his gaze trailed to my bandaged hand. His eyes narrowed, and his chewing slowed. I cursed, too late to hide my injury. He brought his gaze slowly back up. His expression hardened. He knew. Roskva. My name was Roskva, I said. There was no point in hiding my true name. Not anymore. The fire crackled, and flames danced between us. He put his strip of meat down and leaned forward.
I knew a Roskva once.
I met his gaze. I used to know a Vagar as well. A curved, wicked smile spread across his face.
Which one of the serving women was Andine? Or was it one of the bandits you traveled with?
None. It was the captain of the duchy, Monger. Hiding the truth was futile. The moment the fire died, one of us would be dead. Whoever walked away from the embers would determine the fate of Monger and the others.
Impressive.
Vagar leaned back.
I pride myself on my detective work. It gives me a thrill of sorts to know I'm right. Do you mind if I expound on your plan to see how much I've guessed right? You can correct me if I'm wrong.
The night is yours. Neither of us could leave. If I kept him talking, I could think of a way to escape. Vagar's grin grew wider.
Indeed it is. I'd like to start at the beginning, so we know nothing is left out. Royal Andin is the key figure in all of this. He stood 17th in line to inherit the throne. He was handpicked by the late King Bravastone to be sent as tribute to the Ravermine tribes to secure an alliance and trade. However, a mere week before he is to be shipped off, everyone in his house is found slaughtered, with no sign of his own body. It is assumed by the crown that a young Andine has gone on the run to the south. Rumors of a charismatic bandit lord rising in the duchy reach our ears. It is easy to extrapolate what has happened to our royal.
Rain fell from the sky as a slow but steady drizzle. I watched the flames with growing concern. Rain would hasten the inevitable end to our hostile hospitality, and I had yet to think of a way to escape. Vagar pressed on with his story.
Rumors circulated for years about the cause. Andine was known for his loyalty and devotion to the crown. Few others would have bent to the order to be sent to the Ravermines. Yet he was willing. It assaults the senses that he would go mad and kill everyone in his house.
If I may correct you, Vagar, not all his household were killed. You survived. Vagar's eyes flashed.
Yes, a coincidence that has haunted me to this very day. I was sent in the vanguard to announce Andine's coming arrival at the harbour of Althal as a newly appointed captain. Whispers of my confederation in Andine's scheme circulated, but nothing substantial ever came to light.
What a shame, I said dryly. Would that some lie had disposed you? But the truth always rears its head when it's most inconvenient. I've never had much luck with falsehoods.
You only say that because I'm the one that sits before you. If I had been caught and executed, another would have been appointed to travel south instead.
You're not unique. I would have hated them too. A log snapped on the fire and sprayed sparks in the air. They fluttered high, only to be extinguished by the increasing rain. Time grew short.
Be that as it may, we must return to the main subject.
Vagar shifted.
Relations with the Ravermine tribes fell through as a result of Andine's failed appearance. The war with them has kept Fiel busy for the last 10 years, a war which we won. Only in the last 2 years has our focus shifted to finding the last royal. They all must be accounted for and their bloodline maintained.
And killed if they can't be brought to heel. Vagar grinned.
I made a deal with Ophelia. To mask my true purpose, I ordered her to root out banditry entirely. Each of the bandits were to be brought before her for execution. Your group, the Wanderlacks, the only ones that mattered, evaded us. I despaired at my failure and returned to the capital for orders, and left the captain of the duchy, Munger, with explicit instructions to bring Ophelia under our command. She chafes at the restrictions and sends Munger away and supports a rebellion, which I crushed. I returned to Timewinders, fully intending to execute her for her failure and her rebellion. Imagine my surprise when I returned to find she has captured and kept you alive. But there's something wrong. You speak as Andine should, you act as he should, though your appearance is masked. It is safe to say you look as he should if he were in disguise, but you don't feel as he should. Our ancient laws prevent us from the transport of prisoners from their nation to our own for inspection. I returned to the capital to request a formal writ of transport, and if that couldn't be secured, to borrow one of the royal family's memorists. While there, I visited the records vault beneath the Harbinger's tower, and I discovered something interesting.
Oh? What was that?
A discrepancy in the records. The deaths for Andine's house were measured at 83 in total. Those match with the records of servants living in the house at the time of the tragedy, but they do not coincide with reports for orders of clothing.
My chest tightened, as though I were a child caught with her hand in the sweets jar. That shouldn't have been so. It was not as though Vagar knowing who I was were a big revelation. Yet I had been forgotten to the world for over a decade. I'd been invisible, and my fear came from the act of someone unmasking me.
2 servants unaccounted for,
Vagar whispered with barely contained excitement.
Roskva, the laundry girl, and Vega, the head housecarl and assistant strategist.
I recoiled. Hearing my name spoken by Vagar sent goosebumps up my arms and down my legs. And Figer, Chief's real name, it deserved more respect than what Vagar said it with.
You assumed Andine's identity. You became a bandit to provoke the King of Fiel to order Andine's death. Once you were executed in his stead, he would be free.
Yes, that had been the plan. I had both failed and succeeded in a way. Vagar would kill me, but he would know Andine was alive. I could only hope being in Fael itself would be enough for him to go unnoticed, and the Faelians would keep their search limited to the south.
Why did you do it, Roskva?
The rain fell harder. The campfire flickered, nearly gone. The time drew near to flee. I had nothing. No plan, no method of escape. Vagar was a conduit and elementalist. I'd hoped the blast would kill him or maim him, but he'd been able to deflect the energy away from himself. Nothing I did could harm him.
Did Andine order you to?
Andine was willing to go to the Ravermine tribes. I looked away from the fire. He was ready to die for his people.
There was no guarantee that was what would happen.
We all know what awaits a tribute. The Ravermine tribes wanted a sacrifice of royal blood to offer to their pagan gods, I said. It was why no one but Andine was willing to go. Other candidates knew what fate awaited them. Only Chief and I cared enough to stop the madness. Vagar grimaced.
You kidnapped him against his will.
I gripped my arms. I loved him. He never treated me like a laundry girl. We would play in the garden. He told me he would marry me one day. Vagar scoffed.
He was a royal girl.
I know. I always knew it was a fantasy, but I wanted him to be happy. When I found out what was going to happen, I had to save him.
All the people you killed and sold as slaves in his name, all the carnage you left in your wake to save one person In the name of love, was it worth the twisting of your soul?
I did not do it in his name. I would never tarnish him like that, I said. And yes, it was. The fire died. Vagar leapt to his feet and thrust out a hand. Green and dark blue light swirled around his arm, and a funnel of fire erupted from his palm. It raced toward where I sat and engulfed the entire area in flames. But I was not there. The illusion of myself sitting by the fire split into 4 distinct copies. Each ran toward Vagar in various methods of attack. It was a distraction that even the hardiest of men would flinch at. Vagar brushed the illusions aside. He spotted me. I was already halfway up the mountainside.
You can't run, Roskva,
he bellowed.
This ends tonight. You cannot hide.
The heavens poured. Lightning danced across the clouds threateningly. Wind whipped at my face, and rain pelted my skin as I made my way into the mountains. Vagar followed. Blinded by rage, the fool followed. He could not be allowed to find Andine. If both of us had to die, so be it. That had always been the original plan anyway. No dedicated path existed among the rocky terrain. It didn't matter. I followed the path of least resistance. Bushes and branches clung to me as I passed. Rocks dislodged from their homes at the press of my foot. I turned to see Vagar hurl a spiral of fire in my direction. It fizzed in the rain before it could reach me, but it drew near enough. The heat warmed my clothes. If he closed the distance, it would be over. We came to a small barren vale. I channeled my illusion Imperia and vanished. In my place, 6 distinct copies appeared. Each went a separate way. Vagar came to where I'd stood moments before, manic. I formed more images of myself, hazy and indistinct, around Vagar. Rain passed through them as it passes through fog. As one, we spoke. Andine didn't kill the people in his household, I said. Chief and I did. We put a sleeping draught in the wine that night to make them docile. In their sleep, we cut their throats. One of the boys didn't drink that night. I had to strangle him. Vagar threw fire towards the illusions. I let them disappear as though smoke caught on the wind. Then they reformed. He missed me entirely. One of my illusions stepped forward to whisper in Vagar's ear. Andine protested. I erased his memory. I gave him a new identity to keep him safe and alive. He has no idea who he is.
You robbed him of his entire life.
Vagar's fist passed through the illusion.
You killed an entire house for one man.
I would do it again, my illusion said. I would do it all again if it meant he would live. Vagar threw his head back and roared at the sky. Lightning fell from heaven and struck his chest. He lurched forward as bolts of energy raced across his skin. He drew inward and clutched at his neck before thrusting his arms out. The lightning that struck him now flew from his fingertips and doused the valley in white light. What few trees and bushes were there burst into flames and cast an orange glow into the atmosphere. Still, he missed his mark.
Thousands have died because of you, not only because of your banditry, but because of the war Andine's absence caused.
Vagar spat.
All in the name of love, nothing more than a fleeting feeling of a deranged mind.
I've been deranged for a long time. 10 years I've waited to die. You took too long. I made the whispers echo across the valley and reverberate in Vagar's ears. He flinched. You could have ended my reign of terror. You were supposed to kill me in the first year. A rune inside my cheek, infused with illusion Imperia, would have kept me looking like Andine until I was buried. Once I was dead, the crown would have stopped looking for him. Then he could have been freed. Instead, you sought glory on a battlefield across a sea.
He is undeserving of such loyalty.
Vagar knelt. The orange glow of flame flickered across his face as his hands ran across my footprints in the mud. The rain poured, but the tracks were still visible. It was only a matter of time before he found me. I prayed my plan would work. Prayed the battle had been loud enough, or expended enough energy to be noticeable.
You claim to have done all this for him, but how long was it before you lost sight of yourself? How long before you became a bandit instead of merely pretending?
I didn't respond, but the answer rang loud in my head. Not long at all. By the end of the first year, Chief and I had fallen into our roles. Our purpose, however, never wavered, even if we may have drifted apart. I wanted Andine to live his life for himself. Chief wanted to use him as a figurehead to overthrow a corrupt and dying empire. We committed atrocities of our own volition, of our own free will. Chief did it to change the world. I did it to save someone I loved. Vagar came to the hole I sat in. It was a little more than a divot in the ground that provided cover from his imperia. I would have run, but the fire from the trees and bushes blocked any path of escape. He stooped to speak.
My mother was among the ones you killed.
She would have sentenced a young boy to death, the same as the rest, in the name of glory, I said. She was as much a murderer as I. Vagar grabbed me by my throat and lifted me from my hiding place. He held me high in the air and squeezed my neck as rage danced behind his eyes. I'd been expecting the motion, and I drew my knife from its sheath and slammed it through his arm. The blade pierced flesh and cut bone. He twitched, but his grip remained firm.
His life would have spared us war.
Vagar grit his teeth.
Better to offer one upon an altar than a nation.
Chief's drivel came to mind. The Faelians could have ended it all centuries ago. It was their corrupt laws, the corrupt rulers, that deemed the sacrifices to the tribes necessary. But because of greed, because of the riches and powers the tribes offered, the sacrifices continued. All their laws and traditions, handed down from the first king, the righteous king, blessed one of the gods, and made for the intention of protecting the other nations, had been twisted for evil ends. I didn't care about any of it. But I would have spouted it all off anyway despite Vagar, had he not been crushing my throat. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. My strength slackened. I dropped, and my back slammed on the ground, and air expelled from my lungs. I clutched at my neck, unable to breathe. Vagar stumbled back with an expression of abject horror. I glanced at him to see his entire arm missing. Finally, air rushed back in, and I choked out a painful laugh. You would have killed everyone in the South to find one person, Vagar. You're no different than me. Now we're both going to get what we deserve. Vagar turned his horrified expression on me. The wind shifted. He spun, spewing fire from his hands. It struck an invisible, terrible, deadly force. No sound emanated from it, but the ground reverberated, and my bones shook as it silently howled. Vagar screamed, as, for a brief instant, the form of the creature was illuminated by the flames. Vagar's body blocked most of the detail. I could only describe a little of what I saw. Dozens, maybe hundreds of tendrils, like the mane of a lion, twisted on one another, with razor-sharp fangs or talons attached to the end of each one. A head like a tiger, with 6 eyes of red on its face, sat at the center of the tangling mass. Drool dripped from 3 separate mouths, which were split up on the side of its face in 4 flaps each. The beast bellowed a silent roar, and one of its tendrils lashed out. Vagar's remaining arms separated from his body. The fire ceased, and the beast vanished. Vagar stumbled back and let out a piteous moan. I remained still. Vagar's head disappeared, followed by a crunch, like someone crushing a shelled nut. His upper body followed suit. Only his legs and torso remained, and they toppled forward, only to disappear in a spray of blood. My breathing stilled. My heart thudded. Rain echoed all around me, but touched neither my skin nor face as the hulking beast towered over me and blocked the sky. Its hate choked the very air, tangible as it slid across my skin and face. Its breath, thick, rancid, and warm, with the scent of iron, washed over me. I kept still, despite the urge to retch. Something grazed my cheek. Blood spilled and trailed down my chin. A second cut appeared on the opposite side. I flinched and waited for the end. The beast howled a second time, with its inaudible yet terrible noise. The world darkened as its jaws enveloped me, and I was swallowed by a white light.
This has been There Will Be Thousands, written by Alexander Robb, narrated by Nathan Ashcroft.
And Maga Weston.
Copyright 2025 by Alexander R. Holman. Production copyright by Alexander R. Holman.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.